Alex's life came to a brutal end in the orphanage he had called home for years. Late at night, 17-year-old Alex was awakened by 15-year-old Kate, a girl he treated as his own little sister. She told him that something had happened at the orphanage and that Granny Malida urgently wanted to see him in the backyard garden. Because the children in the orphanage were like family to one another, Alex never doubted her words. He quickly got dressed and followed her instructions. Unknown to him, Kate had betrayed him. After he left, she revealed her true intentions. She believed that if Alex remained alive, a man named young Master Ray would never accept her as his concubine. Despite the fact that Alex had spent years sharing his already limited food with her whenever she cried from hunger, Kate felt no gratitude. Alex's constant sacrifices had left him with a thin and scrawny physique, but he had always been happy to care for her as a younger sister. The garden was dark, cold, and covered in thick mist. Alex could barely see anything as he called out for Granny Malida. Before he could understand what was happening, something struck the back of his head. As he collapsed, his fading vision revealed the person who had attacked him. It was Kate, holding an iron rod and wearing a sinister smile. Shocked and heartbroken, Alex could only ask a single question: why? Before losing consciousness. After Alex fell, young Master Ray appeared. He praised Kate's cruelty and even questioned whether she felt guilty for murdering someone who had cared for her. Kate dismissed Alex as a weak fool and claimed that sharing food did not make him her brother. She also mentioned that Alex had seen something he should not have seen involving Ray. The two then left together, with Ray amused by her ruthless nature. Suddenly, Alex woke up in terror. At first, he believed everything had merely been a nightmare. However, he quickly realized he was no longer in his room at the orphanage. Instead, he was lying in a medical room, surrounded by advanced instruments, with numerous wires attached to his body. Before he could understand the situation, 5 people rushed into the room. A woman immediately embraced him while crying uncontrollably. She repeatedly called him her son and showered him with affection. An older woman eventually calmed her down and reminded her that the doctor needed to examine him first. The emotional woman named Elizabeth reluctantly stepped aside. Before the doctor could complete his examination, Alex suddenly screamed and lost consciousness once again. Elizabeth nearly collapsed from fear. Her son had been in a coma for 2 years, and after finally waking up, he had fallen unconscious again. While examining him, the doctor released a strange energy into Alex's body. After a careful inspection, he reassured everyone that Alex was merely sleeping and would wake up again soon. Relieved, Elizabeth ordered 2 maids to prepare a healthy meal, while the older woman was instructed to reward the doctor with a top-quality cosmic crystal. The doctor was overjoyed by the reward and chose to remain nearby until Alex awakened. 3 hours later, Alex opened his eyes again. This time, everything was different. During his unconscious state, he had inherited the memories of the body's original owner, a 12-year-old boy, also named Alex. The memories revealed a shocking truth. Alex had transmigrated into an entirely different world, a high-level martial world filled with cultivation and powerful families. Even more astonishing was the identity of the body he now occupied. This Alex was the heir of an emperor family located on the central continent. Elizabeth noticed him waking up and immediately called the doctor. After another examination using his energy, the doctor confirmed that Alex was healthy. He simply needed food and exercise because his body had remained inactive during the 2-year coma. Learning this made Alex realize what had happened. The original owner of this body had likely died during the coma, creating an opportunity for Alex's soul to enter. At the same time, he finally accepted the painful truth that Kate had truly murdered him in his previous life. When Elizabeth returned with food, Alex awkwardly called her Mom. Having grown up as an orphan, speaking that word felt strange to him. Nevertheless, the simple greeting deeply moved Elizabeth. She happily encouraged him to eat. An enormous feast was placed before him. Having spent his previous life enduring constant hunger, Alex could hardly believe the amount of food available. He devoured everything voraciously while Elizabeth watched with tears of joy. Seeing her son eating again after 2 years filled her with overwhelming happiness. While eating, Alex felt the memories and emotions of the original Alex blending with his own. Curious about his new life, he asked about his father and their current location. However, Elizabeth and her mother both became visibly saddened and postponed the discussion. They insisted that he rest first. After everyone left, Alex decided not to lie down. Remembering the doctor's advice, he got up to move his body. At that moment, a strange display suddenly appeared in the corner of his vision. When he focused on it, it expanded into a familiar interface. To his astonishment, it was the exact interface of the game he had been playing before his death, Infinite Cultivation. The screen displayed a young man in white robes, sitting cross-legged alongside a status panel. Name: Alex Moriarty. Cultivation talent: unawakened. Cultivation level: null. Cultivation base: 0/1000. Energy absorption: 0s. Stunned, Alex wondered if the game had somehow transmigrated alongside him. Then he noticed a button labeled Cultivate. Curious, he pressed it immediately. A notification appeared. 1 top-grade cosmic crystal is needed to start cultivation. The revelation suggested that the mysterious game system had followed him into this new martial world, potentially becoming his greatest opportunity in a life that had already changed completely. Alex stared at the cultivation interface floating before his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing. After transmigrating into a new body in a high-level martial world, it appeared that the game he had been playing before his death, Infinite Cultivation, had followed him here as well. A smile spread across his face as excitement replaced much of the despair he had felt since learning about Kate's betrayal and his murder. If the game truly functioned in this world, it could become the greatest opportunity of his new life. As he calmed himself, Alex reviewed the memories he had inherited from the original owner of the body. This world revolved around the Ascension Tower, a mysterious structure that determined the future of every person once they reached the age of 15. The tower contained 100 stairs, and the higher someone climbed, the greater the talent they awakened. Reaching even the first stair was enough to awaken a talent and become a martial artist. The world's power system was divided into 8 major realms: martial warrior, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial lord, martial king, martial monarch, martial saint, and martial emperor. Martial emperors stood at the absolute peak of humanity. They possessed such overwhelming strength that a single punch could destroy an entire continent. Alex was shocked when he remembered that the Moriarty family, his new family, was descended from one of these legendary martial emperors. His status as heir should have placed him among the most privileged youths in the world. However, another memory reminded him that things were far from normal. Instead of living with the Moriarty family, he was currently residing with his maternal relatives. His mother's family was the powerful Aurelian family, a martial saint family located on the western continent within the Light Domain. Although slightly inferior to the Moriartys, they remained one of the most influential powers in existence. Alex stretched his body carefully. After remaining in a coma for 2 years, every movement caused his joints and bones to crack painfully. As the memories fully merged with his own, he realized a frightening fact. He had almost no time left before his 15th birthday. Looking at the date, he saw that it was July 7th, year 534 of the Apocalypse calendar. Before falling into a coma, he had been 13 years old in year 532. Only 25 days remained before he would be required to enter the Ascension Tower. This realization hit him hard. Children in this world began training from the age of 8 or even younger. They practiced external martial arts, tempered their bodies, and strengthened their willpower to prepare for the tower's trials. Before his coma, Alex had been considered a prodigy. He had mastered various external martial arts, including sword arts and movement techniques. Many believed he would climb beyond 60 stairs, a feat associated with S-rank talent. But losing 2 years had nearly ruined his future. Determined to understand his situation fully, Alex decided to speak with his mother. He left his room and was immediately approached by 2 maids who respectfully urged him to rest. Instead, he asked them to guide him to Elizabeth's room. When Alex knocked and entered, he found his mother in a deeply emotional state. Unknown to him before, Elizabeth had been crying while holding a picture of her missing husband. She revealed the tragic events of the past 2 years. Alex's father had disappeared 1 year earlier while searching for a cure for his comatose son. After his disappearance, the Moriarty family gradually began treating Elizabeth poorly. They even stopped paying for Alex's medical expenses. Forced into a difficult situation, Elizabeth had taken her son and returned to her own family for protection. Hearing this filled Alex with sadness. Tears appeared in his eyes when he learned that his father had sacrificed everything and vanished because of him. Surprisingly, he felt little anger toward the Moriarty family. Having experienced hardship and betrayal in his previous life, he understood the selfish nature of people all too well. Changing the subject, Alex asked Elizabeth if she possessed a top-grade cosmic crystal. Although surprised by the request, she confirmed that she did. Alex then explained that he had supposedly dreamed that holding a top-grade cosmic crystal might help restore his strength before the Ascension Tower trial. While Elizabeth doubted the claim, she could not bear to deny her son anything after nearly losing him. Thinking about the possibility of Alex becoming talentless and suffering ridicule in the future caused her to cry once more. Before leaving, Alex thanked her warmly and even teased her gently by saying that her beautiful face did not suit tearful eyes. His words made Elizabeth smile despite her sorrow. Carrying the cosmic crystal, Alex returned to his room. Along the way, numerous members of the Aurelian family noticed him. Their reactions varied. Some looked sympathetic, while others displayed jealousy and ridicule. Many younger relatives resented the resources spent on him despite his condition. One cousin, the son of Alex's eldest uncle, openly complained that the trash of the Moriarty family was being supported by their family. Alex ignored all of them completely. He had no interest in petty insults. Once inside his room, he immediately tested the cultivation interface. Placing the top-grade cosmic crystal in his hand, he pressed the cultivate button. Instantly, the crystal vanished. The panel updated. Name: Alex Moriarty. Cultivation talent: pseudo. Cultivation level: mortal. Cultivation base: 3/1000. Energy absorption: 1. C. The system had activated successfully. Alex watched in amazement as his cultivation base steadily increased every second. While waiting, he wondered why his talent was listed as pseudo. He suspected it was because he had not yet entered the Ascension Tower to awaken a true talent. 16 minutes later, his cultivation base reached 1000/1000. A new option appeared: breakthrough. Without hesitation, Alex pressed it. A cracking sensation echoed throughout his body. Instantly, the weakness caused by his coma disappeared. Strength and vitality surged through him like a flood. The panel updated again. Name: Alex Moriarty. Cultivation talent: pseudo. Cultivation level: 1. Cultivation base: 1006/5000. Energy absorption: 2. S. Alex stared at the screen in shock and excitement. For the first time since arriving in this world, he had tangible proof that the Infinite Cultivation System was real. Whether his power now matched a level 1 martial warrior remained uncertain, but one thing was clear: his path to reclaiming his future had finally begun. Alex's excitement only grew after his first successful breakthrough. Standing alone in his room, he wanted to know exactly how much stronger he had become. He opened the attribute panel on the Infinite Cultivation interface and carefully examined the numbers displayed before him. His strength and defense had both reached 2000 kilograms. kilograms, while his speed had risen to 20 meters per second. Based on the memories of this world, Alex immediately understood what that meant. He had already reached the level of a first-rank martial warrior. That realization was astonishing. In this world, ordinary people trained their bodies from childhood through combat arts and genetic serums. Even exceptionally talented youths usually developed around 1,000 kilograms of strength before entering the martial warrior realm. Upon breaking through, that strength normally doubled to around 2,000 kilograms. Yet Alex had only just awakened from a 2-year coma. His physical foundation before cultivation should have been far weaker than average. The fact that he still reached the standard of a peak, level 1 martial warrior, suggested that the cultivation system had amplified his foundation far beyond normal limits. However, Alex knew strength alone was not enough. The Ascension Tower would open for him in only 25 days. While he could increase his cultivation rapidly, he also needed control over his power. Otherwise, his body and techniques would lag behind his raw strength. He decided to return to the basics and practice swordsmanship. His room was spacious enough for training, and he preferred remaining isolated. He had no desire to deal with jealous relatives or family politics. More importantly, he had a clear goal now. He wanted enough strength to change his fate, find his missing father, and restore happiness to his family. Having lived as an orphan in his previous life, he treasured Elizabeth's genuine love more than anything. For the first time, he understood what it felt like to have a parent who truly cared for him. After searching the room, Alex realized there was no sword available. He opened the door and found the 2 maids standing guard outside as usual. Politely, he requested a training sword. Both maids expressed concern because he had only recently awakened from his coma, but one of them quickly retrieved a wooden sword from her storage ring and handed it to him. Thanking her, Alex returned to his room. He immediately began practicing the basic sword technique. Slash, chop, thrust. He repeated the movements over and over. According to rumors, someone who mastered the 9th level of the basic sword technique could awaken sword intent. However, nobody had ever confirmed this because most martial artists abandoned basic techniques once stronger arts became available. Alex focused entirely on refining every movement, determined to build a solid foundation. 3 hours passed before a knock interrupted his training. When Alex opened the door, he found Elizabeth standing there. Her face showed equal parts concern and frustration. Apparently, the maids had informed her after hearing hours of non-stop sword practice. Embarrassed, Alex apologized and explained that he had simply become too focused. Elizabeth's anger softened after hearing his explanation. She instructed him to take a shower and promised to send food to his room. Before leaving, she coldly ordered the maids to report immediately if anyone dared bully her son. Alex entered the bathroom and allowed the cold water to wash away the sweat from training. Feeling refreshed, he remembered to check the cultivation system. The sight nearly made him laugh. His cultivation base had reached 5,000 over 5,000, with an additional 17,700 points stored beyond the cap. A breakthrough option was waiting for him. Without hesitation, Alex pressed it. A surge of energy rushed through his body as he advanced to level 2. His cultivation base immediately updated to 10,000 over 10,000, with over 12,000 extra points remaining. Curious about the results, he checked his attributes. His strength and defense had doubled again, reaching 4,000 kilograms, while his speed increased to 25 meters per second. A normal level 2 martial warrior possessed only around 3,000 kilograms of strength. Once again, the Infinite Cultivation System proved superior to the conventional martial path. Alex immediately broke through again. He advanced to level 3. His strength rose to 6,500 kilograms. His speed reached 30 meters per second, and his defense matched his strength. The increase was even greater than before. Unable to contain his excitement, Alex continued. Another breakthrough pushed him to level 4. Now his strength and defense stood at 9,500 kilograms, while his speed climbed to 35 meters per second. According to his memories, this made him comparable to a level 9 martial warrior despite cultivating for only 3 hours. Countless low-talent cultivators spent years reaching such a level. A grin spread across Alex's face. With this kind of growth, he was beginning to see the possibility of dominating the Ascension Tower itself. Historical records stated that reaching the 60th stair generally required over 1,000 kilograms of strength, while reaching the 70th demanded at least 1,500 kilograms, along with exceptional mental resilience. As for the 90th stair, only 1 or 2 people in all of recorded history had ever reached it. Their true capabilities remained classified secrets. Even so, Alex suspected that his current physical strength already exceeded what those legendary figures possessed before entering the tower. His only remaining concern was mental power. Physical strength alone could not conquer the tower's trials. He would eventually need techniques capable of strengthening his spirit and willpower. After finishing his shower, Alex found food waiting for him. While eating, he carefully studied the system panel. His cultivation talent remained listed as pseudo. His cultivation level had reached level 4. His energy absorption rate had increased to 4 points per second, and his cultivation base continued accumulating without resetting. This revealed an important secret. Cultivation base represented stored energy reserves. Based on the current absorption speed, he He calculated that another breakthrough would arrive in approximately 75 minutes. Not knowing whether the system absorbed energy from cosmic crystals or the environment, Alex decided to stop worrying and get some sleep. His power had increased too quickly, and his body needed time to adapt. Besides, training further would only earn another lecture from Elizabeth. The next morning, Alex woke up feeling completely refreshed. The first thing he did was check his status panel. His cultivation base had reached 40,000 over 40,000 with an additional 10,000 points stored beyond the limit. This confirmed his suspicion. The system was consuming energy from the top-grade cosmic crystal. If it had been absorbing energy directly from the environment, the gain should have been far higher during 8 hours of sleep. Based on the numbers, Alex estimated that a top-grade cosmic crystal contained roughly 50,000 units of energy. Without wasting another second, he pressed breakthrough. An overwhelming surge of power exploded throughout his body as he advanced to cultivation level 5. His attributes rose dramatically once again. Strength, 13,000 kilograms. Speed, 40 meters per second. Defense, 13,000 kilograms. By the time the breakthrough ended, Alex stood there in stunned silence. Just one day earlier, he had been a frail boy recovering from a coma. Now he possessed strength that would leave most young cultivators speechless. And with 24 days still remaining before the Ascension Tower trial, his future looked brighter than ever. Alex's rapid rise in power had temporarily paused. After reaching cultivation level 5, he checked the Infinite Cultivation System once more and quickly realized that his passive growth had stopped. His cultivation base stood at 50,000 out of the 80,000 points needed for the next breakthrough. The reason became obvious almost immediately. The top-grade cosmic crystal had been completely drained. Without another crystal, the system could no longer continue absorbing energy automatically. Surprisingly, Alex did not feel disappointed. In fact, he believed his current strength was already more than enough for the moment. His bigger problem was control. Having gained enormous power in such a short time, he needed to learn how to wield it properly before pursuing even greater strength. Mastering his body and mind would be far more valuable than recklessly stacking power. As he considered his next move, someone knocked on his door. The meal his mother had arranged finally arrived. Alex freshened up and eagerly sat down to eat. Because he could no longer absorb energy through the cultivation system, his body desperately craved nourishment. The maid watching him was astonished. Alex wasn't merely eating, he was devouring food at an unbelievable speed. Within minutes, every dish had vanished. Embarrassed but still hungry, Alex asked for 5 additional portions of the same meal. The maids happily agreed. Seeing him eat so much reassured them that his body was recovering after spending 2 years in a coma. Once they left, Alex planned out the rest of his day. Since he could not cultivate further right now, he decided to visit the family library and deepen his understanding of the world. Books had always been one of Alex's greatest passions. Even in his previous life, when he had almost no money, he had worked at an old bookstore just to earn a few hours of reading time every day. That love of knowledge remained unchanged. Soon, the 2 maids returned carrying enormous trays of food. For the first time, Alex learned their names, Rina and Lena. Watching them effortlessly balance multiple heavy trays made him suspect they were martial artists themselves. After finishing the food, he headed toward the library accompanied by the 2 women. The Aurelian family library exceeded all expectations. Hundreds of thousands of books filled the enormous building. Alex selected books covering history, cultivation, martial arts, and world knowledge before settling into a quiet corner. Thanks to his enhanced cultivation, both his memory and reading speed had improved dramatically. In only 5 hours, he finished every book he had selected. When Rina arrived to remind him about lunch, Alex instructed her to prepare another large meal in his room while he finished reading. 30 minutes later, he returned the books and left with Lena. During those hours of study, Alex learned many important details about humanity's history. 534 years earlier, a massive crack had appeared in the sky. Dark energy poured through it, transforming Earth into something vastly larger than before. The catastrophe worsened when animals across the world mutated into terrifying creatures. Even legendary beings from myths appeared, including dragons, phoenixes, titans, and monsters resembling Godzilla. Within 10 hours, 80% of humanity had perished. Just when extinction seemed inevitable, a gigantic pillar of light descended from the heavens. Every surviving human was teleported into a protected region known as the Light Domain. Although this sanctuary was 100 times larger than the original Earth, it occupied only 1% of the planet's current size. The remaining 99% remained consumed by darkness and populated by monstrous creatures. The pillar itself was none other than the Tower of Ascension. The tower gave humanity a path to power by allowing every 15-year-old to awaken talents and become martial artists. A universal cultivation technique was inscribed upon it, marking the beginning of the martial era. Over 5 centuries, humanity had rebuilt itself and grown strong enough to challenge many of the monsters lurking beyond the Light Domain. Even so, darkness still dominated most of the world. Alex also learned that more than 20 billion humans now lived within the Light Domain, yet only around 100 million became martial artists. Those with awakened talents ruled society, while ordinary people possessed few rights. The realization made Alex sigh. Even after surviving an apocalypse, human greed and inequality remained unchanged. After returning to his room, showering, and eating another enormous meal, Alex reflected on what he had learned. One subject interested him more than anything else: Mental cultivation. He discovered that strength alone could not guarantee success in the Tower of Ascension. Mental power and control were equally important. Knowing exactly who could help him, Alex visited Elizabeth. When he entered her room, he found his mother working on something. After a brief conversation about lunch, Alex requested a meditation technique. To his surprise, Elizabeth immediately produced a scroll from her storage ring as though she had anticipated his request. The technique was called spirit art. According to Elizabeth, it would strengthen his mind while also improving his control over his growing power. Suspicious of her perfect timing, Alex jokingly asked whether she could read minds. Elizabeth responded with laughter and playful teasing, refusing to answer directly. Slightly embarrassed, Alex quickly retreated with the scroll. After he left, Elizabeth resumed her work. Alex learned indirectly that she had been creating a martial art of her own. This reflected how martial techniques had evolved over the centuries, with powerful cultivators continuously contributing new knowledge to humanity. Back in his room, Alex immediately began studying spirit art. The technique appeared simple on the surface, requiring practitioners to complete 10 breathing cycles per day. However, the moment he finished the first cycle, he realized how brutal it truly was. Sweat poured from every pore in his body. His muscles contracted and relaxed uncontrollably. Agonizing pain spread through every part of him. Still, Alex endured. For 6 straight hours, he forced himself through all 10 cycles. By the end, he felt completely drained. Despite possessing 13,000 kilograms of strength, he barely had enough energy left to collapse onto his bed. The instant his body touched the mattress, he fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, overwhelming hunger woke him. Curious about the results of his suffering, Alex checked his status panel. His physical attributes remained unchanged, but a brand new category had appeared. Spirit 10 kilograms. A huge smile spread across his face. The spirit art had worked exactly as promised. Every painful second had been worthwhile. Without wasting any time, Alex ordered Lina to bring food. After eating another massive meal, he immediately resumed his meditation training. He had already decided on his goal. For the next 10 days, he would focus entirely on spirit art. No distractions, no shortcuts, only mental cultivation. And so, 10 days quietly passed. Alex emerged from 10 days of relentless meditation with remarkable results. After completing the 20th cycle of spirit art, he slowly opened his eyes and assessed the changes within himself. The training had transformed his awareness to an astonishing degree. He could now perceive the faint expansion of his lungs, the rhythm of his heartbeat, and even the subtle movements occurring inside his digestive system. Although he still could not consciously control those internal functions, he understood that spirit art was gradually giving him mastery over his own body. Someday, even his nervous system would obey his will. When Alex checked his status panel, the results confirmed his progress. His physical attributes remained at 13,000 kilograms of strength and defense, with a speed of 40 meters per second, but his spirit attribute had risen to 150 kilograms. In only 10 days, he had increased his spiritual power by 140 kilograms. More importantly, his control over his body had reached a level where he could use his strength with complete precision. Satisfied with his progress, Alex decided it was finally time to focus on swordsmanship. However, before beginning serious training, he needed additional top-grade cosmic crystals to continue cultivating, and a proper teacher who could guide his sword practice. With those goals in mind, he left his room and headed toward Elizabeth's chambers. His journey was interrupted by a cold voice. The speaker was Erza, the daughter of Alex's third uncle. She was roughly his age and had been born only one day before him. Alex remembered her clearly from his childhood visits. Back then, when he had been celebrated as a prodigy, Erza had constantly followed him around and called him Big Brother, despite technically being older. Now, however, she looked at him with open contempt. She accused him of freeloading off the Aurelian family, claiming that he had consumed resources for an entire year without contributing anything in return. Alex found the situation almost amusing. Once again, he was reminded how easily people changed when talent and status disappeared. Yet instead of becoming bitter, he focused on the people who had shown him kindness. Elizabeth, his grandmother, Rena, Lena, and even Granny Melita from his previous life had proven that goodness still existed. Remaining polite, Alex asked what Erza believed he should contribute. She sarcastically suggested that he perform laundry work or help the kitchen servants, since he was supposedly useless otherwise. Rather than becoming angry, Alex calmly replied that he would inform his mother of Erza's suggestions and let Elizabeth decide how he could help the family. The moment Elizabeth's name entered the conversation, Erza's confidence shattered. Her face turned pale. She immediately realized her mistake. Even so, she stubbornly lashed out one last time, declaring that once she climbed the Tower of Ascension and surpassed Elizabeth in talent, she would convince the family ancestor to deal with Alex and his mother. Alex found her words confusing. Based on everything he had learned, Elizabeth was already an extraordinarily powerful martial artist, likely a martial lord or even a martial king. However, he remained unaware of a hidden problem. Members of the Moriarty family had secretly been poisoning the minds of younger Aurelian family members against him and Elizabeth. When Alex arrived at Elizabeth's room, he discovered that she already knew about the confrontation. She greeted him with a sorrowful expression and immediately apologized for the treatment he had received. She even offered to punish Erza and anyone else responsible. Alex responded with surprising maturity. He explained that he truly felt blessed to have parents like Elizabeth and his missing father. He refused to hold a grudge against a child and believed that his future achievements would determine how others viewed him. If he climbed high enough in the Tower of Ascension, everyone would respect respect him naturally. If he failed, then mockery would be unavoidable. Elizabeth was deeply moved by his words. She could see how much hardship had matured her son. Overcome with emotion, she hugged him tightly and promised that she would always support him. When Alex explained that he needed top-grade cosmic crystals and a sword instructor, Elizabeth immediately handed him a space ring containing 100 top-quality cosmic crystals. She then revealed that she would personally teach him swordsmanship later that afternoon. Alex's excitement was obvious. Calling her the best mother in the universe, he hugged her before leaving. Once he was gone, Elizabeth's loving demeanor vanished. Her eyes turned cold as Lena and Rena appeared beside her. She ordered them to punish anyone who dared insult Alex again, regardless of the consequences. Back in his room, Alex immediately began using his new resources. He removed 5 top-grade cosmic crystals from the ring and activated the cultivate function. The crystals dissolved instantly as the Infinite Cultivation System resumed absorbing energy. According to his calculations, the next breakthrough would arrive in 100 minutes. While waiting, Alex resumed practicing the basic sword technique. Drawing upon lessons from countless web novels he had read in his previous life, he firmly believed that true mastery began with fundamentals. Rather than chasing flashy techniques, he focused entirely on refining, slash, chop, and thrust. 100 minutes later, he reached another breakthrough and advanced without hesitation. He barely paused to examine the results because another breakthrough was already approaching. He continued training, gradually smoothing out his movements. Eventually, he succeeded in linking the 3 basic attacks together into a seamless flow, officially advancing his sword technique to level 2. At nearly the same moment, the next cultivation breakthrough arrived. Alex advanced to cultivation level 7. The surge of power was unlike anything he had experienced before. When he finally checked his panel, the results left him stunned. His cultivation base had reached 160,000 out of 320,000. His energy absorption rate had risen to 7 points per second. His physical attributes had skyrocketed to 21,500 kilograms of strength and defense, while his speed reached 50 meters per second. The biggest surprise, however, was his spirit attribute. It had exploded to 1,000 kilograms. Immediately, Alex sensed a dramatic change. His mental power extended beyond his body and spread into the surrounding environment. Everything within 10 meters became perfectly clear to him. Divine sense. Then he discovered something even more incredible. A nearby pen caught his attention. Focusing his mind, he attempted to move it. The pen rose into the air. Alex stared in disbelief as he freely manipulated it with pure mental power. At that moment, he realized he had become a spirit master. Spirit masters were legendary figures capable of controlling objects without physical contact. More importantly, this opportunity only existed during the martial warrior realm. Anyone who failed to awaken such abilities before advancing beyond the first major realm lost the chance forever. For Alex, this was a once-in-a-lifetime achievement, and he had obtained it perfectly. Alex spent some time experimenting with his newly awakened spirit master abilities after discovering that his spirit attribute had surpassed 1,000 kilograms. He focused on a simple pen and practiced moving it with his mind. Although his telekinetic control was limited to a radius of roughly 10 meters, he was thrilled by the result. It was not especially useful in combat yet, but it represented the beginning of a completely new path of power. Spirit masters were rare and terrifying existences, and Alex intended to explore every possibility the ability offered. After satisfying his curiosity, Alex shifted his attention back to cultivation. Using the Infinite Cultivation System, he calculated the amount of energy required to reach level 9. According to the system's progression, every 9 levels represented a major power leap similar to a realm breakthrough in the game that had transmigrated with him. The calculation revealed that he would need another 340,000 units of energy, equivalent to 7 top-grade cosmic crystals. Without hesitation, he fed 7 more crystals into the system. By this point, he had already consumed 13 top-grade cosmic crystals since beginning his cultivation journey. What Alex did not realize was that such resources were treasures capable of triggering wars among lower-level martial artists. A single crystal could drive countless cultivators into madness. After lunch, Alex headed toward the Aurelian family training grounds. He wanted to warm up before meeting Elizabeth for his first formal sword lesson. The training grounds were enormous and filled with family members practicing various martial arts. The moment Alex arrived, numerous eyes turned toward him. Predictably, mocking comments followed. Several young relatives ridiculed him for spending 2 years unconscious and questioned whether he had any chance of achieving success in the Tower of Ascension. Alex ignored every insult. Experience had taught him that arguing with fools rarely produced results. Instead, he moved to a quiet corner, drew his wooden training sword, and continued refining the basic sword technique. Level 2 was proving far more difficult than Level 1, requiring smoother transitions and better control. An hour later, Elizabeth arrived. The atmosphere changed instantly. Every member of the younger generation made space for her without hesitation. Her reputation and strength commanded genuine fear and respect. When she approached Alex, her expression became completely serious. She informed him that, within the training grounds, she would no longer act as his mother. She would be his master, and she would not show mercy during training. Alex immediately responded with an exaggerated military salute and loudly declared his readiness to endure any hardship. The unexpectedly comedic response nearly broke Elizabeth's composure, and even she struggled to suppress a smile. Accepting his answer, Elizabeth demonstrated all 9 levels of the basic sword technique in one continuous sequence. Alex watched with shining eyes. Every movement was elegant, efficient, and precise. To him, she looked incredible. He accidentally called her mom, while praising her before quickly correcting himself to master. The brief slip earned him a calm but amused glance. Elizabeth then ordered him to demonstrate his current progress. Alex performed levels 1 and 2 of the basic sword technique flawlessly. The display genuinely surprised her. She knew her son had only recently awakened from a 2-year coma, yet he had already reached such proficiency. What she did not know was that Alex had actually achieved this progress in only 2 days rather than 10. Although impressed, Elizabeth pointed out numerous flaws and inefficiencies in his movements. Alex listened attentively to every correction. The more she explained, the more he realized just how profound her mastery truly was. Her understanding of swordsmanship far exceeded anything he had imagined. At one point, he even felt sorry for the Moriarty family. Allowing someone as talented as Elizabeth to be mistreated was an astonishing waste. Applying her guidance immediately, Alex refined his technique. Unnecessary movements disappeared. His attacks became more direct, economical, and effective. His growth accelerated dramatically under her supervision. 3 hours passed as the sun gradually descended toward the horizon. While Alex trained, Elizabeth silently observed. She could clearly tell that her son possessed far more strength than before. The mysterious cosmic crystals had obviously transformed him somehow, though she could not understand exactly how. Part of her even wondered whether he had received some kind of divine revelation. Regardless of the reason, one thing was obvious. Alex now had genuine potential. Determined to maximize that potential, Elizabeth decided to push him even harder. Only 15 days remained before the Tower of Ascension trial. She wanted him to reach at least level 5 inches, the basic sword technique, before then. The reason was simple. Every 10 floors of the Ascension Tower contained combat trials, where climbers would be forced into battle scenarios. Success depended not only on physical strength, but also on martial skill, confidence, and mental resilience. Mastery of external martial arts significantly increased the chances of advancement. Finally, Elizabeth ended the session and ordered Alex to return at exactly 5 o'clock the next morning. She intended to continue his training personally. After she left, Alex rested briefly and looked around the training grounds. Most people had already finished training. He even noticed Urza still practicing diligently. Since she would challenge the tower one day before him, she was clearly taking the upcoming trial seriously. As Alex prepared to leave, the sky suddenly exploded with light. A gigantic silhouette appeared overhead. The figure resembled a mountain-sized god whose presence seemed to dominate the heavens themselves. Every member of the Aurelian family immediately bowed. Fanatical excitement spread throughout the younger generation. The family ancestor had appeared. Even Alex was stunned. The overwhelming aura emanating from the old man felt capable of destroying the world itself. Alex instantly recognized what he was witnessing, a martial saint. The ancestor revealed that the image was merely a projection created from his energy. Even so, its power was terrifying. He announced important news. All family members between 14 and 15 years old would travel to the central continent the following day, because the virtual battleground would open soon. Those preparing to climb the Tower of Ascension were specifically ordered to attend. Once the projection disappeared, Alex struggled to comprehend how powerful the real martial saint must be if a mere projection possessed such overwhelming pressure. Elizabeth soon appeared beside him and explained the purpose of the virtual battleground. It was a simulated battlefield where participants fought monsters under completely realistic conditions. Even pain felt real. Such opportunities were rare and normally available only to elite training camps. More importantly, real combat experience would dramatically improve Alex's swordsmanship. After learning they would depart the following evening, Alex returned to his room. He took a long shower, ate a hearty meal, and went to sleep. Although he had become vastly stronger than before, he was still fundamentally mortal and required food, rest, and recovery. Before falling asleep, he reviewed his cultivation progress. He estimated that only 3 more hours were needed to reach level 8, while level 9 would arrive roughly 13 hours after that. His strength was growing rapidly, but the Tower of Ascension and the challenges waiting beyond it were approaching even faster. Alex slept from 7 in the evening until 4:30 the next morning, giving his body the rest it needed after days of intense cultivation and sword practice. The moment he woke up, he immediately opened the Infinite Cultivation interface and pressed the long-awaited breakthrough button. A powerful surge of energy flooded his body, strengthening both his physical and spiritual capabilities. His cultivation advanced to level 8. His cultivation base rose to 484,000 out of 640,000, and his energy absorption increased to 8 points per second. His attributes also experienced another dramatic leap. His strength and defense both reached 26,500 kilograms. His speed climbed to 55 meters per second, and his spirit attribute doubled to 2,000 kilograms. The increase in mental power was especially noticeable. When Alex extended his divine sense, he discovered that he could now perceive everything within a 20-meter radius around him. The range had doubled compared to before, confirming that his spirit attribute directly enhanced his spiritual perception. Satisfied with his progress, he freshened up and headed directly to the training grounds. The day ahead would be crucial. The family would depart for the central continent that evening, and before then Elizabeth intended to teach him up to level 5 of the basic sword technique, or perhaps even further. When Alex arrived, Elizabeth was already waiting. He instinctively greeted her as his mother, only to be reminded once again that within the training grounds, she was his master. Laughing awkwardly, he corrected himself and addressed her properly. Their playful exchange ended quickly when Elizabeth's expression became serious. The training session was about to begin. She ordered Alex to draw his sword, and then began demonstrating level 3 of the basic sword technique. This level focused on precise cutting angles, blade alignment, and minimizing wasted motion. Every strike followed the most efficient path possible. Thanks to his tremendous mental power, divine sense, and enhanced perception, Alex absorbed every movement in a single viewing. His spirit was already stronger than that of many martial masters, something completely abnormal for someone in the martial warrior realm. After finishing her demonstration, Elizabeth asked whether he needed to see it again. Instead of answering, Alex immediately began performing the technique himself. Not only did he copy the movements perfectly, but he also synchronized levels 1, 2, and 3 into a smooth and unified flow. Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock. She had known her son was talented, but this level of learning speed exceeded all expectations. A deep sense of pride blossomed within her as years of sadness slowly faded away. Encouraged by his success, Elizabeth moved on to level 4. Unlike the previous level, this one focused on timing, positioning, and identifying openings during combat. As she demonstrated, Alex witnessed something astonishing. A massive boar-like monster seemed to materialize before her. He could see her fighting it gracefully, exploiting every weakness and avoiding every attack. It was as if her mastery allowed her to visualize a real opponent while practicing. Recognizing that this level required actual combat experience, Elizabeth became Alex's sparring partner. She heavily suppressed her strength and attacked him directly. Even so, Alex stood no chance. For 10 straight minutes, she struck him repeatedly, while denying him every opportunity to retaliate. Yet she occasionally left tiny openings on purpose. Whenever she did, Alex reacted perfectly, exploiting them without hesitation. The brutal training continued for an entire hour. By the end, Alex's body was covered in bruises, but he had successfully grasped the essence of level 4. Elizabeth praised his progress and declared it was time for breakfast. They ate beside the training grounds, where training was the only acceptable activity as a sign of respect for martial practice. Afterward, they moved on to level 5. This level integrated offense and defense into a single flow. Parries, deflections, blocks, and counterattacks all became one seamless action. During her demonstration, another opponent manifested before Elizabeth. This time it was a massive flame lion. Alex could see every detail of the battle as she calmly fought and eventually slew the beast with a single strike. When it was Alex's turn, Elizabeth once again became his opponent. 3 additional hours passed as she relentlessly drilled the technique into him through combat. The more she taught, the more convinced she became that Alex's talent exceeded even that of her husband, the famous sword prince. She remembered that Alex's father had required a full day to master level 5 at age 12. Alex accomplished the same feat in mere hours. After a short break, Elizabeth introduced level 6. Unlike the previous levels, no imaginary opponent appeared. Instead, the focus shifted entirely to body mechanics. Hip movement, stance, torque, and efficient force generation became the core principles. This level proved significantly harder for Alex. For the first time, he could not learn everything instantly. He had to repeat the movements over and over before finally mastering them after 2 hours. With 6 levels learned, Elizabeth immediately tested him again. She launched another merciless sparring session, forcing Alex to combine everything into practical combat. 3 exhausting hours later, he lay battered and exhausted on the ground. Yet the results were undeniable. Everyone watching now viewed him differently. Many family members who had once doubted him could no longer deny his talent. Not everyone was impressed, however. Urza watched from a distance and coldly dismissed his achievements. Claiming she had already mastered level 8 of the basic dagger technique, she called him a waste. Yet despite her words, jealousy clearly lingered in her eyes. After returning to his room, Alex stepped into a cold shower. As the water soothed his bruises, he activated another breakthrough. Instantly, all exhaustion vanished. His cultivation advanced to level 9. His cultivation base jumped to 650,000 out of 10 million, while his energy absorption reached 9 points per second. His strength and defense climbed to 32,000 kilograms. His speed increased to 60 meters per second, and his spirit attribute exploded to 5,000 kilograms. By the time the breakthrough ended, every injury from the day's training had disappeared completely. Alex emerged stronger than ever, ready for the challenges awaiting him on the central continent. Alex awoke to a knock on his door, still groggy from sleep. For a moment, he thought it was early morning, but Lena's reminder quickly brought him back to reality. The family would be departing in only 1 hour. He had accidentally slept through the entire afternoon after his exhausting training session and breakthrough. Thanking Lena for waking him, Alex hurried to wash up and prepare himself. After getting dressed, Alex chose a simple outfit consisting of a black t-shirt, navy blue jeans, and black shoes. The transformation of his body over the past weeks was now impossible to ignore. The weak and frail teenager who had awakened from a coma was gone. In his place stood a handsome young man with sharp features, a toned physique, and a height of 175 centimeters. His cultivation and training had reshaped him completely. As he stepped outside, Alex realized something important. Since arriving in this new world, he had barely left the Aurelian family estate. Despite possessing advanced technology far beyond anything from his previous life, he had never bothered exploring it. His focus had always been cultivation, survival, and preparing for the Tower of Ascension. Outside, around 12 young family members had already gathered for the journey. Alex recognized only a few of them and quietly stood off to the side. He had no interest in socializing, especially since most of them viewed him unfavorably. Ironically, some of the girls among the younger generation reacted differently now. One female cousin quietly remarked on how handsome Alex had become and suggested talking to him. Before anyone could act, Urza immediately intervened, intervened. She dismissed Alex as nothing more than a pretty face and warned everyone against associating with him. Her words instantly discouraged the others. Alex could only stare at her in confusion. It seemed as though Urza had made it her personal mission to compete with him in everything. Fortunately, he no longer cared much about sibling relationships. The betrayal he had suffered from Kate in his previous life had left a lasting mark on him. One iron rod to the back of the head had been enough to cure many of his illusions about familial affection. Soon afterward, Elizabeth arrived. Alex immediately greeted her with a compliment, telling her she looked beautiful and joking that his own good looks clearly came from her. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and replied that his narcissism was already approaching the level of his missing father, the Sword Prince. Alex grinned, teasing his mother had become one of his favorite hobbies. Despite everything, she remained the closest person to him in this world. Curious about the upcoming journey, Alex asked who would accompany them. Elizabeth explained that besides herself, Alex's third uncle and butler Dominic would also be traveling. She then handed him an advanced wristband and explained its functions. The device served as a second-generation nanocomputer and communicator. After awakening his talent, Alex would be able to connect to the virtual network through it. More impressively, the wristband could transform into any weapon he desired. The generated weapon possessed B-grade quality, powerful enough to kill a martial lord-level monster if wielded properly. Alex immediately recognized how valuable such technology was. Wealthy families truly enjoyed enormous advantages. While ordinary people struggled for resources, powerful families could focus entirely on growth and development. After securing the wristband on his arm, Alex joined the others as his third uncle ordered everyone aboard the airship. The vessel resembled a futuristic jet fighter, though significantly larger and more refined. Once everyone boarded, it launched into the sky with explosive speed. Alex eagerly claimed a window seat. This was his first opportunity to see the world from above. During the journey, he observed the light domain firsthand. Despite its name, it was not literally made of light. Instead, it functioned as a massive barrier separating humanity from the darkness beyond. Within the light domain, life appeared relatively normal. Oceans, islands, cities, and wildlife all existed as they once had. The danger came from outside. At one point, the airship detected a dark storm cloud filled with dangerous lightning. The onboard defense system immediately activated, firing a powerful laser cannon that completely vaporized the threat before it could endanger the passengers. The display reminded Alex that even humanity's safe zones still required constant vigilance. After 3 hours of travel at approximately 5,000 kilometers per hour, the group finally arrived at the central continent. This was the heart of human civilization and the most powerful region in the world. Every emperor family resided there, along with the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. The capital city served as a gathering place for the strongest forces in existence. The Aurelian family itself maintained a 7-star hotel called Hotel Glandale. Their airship landed directly on the rooftop, where managers, guards, and staff were already waiting. As soon as the family emerged, everyone bowed respectfully. After introductions, the group was escorted to their rooms. Alex's room was located directly beside Elizabeth's. Not wanting to waste such an opportunity, Alex immediately asked permission to explore the city. Elizabeth readily agreed. She encouraged him to visit the Aurora Martial Institution, the prestigious academy he would attend after awakening his talent. She even transferred spending money into his account. Knowing that Aurora City was one of the safest locations in the world, Elizabeth had no concerns about letting him explore independently. In fact, she believed it would be good for him after spending 2 years unconscious and then locking himself away to train. Excited, Alex quickly refreshed himself and left the hotel. His original goal was simply to wander the city and perhaps visit the Tower of Ascension itself. He noticed his cousins leaving together but ignored them entirely. He preferred exploring alone. As he wandered through the streets, he overheard a conversation about a famous performer named Hana who would be holding a concert that evening at the cultural hall. Curious, Alex decided to follow the crowd and experience a concert in this new world. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the venue. Unfortunately, trouble found him almost immediately. While approaching the ticket counter, someone grabbed his shoulder and attempted to shove him aside so a young master could buy tickets first. To Alex, however, the push felt like an insect trying to move a mountain. Acting entirely on instinct, he grabbed the man's wrist and lightly pushed back. The result was disastrous. The man was launched through the air and sent flying across the area. The crowd froze in shock. Alex froze as well. Only then did he realize what he had done. With over 32,000 kilograms of strength, even a casual movement was terrifying. Panicking, Alex immediately fled the scene. The last thing he wanted was to create trouble for Elizabeth, especially if the offended party belonged to an emperor family. As he hurried into a flying cab, angry shouts erupted behind him. Someone was already ordering others to pursue him. Alex's heart sank. Despite his immense power, he remained cautious and somewhat timid by nature. Having lost one family and finally found another, he desperately wanted to avoid dragging Elizabeth and the Aurelian family into unnecessary conflict. Unfortunately, it seemed trouble had already begun chasing him. Alex was genuinely panicking as his flying cab sped through Aurora City. At first, fear consumed him. If the people chasing him belonged to an emperor family, he had already decided he would swallow his pride and apologize. After all, he had only recently gained a loving family and did not want to create trouble for Elizabeth. While watching the automated vehicle travel toward the Aurora Martial Institution, Alex noticed another car closely tailing him through the reflective glass. However, by the time the cab stopped before the institution's enormous gates, his mind had cooled down. He carefully carefully reconsidered the situation and came to a simple conclusion. If his pursuers came from an emperor family, he would apologize. If they belonged to a saint family, he would tell them to get lost. And if they ranked below that, then they deserved whatever happened next. Soon, another vehicle arrived behind him. 4 young men stepped out. The lackey he had accidentally thrown earlier was absent, likely receiving medical treatment somewhere. One handsome youth immediately pointed at Alex and demanded an explanation for injuring his subordinate before running away. Remaining calm and polite, Alex asked for the young man's identity. The answer amused him. The youth proudly introduced himself as Ren Windsor, the 3rd young master of the Windsor family, whose ancestor was Monarch Farron Windsor. Instead of feeling intimidated, Alex became completely dumbfounded. The Windsor family was merely a monarch-level family from the eastern continent. Compared to the saint-ranked Aurelian family, their status was significantly lower. The realization instantly erased all of Alex's worries. Without hesitation, he walked forward and slapped all 4 boys unconscious. The entire confrontation ended almost immediately. Alex was more annoyed than angry. He had spent half the evening worrying about offending some terrifying emperor family, only to discover his pursuers came from a family beneath his own standing. Muttering complaints about having his time wasted, he called an ambulance for them and casually walked away. Afterward, Alex tried to explore the Aurora Martial Institution. Through the massive gates, he could see glimpses of magnificent buildings and advanced facilities. Unfortunately, a security guard quickly warned him that the area was restricted. Accepting the rejection, Alex moved on and continued exploring Aurora City. His next destination was the Tower of Ascension. Unfortunately, he encountered another disappointment. A 5-kilometer exclusion zone surrounded the tower, heavily guarded by powerful soldiers. Ordinary visitors were forbidden from approaching. Although he could not see the tower up close, he still spent the evening wandering through the city and observing its culture. The experience taught him an important lesson. This world respected strength and status above all else. Throughout the night, Alex encountered numerous arrogant young masters attempting to throw their weight around. Yet the moment he displayed the insignia of the saint-ranked Aurelian family, their confidence disappeared and they immediately became polite. The contrast was so dramatic that Alex almost found it funny. Eventually, he returned to Hotel Glandale and prepared for sleep. Before resting, his thoughts turned toward the upcoming virtual battlefield training camp. He planned to use the 6 levels of swordsmanship he had already learned, and later convince Elizabeth to teach him the remaining 3 levels of the basic sword technique. Before going to bed, Alex checked his cultivation system. His cultivation base remained at 650,000 out of 10 million, while his energy absorption rate stood at 9 points per second. The numbers reminded him how far he still had to go. To reach the next major realm before entering the Tower of Ascension, he would need another 187 top-grade cosmic crystals and approximately 12 days of cultivation. Since only 13 days remained before the tower trial, time was becoming a serious concern. Without hesitation, Alex contacted Elizabeth and requested another 100 top-grade cosmic crystals. Although she was increasingly puzzled by her son's incredible resource consumption, she trusted him completely and provided the crystals anyway. Alex happily absorbed all of them into the Infinite Cultivation System and resumed passive cultivation before falling asleep. Only 2 hours later, morning arrived. At 7 o'clock, Alex woke up, washed up, and headed downstairs to the hotel restaurant. Most members of the Aurelian family were already eating breakfast. Since Elizabeth and his 3rd uncle were absent, Alex sat alone and placed an order. The order stunned everyone. Alex requested 5 kilograms of grade 1 monster meat. The entire restaurant froze. Grade 1 monster meat contained enormous amounts of energy. Even 10 grams could keep an ordinary person full for 2 days. The amount Alex ordered should have been dangerous for most people. The restaurant manager rushed over in panic and begged him to reconsider. Terrified of potential consequences, the manager even contacted Elizabeth for confirmation. To his astonishment, she calmly approved the request. Once the food arrived, Alex consumed every bit of it. Silence filled the restaurant. Everyone stared in disbelief. Even Urza was shocked. She knew her own body could not withstand that amount of monster meat. Watching Alex casually finish the meal only deepened her jealousy. Shortly afterward, the family departed for the Martial Alliance headquarters, where the virtual training camp would begin. Upon arrival, Alex found himself among more than 5,000 young participants. Every one of them came from powerful backgrounds. Most belonged to saint or emperor families, while some from monarch or king families had received special recommendations. As Alex surveyed the crowd, his eyes suddenly landed on a familiar group, the Moriarty family. The moment their gazes met, cold hostility flashed between them. Alex immediately looked away, refusing to acknowledge them. He no longer considered them important. However, one handsome young man dressed in a white robe reacted very differently. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to surpass the legendary achievements of Alex's missing father, the Sword Prince, and become the greatest talent in the Moriarty family. Before tensions could escalate, a middle-aged representative from the Martial Alliance stepped forward. Without wasting time, he introduced the purpose of the gathering. Everyone would participate in a 5-day virtual training camp using advanced virtual battlefield helmets. The participants would fight monsters for 12 hours every day, earning points based on their performance. The reward for first place immediately captured everyone's attention. The champion would receive the latest generation wristband developed by the Martial Alliance. Unlike ordinary wristbands, this one would specifically assist future ascenders inside the Tower of Ascension. It could even provide support during the tower's infamous mental trials that occurred every 10 floors. The Alliance representative then issued a direct challenge to the thousands of of gathered geniuses. The purpose of the camp was simple. They wanted to identify the greatest young genius among them all. Alex found himself captivated by the Martial Alliance's announcement. The unveiling of the newest generation wristband had stunned not only the 5,000 young participants, but even many of the experienced elders present. Judging by their reactions, this technology was a closely guarded secret that had never been revealed publicly before. As Alex stared at the prize, desire burned in his eyes. Over the past few weeks, he had fully accepted his identity as Alex Moriarty. The lingering separation between his old life and his new one had finally disappeared. Now he had a single, unwavering goal. He wanted to become the strongest existence alive. He never wanted to experience helplessness again. He wanted enough power to protect Elizabeth, restore his family's dignity, and ensure that no one could ever betray or harm the people he cared about. His ambitions stretched even further. Deep within his heart, a dangerous thought had begun taking shape. If he one day reached the absolute peak of existence, perhaps even time and space could be manipulated. If his missing father was dead, Alex would bring him back. If he was still alive somewhere beyond the light domain, trapped in the wilderness filled with dark creatures, Alex would personally tear apart every obstacle and bring him home. The Alliance representative soon addressed the gathering and asked whether they were ready to change both their own destinies and the future of humanity. Before anyone could respond, a young member of a saint family raised a practical concern. He pointed out that some participants were nearly 15 years old, while others had only recently turned 14. The difference in age naturally created a significant power gap. The representative patiently explained that this special training camp would be held 3 times every year at the beginning, middle, and end. Those who failed today would have additional opportunities before entering the Tower of Ascension. The explanation instantly relaxed many participants. What had initially felt like a life-or-death competition now seemed like a valuable learning experience. As the tension disappeared, admiration quickly shifted toward the most famous prodigies in attendance. One of them was Heir Moriarty. Young men and women from various powerful families openly cheered for him. A shy young girl even wished him luck personally. Heir accepted the attention with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to being treated as a star. Soon afterward, Heir approached Urza. Taking her hand politely, he expressed his hope for a good competition, while warning her that he could not afford to hold back because the wristband was extremely important to him. Urza immediately blushed, her face turning bright red as she promised not to surrender easily. Then Heir turned toward Alex. It was obvious he intended to provoke him. Unfortunately for Heir, Alex could not have cared less. Instead of acknowledging him, Alex simply yawned. Without even properly looking at him, he dismissed him as a childish brat and walked away. The entire gathering fell silent. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Heir Moriarty was one of the brightest stars among the younger generation, yet Alex had treated him like an annoying insect. Even more shocking was Heir's reaction. He did nothing. Although rage twisted his expression and blood dripped from his clenched fist, he remained silent. Elizabeth watched the scene with obvious satisfaction. Her son's maturity and confidence filled her with pride. Soon afterward, the Alliance representative distributed the virtual battlefield helmets and instructed everyone to return to their hotels or homes before activating them at exactly 9 o'clock. The devices would only function within Aurora City. As the Aurelian family returned to Hotel Glandale, Alex questioned Elizabeth about the battlefield. She explained that the simulation covered a 1,000-kilometer section of wilderness surrounding the light domain on the eastern continent. The participants would encounter realistic monster populations and would need to decide when to fight and when to retreat. To ensure fairness, everyone would automatically gain night vision while inside the simulation. Alex immediately understood the significance of the challenge. This was not a simple game. It was a realistic combat environment designed to teach survival, strategy, and battle experience. After receiving a brief motivational speech from his third uncle, Alex returned to his room and put on the helmet. The moment he activated it, his consciousness was pulled through what felt like a dark tunnel. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing before the gates of Lian City, a frontier settlement on the eastern continent. Nearly 5,000 participants surrounded him. Beyond the massive city gates stretched the dangerous wilderness. Alex marveled at the realism. He could feel the air against his skin, breathe naturally, and perceive every detail. It felt less like a simulation and more like entering another world entirely. At exactly 9 o'clock, the city gates opened. Most participants rushed out immediately, eager to secure easy points by hunting weaker monsters. Alex remained still. Outside the simulation, countless spectators watched live broadcasts of the event. Many viewers were confused by his behavior. Only after everyone else had departed did Alex finally move. First, he tested his equipment. Focusing on his wristband, he transformed it into a sleek obsidian black sword. Satisfied with the result, he checked the point system. Grade 0 monsters awarded 1 point. Grade 1 monsters ranged from 5 to 20 points depending on strength. Grade 2 monsters awarded 100 points but were considered impossible prey for unawakened participants. Most competitors would naturally hunt Grade 0 creatures. The elite geniuses would target low-level Grade 1 monsters. Alex had different plans. He intended to hunt Grade 1 high-level monsters. They offered better rewards and, more importantly, superior combat experience. The moment he made his decision, he exploded forward. His speed shocked everyone watching. Numerous high-ranking observers immediately demanded a dedicated screen focused entirely on Alex. Activating his divine sense, which now covered a 50-meter radius thanks to his powerful spirit attribute, he ignored the outer hunting zones and charged deeper into dangerous territory. Before long, a massive saber-toothed tiger lunged toward him. It was a grade 1 mid-level monster. Most participants would have panicked. Alex smiled. The creature was not even his intended target, but it would serve as an excellent warm-up. A manic grin spread across his face as he raised his black sword and invited the beast to dance. At that moment, it became painfully obvious to everyone watching. Behind Alex's normally calm personality lurked someone who genuinely loved battle. Someone who might just be a complete combat junkie. Alex's first battle inside the virtual battlefield immediately proved why he had attracted so much attention. A grade 1 mid-tier saber-toothed tiger, a monster comparable to a level 4 to 6 martial warrior, charged at him with terrifying momentum. Such creatures were powerful enough to make ordinary warriors hesitate. Alex, however, felt only excitement. The moment the beast entered range, his obsidian black sword flashed through the air in a clean, controlled arc. There was no prolonged struggle and no dramatic exchange of blows. The tiger's head separated from its body instantly. The corpse continued running several more steps before collapsing, while a crimson spray painted the air behind it. Alex calmly glanced at his wristband and noted the 15 points he had earned before continuing deeper into the battlefield. 10 minutes later, he entered the ruins of an abandoned district. Cracked roads, leaning towers, rusted steel, and thick vines created a haunting landscape. There he encountered a crimson-maned lion standing atop a ruined structure. Red flames flickered through its mane, and when it leaped toward him, even the air seemed to tremble. This was a grade 1 high-tier beast. In the Alliance monitoring hall, many experts immediately focused on Alex's screen. The lion struck with enough force to crush boulders, slamming its massive paw against Alex's sword. Sparks exploded everywhere, yet Alex barely moved. His boots carved shallow grooves into the earth, but his stance remained perfectly stable. Then he attacked. With a single slash, he split the lion from shoulder to hip. The beast died instantly, its body opening apart as if sliced through by an invisible force. Another 20 points appeared on his counter. Not long afterward, a shadow panther targeted him. The monster specialized in stealth and assassination, famous for killing martial warriors before they even realized danger was near. The beast vanished into darkness, attempting to ambush him. Alex simply closed his eyes. Using his 50-meter divine sense, he detected subtle disturbances in the environment. The moment he located the panther, his sword moved before the beast could strike. One leg was severed instantly. When the wounded monster attempted to retreat into the shadows, Alex appeared before it and calmly drove his blade through its skull. 3 monsters had fallen, 1 mid-tier and 2 high-tier grade, 1 beasts, 55 points. His performance immediately shook the Alliance observers. One martial monarch slammed his hand against a table and demanded to know who this young monster was. When officials revealed that Alex was the son of Noah Moriarty, the legendary sword prince, understanding spread through the room. His frightening talent suddenly seemed far less surprising. Meanwhile, Elizabeth received a call from Alliance Council member Leonard Morse. The elderly expert excitedly informed her that her son had already slaughtered 2 grade 1 high-tier beasts and a mid-tier beast in less than 20 minutes. Pride filled Elizabeth's heart as she listened. Alex continued his hunt without pause. By the end of the first day, he had killed 59 monsters. 23 were mid-tier beasts, while 36 were high-tier beasts. His score reached an astonishing 1,065 points. Second place wasn't even close. Cale Moriarty, who occupied the runner-up position, had only 87 points. Furious and humiliated, Cale accused Alex of cheating. He simply could not believe someone could earn more than 10 times his score. The Moriarty elders remained silent, unwilling to admit what the rankings clearly demonstrated. Urza suffered a similar blow. She ranked 5th overall, and finally realized the enormous gap separating her from Alex. The boy she constantly mocked now stood far above her. That night, after devouring several plates of spirit beast steak, Alex joined Elizabeth in the hotel's private training room. There, he demonstrated the first 6 levels of the basic sword art. Constant combat throughout the day had allowed him to completely integrate the forms into real battle. Satisfied, Elizabeth taught him the 7th form. This level focused on deception, subtle movements, disguising killing intent, and creating openings through misdirection. Alex practiced relentlessly for 5 hours before finally sleeping. The following days became a blur of slaughter and improvement. On the second day, Alex killed 100 grade 1 beasts and pushed his total score to 3,213 points. That night, Elizabeth taught him the 8th form, which emphasized adaptation, unpredictable reactions, broken rhythms, and instinctive responses against multiple attackers. By the 3rd day, Alex had accumulated 200 kills. The Alliance's attention was now completely focused on him. He was no longer simply powerful. He represented unprecedented potential. That night, Elizabeth revealed the 9th and final form of the basic sword art. This level embodied complete unity between sword and body. The weapon ceased being an external tool and became an extension of the swordsman himself. She also explained that mastering this path could eventually lead to sword intent, a legendary achievement usually reserved for true martial artists. On the fourth day, Alex hunted only grade 1 high-tier monsters. By the fifth day, his score had reached 9,999 points. However, Alex was no longer interested in points. He had ventured beyond the safe hunting zones and entered the true wilderness. There, he encountered a terrifying grade 2 low-tier steel-horned dragon rhino. The massive beast, stretched 10 meters long, possessed armor capable of resisting siege cannons, and wielded strength far beyond his own. The Alliance elders immediately panicked and ordered him to retreat. He ignored them. The monster charged like a living natural disaster. Despite being at least twice as powerful as Alex, the young swordsman remained calm. As the rhino approached, something changed within him. His mind entered absolute stillness. In that state, he perceived weaknesses invisible to ordinary eyes. He saw the gaps between armor plates, the flow of energy, and every vulnerable point. Then he swung. For a brief moment, silence consumed the battlefield. A thin black line appeared across the rhino's body. The gigantic beast continued forward for 2 steps before splitting cleanly in half. Blood, dust, and shattered stone exploded across the highway. The entire Alliance rose to its feet. Every expert recognized what had happened. Alex had awakened sword intent, not after becoming a martial artist, not after entering the tower. Before either of those milestones, history had been created. Watching from the hotel, Elizabeth broke down in tears of pride. Her son had exceeded every expectation. Standing alone amid the ruins, Alex smiled in satisfaction. The wristband prize was already his. More importantly, he had discovered the power of sword intent. Now, only one thing remained. He needed to wait for his 15th birthday and officially begin his journey into the Tower of Ascension. Alex emerged from the virtual battlefield, still riding the excitement of his historic achievement. As he removed the helmet, he found Elizabeth waiting beside him. Her gentle smile and proud eyes told him everything before she even spoke. She had watched the entire event unfold and knew exactly what he had accomplished. Unable to contain his excitement, Alex immediately told her about awakening sword intent. Even now, the memory of that final strike against the steel-horned dragon rhino made his blood race. Elizabeth listened calmly, but her satisfaction was obvious. She informed him that he had created history. No one had awakened sword intent before even becoming a true martial artist. When she asked what reward he wanted, Alex surprised her with a simple request. He wanted access to a private strength measuring machine. Ever since awakening sword intent, he had felt a dramatic increase in power and wanted to understand exactly how much stronger he had become. Elizabeth agreed and promised to arrange it the following day. Following her advice, Alex took a shower, ate a proper meal, and went to sleep. For the first time in a long while, he rested deeply and peacefully. The next morning, Alex woke up unusually early. Today was special. He would officially receive the Alliance's ultimate prize, the revolutionary wristband awarded only to the champion of the virtual battlefield competition. Filled with anticipation, he headed toward the restaurant. The sight that greeted him left him speechless. The entire restaurant had been transformed into what looked like a celebration hall. Decorative banners hung from the walls, the furniture gleamed, and every staff member stood in orderly formation. The moment Alex entered, everyone bowed simultaneously and congratulated him on his victory. Even the restaurant manager participated. Several younger members of the Aurelian family stepped forward and sincerely apologized for how they had treated him in the past. These were the same relatives who had once ignored or avoided him when he was considered a burden. Alex listened calmly. Deep down, he understood that admiration based solely on success could disappear just as quickly as it appeared. However, he chose not to create conflict and graciously accepted their apologies. His third uncle also approached and apologized for failing to protect or support him properly. He even asked Alex not to hold Urza's actions against her. Alex responded politely, dismissing the matter as childish behavior from someone still learning about the world. His uncle maintained a smile, although Alex noticed a slight twitch in the man's expression. Watching from the side, Elizabeth felt overwhelming pride. Everything Alex was receiving today had been earned through his own strength. After breakfast, Elizabeth escorted him to the Alliance headquarters. Unlike their previous visit, they were welcomed personally by a high-ranking officer and escorted deep into the facility. When Alex entered the central chamber, he nearly lost his composure. Standing before him were the 12 senators. These individuals were the strongest saints in humanity and the pillars supporting civilization itself. Alex had studied them before, making their presence even more overwhelming. Both he and Elizabeth offered respectful greetings. One of the senators stepped forward and personally awarded him the championship prize. The black wristband felt surprisingly light in Alex's hands, yet he knew it represented technology beyond anything he had ever imagined. The inventor, Tenzin, then explained its functions. The device was called the Omni-Weave Armament. Its first function allowed it to transform into virtually any weapon. Demonstrating this, Tenzin converted the wristband into a sleek, curved blade. He explained that, with sufficient force behind it, the weapon could even kill a martial monarch-level beast. Next came its armor function. The weapon melted and wrapped around Tenzin's body, becoming a flexible yet powerful full-body suit capable of surviving attacks from martial kings. The third function was measurement. The wristband could accurately analyze strength, speed, impact force, and numerous other physical metrics. Finally, it possessed an advanced artificial intelligence assistant and could even transform into a transport vehicle. To demonstrate, it briefly became a compact hover car before returning to bracelet form. Alex was thoroughly stunned. This reward exceeded every expectation. After thanking both Tenzin and the senators, he returned to the hotel with Elizabeth. Over the next 7 days, Alex isolated himself completely. He barely left his room, dedicating every waking moment to cultivation and sword practice. More specifically, he focused on refining sword intent. Every day felt like pushing his mind toward its limits, yet the rewards were immense. His strikes became cleaner, sharper, and more powerful. Finally, on the 7th night, his cultivation reached a critical point. His system panel displayed 10 million cultivation points, the exact requirement for a major breakthrough. Without hesitation, Alex initiated the process. Energy exploded throughout his body. His muscles, bones, skin, and spirit all transformed simultaneously. The pressure intensified until a violent wave of power erupted throughout the room. Even the Omni-Weave armament reacted, glowing brightly in response. When the transformation ended, Alex checked his status. He had officially reached cultivation level 10. The results were staggering. His strength and defense had jumped to 320 tons. His spirit reached 50 tons. His speed increased to 100 meters per second. Most importantly, his combat power now rivaled a level 6 martial master. Alex could barely believe the numbers. A single breakthrough had increased his power almost tenfold. A casual punch created a visible shockwave in the air. Yet instead of celebrating, he immediately returned to practicing sword intent. He understood that mastery of intent could multiply his already terrifying power several times over. During one training break, his Omni-Weave armament displayed an important news notification. Urza Aurelian had successfully reached the 60th stair of the Tower of Ascension. As a reward, she awakened an A-rank cultivation talent and an A-rank healing bloodline. The entire family was celebrating her success. Alex smiled after reading the report. Despite her previous hostility, he genuinely felt happy for her. An A-rank healer was an extraordinary treasure, and her future would undoubtedly be bright. Closing the notification, Alex tightened his grip on his sword. His own tower challenge was approaching rapidly. More than anything, he wanted to discover how many stairs he could climb. The answer would determine the future of his journey. Alex opened his eyes at dawn with his heart racing. The day he had been waiting for since arriving in this world had finally come. Today, he would challenge the Tower of Ascension. After washing up and getting dressed, he headed downstairs to the reception area. Elizabeth was already waiting for him, alongside his third uncle, Butler, Dominic, and 5 Alliance officials dressed in formal uniforms. One of the officials stepped forward and introduced their group, explaining that they had been sent to escort Alex to the tower. The group boarded a flying ship and began their journey. Like every other challenger, Alex skipped breakfast. The Alliance recommended special energy potions instead, each capable of sustaining a person for 2 or 3 days. While most challengers drank 1 or 2 bottles, Alex intended to drink 10. During the flight, Elizabeth gave him one final explanation about the Tower of Ascension. The tower contained 100 stairs, with each range representing a different cultivation talent rank. Reaching 10 stairs granted F-rank talent, 20 granted E-rank, 30 granted D-rank, and the rankings continued upward, all the way to SSS rank at 90 stairs. Anything beyond 91 remained unknown. She then explained the even more valuable reward, bloodline talents. Every 10th stair offered a bloodline awakening, ranging from elemental powers and physical enhancements to spiritual abilities and rarer gifts. However, there was an important rule. If someone climbed past a milestone stair but failed to reach the next one, they would receive no bloodline reward at all. A challenger who passed the 10th stair but failed before reaching the 20th would lose the opportunity entirely. Elizabeth warned Alex to be careful and never push beyond a milestone unless he was confident. Alex assured her that he understood. One of the Alliance escorts then mentioned that many people hoped Alex could surpass the achievements of his father. Alex simply replied that he would do his best. When they arrived near the tower, they found large crowds gathered outside. Since many people shared the same birthday, numerous 15-year-olds had arrived to take the trial. Before Alex could even process the scene, reporters rushed toward him with cameras flashing. Confused, Alex thought cameras were forbidden near the tower. An Alliance member quickly explained that a special exception had been made. Only the entrance would be broadcasted, not the actual trial. When reporters asked for comments and predictions, Alex gave a simple answer. There is no benefit in talking. The results will speak for themselves. He then requested his energy potions. Gasps immediately spread through the crowd when he asked for 10 bottles. Even so, the Alliance officials handed them over without hesitation. Alex drank all 10 in one go, and a warm surge of energy spread throughout his body. Before he entered, Elizabeth gave him a final hug and reminded him that only 15-year-olds could cross the barrier. Alex promised he would be fine, then walked toward the shimmering boundary surrounding the tower. As he entered, many eyes followed him. Kale Moriarty watched through a live broadcast with a dark expression. He knew that if Alex performed too well, the Moriarty clan's attitude toward him could completely change. Meanwhile, Anna watched with irritation, dismissing Alex's display of drinking 10 potions as nothing more than showing off. Inside the barrier, reality shifted. Alex felt as though he had passed through a curtain made of silver light. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing before a colossal staircase that stretched endlessly into the sky. Around him stood dozens of other challengers, many staring nervously at the towering structure. Without hesitation, Alex stepped onto the first stair. A crushing pressure immediately descended upon him, attacking both body and mind, yet he barely reacted. He calmly climbed the second stair, then the third, and continued upward with ease. By the time he reached the 9th stair, spectators around him were already confused. He looked completely unaffected. At the 10th stair, a pale light surrounded him and dragged his consciousness into a white mental arena. A calm voice asked whether he wished to continue. Alex accepted. A grade 1 horned wolf appeared and charged at him. Alex casually snapped his fingers. The beast instantly disintegrated into dust. The arena vanished, and he returned to the staircase on the 11th stair. Ignoring the shocked whispers around him, he continued climbing. At the 20th stair, he entered another arena and effortlessly destroyed 2 peak low-level grade 1 beasts. At the 30th stair, he eliminated a mid-level grade 1 beast almost instantly. At the 40th stair, another stronger beast appeared. It fell just as quickly. At the 50th stair, 2 beasts challenged him. They survived only 3 breaths. At the 60th stair, 10 mid-level grade 1 beasts appeared simultaneously. For ordinary challengers, such a battle would have been overwhelming. Alex cut through them with ease. When he stepped onto the 61st stair, everything changed. The pressure multiplied dramatically. His bones vibrated, and for the first time, he felt genuine resistance. Yet his powerful spirit energy pushed back against the burden, allowing him to continue steadily upward. 62, 65, 67, 70, 75. The challengers below could only stare in disbelief as Alex calmly climbed toward SS rank territory. Eventually, he reached the 80th stair. Another mental arena appeared. This time, 200 mid-grade beasts surrounded him. Alex activated his wristband, transforming it into a glowing sword. Then he moved. His blade flashed repeatedly, carving through the horde like flowing water. One beast after another shattered beneath his attacks until none remained. Returning to reality, Alex continued climbing. 81, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. Silence spread among the challengers. Many had never even heard of someone reaching this height, let alone witnessing it personally. Alex had already secured an SSS rank cultivation talent. Now only one question remained. Could he surpass the 90th stair and obtain the mysterious Supreme Bloodline talent? Alex stepped onto the 90th stair. The arena appeared once again, but this time, something completely unexpected was waiting for him. Alex found himself standing inside the arena of the 90th stair, but this time, the challenge was completely different. Instead of facing monsters, he appeared in the middle of a battlefield. A human opponent stood before him. The man wore a black battle suit and carried a pitch-black sword. His blood-red eyes locked onto Alex as he immediately declared that Alex had killed his comrades and that he would take revenge. Without another word, the man shot forward like a bullet train. Rather than attacking immediately, Alex activated his defensive technique. He wanted to gauge the strength of his opponent first. After exchanging blows, he quickly realized that the man's power had already reached the peak of the martial warrior realm. For an unawakened person, possessing such strength should have been impossible. That realization made Alex understand why nobody had ever managed to surpass this stage before. Still, he believed the tower was fair. Since it contained 100 stairs, there had to be a path to clear every one of them. After measuring the man's strength, Alex lost interest in prolonging the battle. One slash was all it took. The warrior died instantly. Alex had already secured an SSS rank cultivation talent and an SSS rank bloodline talent, but that wasn't enough for him. He wanted to go further and create history. A voice echoed through his mind. It informed him that he had completed the SSS trial and asked whether he wished to continue. Alex answered without hesitation. The tower then revealed the rules of the final stages. From the 91st stair onward, every stair required a battle. Reaching the 95th stair would grant a mythical grade cultivation talent while keeping the SSS rank bloodline talent. Winning the battle on the 95th stair would upgrade the bloodline talent. From that point onward, every new stair would provide an even higher grade cultivation talent and bloodline talent. If Alex managed to win the battle on the 100th stair, he would keep every reward gained from the 95th through the 100th stair. For a moment, Alex's mind went blank. The rewards being offered were beyond anything he had imagined. Then excitement surged through him. His eyes burned with battle intent as he accepted the challenge. When he returned to his physical body and stepped onto the 91st stair, a terrifying pressure crashed down on both his body and mind. It felt like carrying a 50-ton boulder. The pressure had already reached the level of martial masters, yet Alex walked through it without difficulty. The challengers behind him couldn't do the same. They stood frozen in place, watching history unfold. Then the tower made an announcement. Congratulations to Alex Moriarty, the first ever human of Earth to reach the 91st stair. The entire light domain heard it. Across the world, people froze in shock. Many thought it was some kind of joke. Others immediately recognized the name. Alex was already famous after winning the Alliance competition, and now he was doing the impossible. Reporters exploded with excitement, realizing they were witnessing a once-in-history event. Elizabeth stood motionless as tears streamed down her face. Her son had truly done what he promised. Then another shocking event occurred. 10 enormous auras appeared in the sky. 10 Emperor-level figures descended and silently observed the tower. Everyone present immediately knelt, including Elizabeth. Standing before an emperor without kneeling simply wasn't done. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Alex had already defeated 5 warriors in the mental battlefield and advanced to the 92nd stair. Another announcement followed, then another, and another. The entire world listened as the tower repeatedly declared Alex's achievements. He became the first human ever to reach the 93rd stair, then the 94th, then the 95th. More emperors gathered around the tower as the announcements continued. They simply watched in silence while the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At the 95th stair, Alex knew the real challenge had begun. This time he appeared inside a chaotic forest. A man dressed in black stood before him with a calm smile. The stranger informed Alex that defeating him would create cosmic history. Alex respectfully bowed and asked for guidance before drawing his sword. The battle exploded instantly. Their first clash sounded like two titans colliding. Alex quickly realized this opponent possessed more than 200 tons of strength. More importantly, his swordsmanship was extraordinarily refined. Every time Alex attacked, a strange rebounding force damaged him while leaving the man completely unharmed. Instead of becoming frustrated, Alex grew excited. He increased his power and attacked repeatedly, but the man effortlessly deflected every strike. The battle continued. 10 exchanges, 15 exchanges, 20 exchanges. Then the man's expression suddenly changed. He finally realized what Alex was doing. Alex had been stealing his sword technique during the fight. While battling, he had been analyzing, learning, and reproducing every movement. When Alex felt he had learned enough, he thanked the man for his guidance and declared the battle over. The man angrily charged forward one last time. Alex simply smiled. Then he swung his sword. A blade of power cut through the space between them. The man was sliced cleanly in half from 10 meters away. As he died, he finally understood what had happened. Alex had not only mastered his technique during the battle, but had also combined it with sword intent. Even in death, the man could only think of one thing. Alex was a monster. Returning to his physical body once more, Alex began climbing toward the 96th stair. The pressure now felt like an entire mountain pressing down on him. Still, he continued forward. Then a new announcement shook existence itself. Congratulations to Alex Moriarty, the first ever human of the universe to reach the 96th stair. Silence swept across the entire light domain. The announcement that Alex Moriarty had become the first human in the universe to reach the 96th stair left everyone stunned. More importantly, it revealed a truth humanity had long suspected but never wanted confirmed. Earth was not alone. The Tower of Ascension, Cultivation, and Dark Energy had already hinted at other civilizations, but now the tower itself had acknowledged the existence of humans elsewhere in the universe. Before anyone could process the revelation, a sonic boom shook the sky. A man wearing a flowing black trench coat appeared above the tower. His long black hair drifted in the wind, and his presence instantly drew everyone's attention. Then something even more shocking happened. The emperors gathered around the tower bowed together. "We greet the vice president." The newcomer was the vice president of the Alliance, the second most powerful human on Earth. Even he had personally arrived to witness Alex's climb. His appearance immediately stabilized the atmosphere. No emperor would dare act recklessly while he was present. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Alex stood on the 96th stair. The battlefield resembled a barren, rocky wasteland beneath a twilight sky, but Alex paid little attention to the scenery. Instead, he focused on analyzing the sword technique he had learned on the previous stair. The technique, known for returning an opponent's force against them, was especially effective against stronger enemies. Soon, his next opponent appeared. This warrior wielded a massive broadsword and possessed tremendous physical power. Alex attacked immediately to test his limits. After several exchanges, he estimated the man's strength at roughly 250 tons, stronger than the previous opponent as expected. Rather than using rebounding edge right away, Alex followed his usual approach. He observed, analyzed, and learned. The warrior's sword style focused entirely on speed. Every swing generated sonic booms as the broadsword moved with overwhelming quickness. Although Alex's body could not physically match the blade's speed, his spirit master abilities gave him a massive advantage. His spirit sense expanded across a 500-meter radius, allowing him to perceive every movement in extraordinary detail. What looked like a blur to others became perfectly readable in his mind. For an entire hour, the battle continued. Alex suffered only minor wounds while continuously studying the technique. Eventually, he mastered it. Then he used the same technique himself, combining it with sword intent. The results were immediate. His attack speed tripled. With a single strike, he killed the broadsword user. The opponent froze mid-attack before a clean cut appeared across his neck. Moments later, his body turned to dust. The tower immediately announced another achievement. Alex had become the first human in the universe to reach the 97th stair. This time, the reaction across the world was completely different. Shock had transformed into celebration. People now understood they were witnessing a living legend. The climb continued. The 97th stair featured a katana user whose swordsmanship revolved around perfect precision. Every strike targeted the smallest openings. Alex spent another hour understanding the technique before concentrating his sword intent into an incredibly sharp point. One flawless thrust ended the battle. The tower announced his arrival on the 98th stair. There, he encountered a dual-sword warrior whose specialty was deception, feints, and misdirection. To counter it, Alex created a mental domain that allowed him to predict and track every possible movement. Once he understood the technique, he turned it against its creator and claimed victory with a decisive strike. Soon afterward, another announcement echoed throughout existence. Alex had become the first human in the universe to reach the 99th stair. At this stage, he mastered yet another sword technique. This one multiplied attack power fivefold but left the user completely vulnerable afterward. It was a dangerous move suitable only for desperate situations. After defeating that opponent following a lengthy 3-hour battle, Alex finally reached the ultimate destination, the 100th stair. At that moment, the tower delivered another unprecedented announcement. Alex Moriarty had become the first existence in the entire universe to reach the 100th stair. The wording itself changed. No longer human. Existence. Even the vice president, Arthur, showed visible interest. Alex had achieved something no being in the universe had ever accomplished before. The final battlefield appeared as a perfect white crystalline arena. Then 9 figures materialized. They were all the opponents from the 91st through the 99th stairs, but stronger and more refined than before. The final battle began. Alex didn't rely on raw strength. Instead, he combined everything he had learned. Rebounding edge redirected attacks. Swift edge overwhelmed opponents with speed. Precision strikes exploited weaknesses. Feints created openings. For 3 grueling hours, Alex fought non-stop. With every exchange, he refined the stolen techniques and fused them together into a single sword art that belonged solely to him. One after another, the 9 warriors fell. Eventually, only the first warrior remained. Alex met his final charge with the culmination of every technique he had learned. A swift, precise, deceptive strike, amplified by rebounding force, shattered the last opponent. Instantly, a pillar of pure white light erupted from the Tower of Ascension and pierced the heavens. A feat never before achieved had finally been completed. The tower announced that Alex Moriarty had become the first existence ever to conquer the Tower of Ascension. Then it revealed his rewards. Because he was the first existence to reach this level, all rewards were upgraded to the highest possible grade. 5 rewards appeared before him. An eternal grade constitution, primordial chaos physique, an eternal grade bloodline, existential nullity, an eternal grade eye of revelation, an eternal grade cultivation talent, and an eternal grade sword talent. Alex stood frozen as he listened. He had no idea what any of them truly meant, but the names alone were enough to tell him that they belonged to a level far beyond anything he had ever imagined. A prompt soon appeared before him. Do you wish to merge these rewards? At first, Alex considered waiting until he left the tower, but after a moment, he shook his head. What if something went wrong after leaving? He wanted to verify everything immediately, so he chose to merge them. The moment he accepted, unimaginable agony exploded throughout his entire body. His muscles tore apart. His bones felt crushed and reforged. His eyes burned as though molten stars had been poured directly into them. Even his brain felt like it was about to explode. Alex screamed and cursed the tower repeatedly, furious that it had never warned him about the pain. The suffering was so overwhelming that he desperately wanted to pass out, but the pain itself kept him conscious. Time lost all meaning. Eventually, his mind finally reached its limit, and he fainted. Outside the tower, confusion was spreading rapidly. Reporters, spectators, and viewers around the world waited for Alex to emerge, but he never appeared. Even the other challengers inside the tower could no longer see him. At that moment, Alex was still lying on the staircase itself, undergoing a transformation far beyond ordinary evolution. His body grew taller. His skin became smooth and white like jade. His silver hair lengthened and seemed slightly detached from reality itself. His already impressive physique became perfectly balanced. His genes transcended their previous limits. His soul underwent purification. Even his eyes transformed into an abyssal silver-gray color that resembled empty space itself. His entire existence began aligning with something beyond the universe. When the transformation finally ended, Alex felt completely different. He felt calmer, sharper, more mature. It was as if he viewed reality from an entirely new perspective. If the most attractive beings from every race could be rated at 95 points, Alex now exceeded 120. It wasn't simply because he was handsome. He felt distant, untouchable, and almost unreal. Slowly opening his eyes, he tried to understand what had happened. Since the tower never explained its rewards, he checked his system panel instead. The results shocked him. His cultivation talent had become eternal grade. His energy absorption rate had jumped from 90 per second to 3 million per second. His strength and defense had both reached 1,000 tons. His speed had doubled to 200 meters per second. His spirit attribute had risen to 150 tons. Alex could barely believe it. With this cultivation speed, he estimated that future breakthroughs could happen almost every minute. Then he noticed 2 brand new options on his panel. Physique, bloodline. He opened physique first. The description was surprisingly simple. Primordial chaos physique allowed him to wield every element in the universe. His heartbeat immediately accelerated. Next, he opened the bloodline section. Existential nullity. The description stated that everything would become null in his presence. Its first passive ability was existence concealment, which hid his fate and karma from any form of observation. The second passive ability was danger sense, allowing him to detect threats from afar. The active ability was even more frightening. It created a domain around him based on his spirit power. Within that domain, enemies would have their talents suppressed. Weaker opponents suffered complete suppression. Those at the same realm lost 75% of their talent effectiveness. Even opponents above his realm could be partially suppressed. Another ability, called analyzing, allowed Alex to study talents down to their foundation. If he fully understood a talent, it would stop functioning inside his domain entirely. Several additional abilities remained locked until much higher realms. Alex stared at the information in disbelief. This wasn't a normal bloodline inherited from a race or mythical creature. It was something fundamental. Fortunately, it didn't alter his personality. Instead of making him stronger directly, it weakened everyone around him. Satisfied with that discovery, Alex decided to leave. He couldn't test the Eye of Revelation or his eternal sword talent yet. The moment he declared his intention to leave, a portal opened. Outside, the entire world was waiting. When the first portal appeared, reporters exploded into action. But the person who emerged wasn't Alex. The unfortunate young challenger immediately sensed the terrifying pressure from the countless emperors gathered above and nearly fainted from fear. An alliance officer quickly ordered him to be taken away. Then a second portal appeared. Unlike normal portals, this one was completely colorless. Even light seemed to avoid it. Everyone instinctively fell silent. A figure slowly stepped through. The moment people saw him, they forgot how to breathe. What emerged looked less like a human and more like a divine being. His silver hair floated gently without reacting to the wind. His entire body appeared slightly blurred, as though reality itself struggled to properly define him. Alex now stood at roughly 180 centimeters tall. The effect was so overwhelming that 2 female reporters fainted on the spot. Arthur immediately snapped his fingers. Every camera shut down. He calmly stated that normal humans should not look at something like this for too long. Alex sighed softly. Then he smiled. Curious, he activated the Eye of Revelation on Arthur. Instantly, information appeared before him. Arthur Cromwell, Emperor Level 9, SS Grade Cultivation Talent, Dragon Transformation Bloodline Talent. Alex's eyes widened. The Eye of Revelation could reveal another person's profile. For someone who understood the value of information, this discovery was incredible. Knowing himself and knowing his enemies would become one of his greatest advantages moving forward. After conquering the Tower of Ascension and returning to the outside world, Alex immediately walked toward Elizabeth with a smile. "Mom, I did it. Now will you cook me my favorite foods?" Elizabeth pulled him into a tight embrace. Tears streamed down her face as she promised to cook everything he wanted. Alex gently wiped away her tears and promised that he would never let her cry again. No one interrupted the moment, not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare. Every emperor present was staring at Alex with undisguised interest. After witnessing his achievements, they all wanted him to join their faction. If he continued growing at this pace, surpassing everyone on the planet was only a matter of time. Arthur finally stepped forward and ordered all reporters to leave. No one dared object. Thousands of reporters reluctantly withdrew from the area, and once they were gone, the gathered emperors descended from the sky alongside Arthur. Alex already understood why they were here. Arthur smiled and asked the obvious question. Which faction did he want to join? Before Alex could answer, Alexander Moriarty, the ancestor of the Moriarty family, immediately spoke up. He insisted that Alex was still part of their bloodline and should naturally return to the family. Arthur quickly reminded him of reality. The Moriarty family had expelled Alex and Elizabeth a year earlier, humiliating them in the process. Because of that decision, Alexander no longer had the right to claim Alex as his heir. Still, Alexander desperately tried to persuade him. He promised that Alex would become the sole heir of the family, gain unlimited resources, and even have Elizabeth appointed as the family patriarch. For perhaps the first time, the dignity and pride of an emperor were nowhere to be seen. Alex carefully considered the offer, but he remembered everything. If even one person in the Moriarty family had sincerely reached out to help him and his mother during their lowest point, he might have considered returning. No one had, so he calmly refused. Instead, Alex announced that he wanted to join the Alliance headquarters. His reasoning was simple. If he joined any single family, the balance of power across the world would eventually collapse. Arthur was visibly pleased with the answer. However, Alex wasn't finished. Before officially joining, he presented several conditions. No one would be allowed to ask about his powers. Only Arthur and the Alliance president would have authority over him. He wanted 20 square kilometers of land in the capital, protected by high-level security, along with a private villa where he could live with Elizabeth. He also requested a steady supply of resources. Arthur quickly realized that Alex had carefully structured his demands. They secured his independence without openly challenging the authority of the Alliance leadership. After a brief moment of consideration, Arthur accepted every condition. From that moment onward, Alex officially became part of the Alliance. Then Arthur made another announcement. Alex would become the Alliance's first Grade 0 elite. Previously, Grade 1 had been the highest possible rank, receiving treatment comparable to a martial monarch. Now Arthur had created an entirely new classification solely for Alex. Elizabeth was overwhelmed. Her son had become something completely unprecedented. After everything settled down, Alex admitted he was exhausted and wanted to return to the hotel. He also asked Elizabeth to bring Lena and Rena so they could live together in their future home. Before leaving, Alex politely thanked all the emperors for attending. He apologized for not joining their factions and promised to invite them all to a celebration party after moving into his new residence. The gesture immediately improved their mood. Even those disappointed by his decision appreciated the respect he showed them. Only Alexander Moriarty left with a cold expression. Arthur, meanwhile, found himself increasingly impressed by Alex's maturity and political awareness. Back at the hotel, Alex enjoyed a large meal, took a warm shower, and prepared to rest. But first, he wanted to test something. He activated cultivation without using cosmic crystals. Instantly, a massive energy whirlpool formed around him. For 5 straight minutes, every trace of energy within a 1.5-kilometer radius was sucked into his body. People throughout the area became confused as they felt the surrounding energy suddenly thin out. Elizabeth sensed it immediately and was stunned by the scale of what her son had done. When Alex checked his system panel, he was shocked as well. His cultivation base had jumped from 20 million to over 900 million extra energy units in only 5 minutes. The eternal cultivation talent was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Realizing he had more than enough energy, Alex immediately began breaking through. His cultivation surged to level 11. His strength and defense climbed to 1,350 tons. His speed reached 250 meters per second. His spirit attribute rose to 200 tons. But Alex didn't stop there. He continued breaking through repeatedly. One level, then another, and another. By the time he finished, he had advanced 5 additional levels in rapid succession. His cultivation reached level 16. His cultivation base stood at 900 million out of 1.28 billion. His energy absorption rate increased to 21 million per second. His strength and defense skyrocketed to 3,850 tons. His speed reached 500 meters per second. His spirit attribute climbed to 600 tons. Most importantly, his combat power had reached the level of a top martial grandmaster level 1. In only a short period after conquering the tower, Alex had already become strong enough to stand near the peak of an entirely new realm, and his growth showed no signs of slowing down. That night, Alex finally went to sleep, but while he rested peacefully, the entire light domain remained awake. Everyone wanted to learn more about the boy who had become the first existence in history to conquer the Tower of Ascension. Unfortunately for them, the Alliance had already issued strict orders. No one was allowed to disturb Alex or interfere with his life. Across the world, countless geniuses were paying attention. Inside the Valentina Emperor family, a young woman sat watching the recording of Alex's appearance after leaving the tower. His appearance alone had left countless girls and even some female martial artists stunned. However, this particular girl remained calm. Her beauty was not much inferior to Alex's appearance. She simply smiled and looked at the recording. Alex Moriarty, huh? I am looking forward to the day when all the geniuses take their places in the Aurora Martial Institution. We will see who truly leads this generation. With a snap of her fingers, the tablet disappeared from her hand and reappeared on a nearby table. This woman was Selena Valentina, one of the 5 SSS-ranked talents and the holder of a space bloodline. She had awakened only 20 days earlier, and like many top geniuses, her information was now confidential. In fact, 4 of the 10 SSS-ranked talents had appeared recently. Elsewhere, inside the Rosario Saint family, another young genius watched Alex's video. The sharp-featured young man looked at the screen coldly. He simply expressed his anticipation to meet Alex someday before ending the night. Far away on the northern continent, another rising genius was training. Aaron, a young man from Night Vale Village, practiced dagger techniques with astonishing speed despite being only a level 1 martial warrior. His father appeared and corrected his movements. He reminded Aaron that he would soon attend Aurora Martial Institution and that he carried the reputation of their village on his shoulders. Aaron confidently declared that he would become the leader of this generation and that Alex Moriarty would merely become a stepping stone on his path to power. His father approved of his determination and ordered him to continue training. Meanwhile, on the central continent, inside an enormous palace, another extraordinary young woman was reviewing information about Alex. Her beauty surpassed even Selena Valentina's. A maid delivered a stack of documents containing Alex's information and cautiously asked why her mistress insisted on attending Aurora Martial Institution. After all, their hidden family possessed its own academy, one supposedly superior to Aurora Martial Institution itself. The young woman responded with a cold gaze. The terrified maid immediately knelt and begged forgiveness. Outside the room, the girl's father and grandfather listened quietly. One wanted to convince her to stay. The other refused and even cut his son's allowance for trying to interfere with his granddaughter's decision. Though they sounded like an ordinary family, one was an emperor while the other was a saint. Then the strongest ancestor of the clan spoke. He ordered the family to prepare the highest level of protection for the young woman. The family immediately obeyed. This was the Celestis family, one of the hidden families possessing more than 9 emperors. The young woman ended the discussion, took a bath, and prepared to sleep. As she relaxed in the warm water, a single thought crossed her mind. She couldn't understand the strange feeling she had experienced when she saw Alex, and she wanted to know why. The next morning, Alex finally woke up. Because he had been busy cultivating and examining his rewards, he still hadn't looked at his own appearance properly. Standing before a mirror, he froze. The reflection staring back at him was almost unbelievable. His transformation had made him absurdly handsome. After freshening up, he ordered breakfast to his room. Soon afterward, Elizabeth arrived. She informed him that recruitment for Aurora Martial Institution would begin the following day and asked whether he still wanted to attend. Alex immediately agreed. Then Elizabeth informed him that Arthur had asked whether he needed anything. Alex requested an energy supplying machine that could provide constant cultivation energy and asked for it to be installed in their future villa. Elizabeth knew such devices existed and promised to ask Arthur about it. After breakfast, Alex finally decided to test another reward, his eternal sword talent. He headed toward the hotel's training room. What he didn't realize was that the Alliance had completely emptied the hotel for his protection. No guests remained. Only carefully selected staff members stayed behind. More importantly, over 10 martial monarchs were stationed nearby as guards. Alex's importance had already surpassed almost everyone else's in the Alliance. Standing in the center of the training ground, Alex transformed his wristband into a sword and closed his eyes. Then he began practicing the first level of the basic sword technique: slash, chop, thrust. The moment he moved, the air split apart. He wasn't using any real power. He simply swung the sword naturally, yet everything felt completely different. For the first time, it felt as though he had just begun learning the sword. Techniques he once believed were flawless suddenly appeared filled with mistakes. His instincts guided every movement. They told him where to slash, when to thrust, and how to strike. Within minutes, he moved through all 9 forms of the basic sword technique. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next. The technique synchronized naturally. His body moved almost entirely on instinct. Yet despite the improvement, he could still feel imperfections hidden within his movements. As Alex continued practicing, it no longer looked like training. It looked like a dance. Sword in hand, he moved gracefully across the training ground, while countless cuts split the air around him. The sounds of those swings blended together into an almost ethereal melody as he unknowingly stepped closer to a completely new level of swordsmanship. The next day was supposed to be an ordinary day of preparation before the Aurora Martial Institution recruitment test. Instead, Alex accidentally created another spectacle. As he practiced in the hotel's training ground, every martial monarch stationed there suddenly sensed something unusual. One by one, they arrived. The sound of Alex's sword movements had drawn them in. Soon, 10 martial monarchs stood around the training field, silently watching a single young man move. Alex wasn't fighting. He wasn't even consciously training anymore. He was dancing. Every slash, thrust, and swing flowed naturally into the next. His movements were so elegant and harmonious that even the martial monarchs couldn't look away. More surprisingly, some of them felt their own sword comprehension improving simply by watching him move. For 3 straight hours, Alex remained in a trance-like state. He forgot about time. He forgot about cultivation. He forgot about his eternal talents, his bloodline, and even the world around him. The moment he picked up a sword, nothing else existed. Only after his movements finally aligned perfectly with his instincts did he emerge from that state. When he opened his eyes, he nearly jumped in shock. More than 100 powerful figures surrounded him. Many of them even had their eyes closed as they attempted to comprehend something from what they had just witnessed. His instincts immediately screamed danger. Every single person present felt stronger than Elizabeth. Alex was already considering a strategic retreat when an elderly man stepped forward with a friendly smile. The old man assured him that nobody intended to harm him. He introduced himself as the commander of Alex's bodyguards. Alex immediately recognized him, the legendary sword saint, William Silford. William seemed amused that Alex knew him, but Alex pointed out that almost everyone knew the name of such a famous figure. The old sword saint then joked that being recognized by the future ruler of Earth was already a great honor. Alex quickly denied such grand claims and asked why so many guards were necessary. After all, wasn't a saint enough to protect him? William explained that he alone could protect Alex if necessary. The monarchs stationed around him existed for a different purpose. Their job was to prevent trouble from reaching Alex in the first place, so that William would never need to draw his sword. Alex immediately understood. Their conversation was interrupted when William noticed a delivery notification on Alex's wristband. A package from the Alliance market had arrived. Soon, another martial monarch personally delivered the parcel after security checks confirmed it was safe. Alex politely thanked him despite the man's current role as a guard. After leaving with the package, William discussed Alex with the other monarchs. They were impressed. Despite receiving treatment reserved for the most important person on the planet, Alex remained humble and respectful. William could only hope that the boy would eventually become a pillar strong enough to support humanity against the horrors beyond the light domain. Back in his room, Alex opened the package. Inside were 3 flying knives. The sleek black weapons were specially designed for spirit masters. Even before using them, Alex could feel a subtle connection between himself and the knives. He had purchased them with money Elizabeth had given him. Ever since awakening as a spirit master, Alex had wanted 2 things: to fly and to kill enemies from a distance before they ever realized he was there. Flying weapons seemed like the perfect starting point. Before experimenting with the knives, Alex decided to understand the limits of his telekinetic abilities. He scattered 100 different objects throughout the room: books, tools, furniture, stones, anything he could find. Then he expanded his mental energy throughout the entire room. Every object's weight, position, and texture became crystal clear in his mind. Confidently, he attempted to lift all 100 objects at once. Nothing happened. He tried 99. Still nothing. Then 98. Again, complete failure. Gradually, he lowered the number. Finally, when only 10 objects remained, his telekinesis responded. The 10 items slowly floated into the air. Alex immediately understood something important. This wasn't a strength limitation. It was a control limitation. He could easily move a single object weighing thousands of kilograms. But controlling more than 10 separate targets simultaneously was impossible. No amount of raw power seemed capable of changing that. It felt like a fundamental rule governing Spirit Master abilities. Alex decided to ask Arthur about it later. Next, he searched the Alliance database for Spirit Master techniques and flying weapon manuals. The results surprised him. There were no true combat techniques. According to Alliance records, Spirit masters did not rely on fixed skill systems. Instead, they cultivated mental strength, focus, precision, and creativity. Their combat style depended entirely on personal understanding and innovation. In other words, every spirit master had to create their own path. The discovery was frustrating but also exciting. For now, Alex settled on practicing with his new knives. The three weapons floated obediently around him, tracing smooth arcs through the air as he experimented with basic control. After some practice, his thoughts shifted toward tomorrow. The Aurora Martial Institution recruitment test was finally about to begin. Because of Alex and several other newly awakened supreme talents, the institution had moved its recruitment schedule to the middle of the year. The sudden appearance of so many prodigies had forced them to adapt. The first stage would test physical strength and speed. The second would involve direct combat. The requirements alone were enough to eliminate most applicants. Every participant needed at least 2,000 kilograms of strength and a movement speed of 20 meters per second. And even after passing those standards, only 500 candidates would ultimately be accepted out of thousands. Lying on his bed, Alex stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow he would finally enter Aurora Martial Institution and meet the greatest young talents of his generation. A faint smile appeared on his face. He was genuinely looking forward to it. After that, Alex turned his attention to something he had wanted to do for a long time. He wanted to fly. Standing in the center of his room, he connected his mind to the Omniweave armament and imagined it changing shape. The wristband instantly stretched and transformed into a 1-meter-long silver board that looked like a futuristic surfboard. Its smooth metallic surface glowed faintly, almost as if it were alive. Alex stepped onto it carefully and wrapped it with his spirit energy. The board trembled for a moment before slowly rising off the ground. His heart skipped a beat. For a second, he nearly lost his balance and crashed. He quickly adjusted his spirit energy, stabilizing himself until he was standing steadily in midair. Alex froze. This felt completely different from controlling flying knives. Now his entire body was involved. One mistake could send him tumbling to the floor. Slowly, he directed the board forward, then backward, then sideways. At first, every movement was awkward and clumsy, but his control improved rapidly. Within 10 minutes, he was flying freely around the room. A smile appeared on his face. In his previous life, humanity relied on airplanes and machines to fly. In this world, powerful martial artists could eventually defy gravity themselves, but only after reaching the martial lord realm. Alex didn't want to wait that long. As a spirit master, he had found another path. After enjoying the experience for a while, he landed gently and allowed the board to revert back into his wristband. He had already made plans for the future. After the recruitment test, he intended to visit the Alliance Hall and upgrade the Omniweave. Instead of creating a single weapon at a time, he wanted it to generate more than 100 tiny flying blades that could scatter, reform, and function like a swarm of nanobots. The next morning finally arrived. It was recruitment day for the Aurora Martial Institution. After getting ready and having breakfast, Elizabeth asked if she should accompany him. Alex politely declined. He would be fine on his own. As soon as he stepped outside, he activated the Omniweave again. The silver board formed beneath his feet and carried him smoothly into the sky. Inside the restaurant, Elizabeth froze in shock. Outside, the guards, the 10 martial monarchs, and even Sword St. William stared in disbelief. William immediately realized what he was seeing. Alex was a spirit master. Even for someone like William, that revelation was surprising. He quickly reported the information to Arthur. When the vice president received the message, he couldn't help smiling. Alex kept revealing new talents one after another. Arthur simply instructed William to continue protecting him and immediately report any future developments. Meanwhile, Alex flew toward the Aurora Martial Institution. His speed was impressive, though he still occasionally struggled with maintaining perfect balance. When he arrived, thousands of candidates had already gathered in front of the institution's enormous gates. The recruitment test would begin in 1 hour. The crowd buzzed with excitement. One student proudly claimed to possess secret information obtained through an absurd chain of family connections. According to him, 3 or 4 SSS-ranked talents would be participating this year. This recruitment wasn't being held only because of Alex. The revelation excited everyone. Some hoped simply to gain admission. Others dreamed of joining Alex's future team. Because of the dangers outside the light domain, humanity strictly required elite fighters to operate in teams rather than alone. Everyone knew Alex would eventually form one. The real question was who would be strong enough to stand beside him. Hidden among the crowd, another future rival had already arrived. Aaron Nightvale blended perfectly into the shadows as he observed the gathering. Hearing people talk about Alex's future X-ranked team only strengthened his determination. Before Alex could become the leader of this generation, he would have to defeat Aaron first. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. A massive, fire-maned lion appeared near the entrance. Flames danced across its mane as it carried a beautiful young woman on its back. Everyone immediately recognized the beast. It belonged to the Valentina family. Selena Valentina had arrived. Stepping down from the lion, Selena's fiery red hair shimmered under the sunlight. Her expression remained cold and confident as she searched the crowd. She wanted to meet Alex Moriarty. Not long afterward, another famous genius appeared. Ray Rosario arrived quietly, but his reputation ensured he drew attention regardless. Both Selena and Ray had already become famous before awakening, and now their talent information had been sealed, suggesting they possessed extraordinary abilities. Then the atmosphere changed completely. The sky darkened as an enormous Emperor-class vulture airship descended from above. The students immediately exploded into chaos. When the hatch opened, 10 Saint-level guards emerged and formed 2 lines in the sky. Only then did a young woman slowly descend. She wore a purple gown and a veil that concealed her face. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and glowing platforms formed beneath her feet as she walked. Anna Celestis had arrived. Even Selena couldn't resist clicking her tongue at the dramatic entrance. Anna ignored everyone around her and calmly asked whether Alex Moriarty had arrived yet. When informed that he had not, she simply waited. An uncomfortable silence settled over the entire area. Nobody dared speak. Then, 5 minutes later, a sharp sound cut through the sky. Every head turned upward. A silver figure descended from the clouds. Standing atop a floating silver surfboard was Alex. His silver hair drifted in the wind as he remained suspended high above the crowd. He didn't immediately land. Instead, he calmly looked down at the thousands gathered below with his hands behind his back. For a moment, he looked less like a student and more like a celestial being observing the mortal world. At that instant, all 4 SSS rank talents fixed their eyes on him. Below Alex, the plaza had descended into chaos. Thousands of young men and women filled the area, their excited voices blending into a constant roar. Yet Alex remained 20 meters above them, hovering calmly on his silver board. His silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and from below he looked less like a student and more like a divine figure descending from the heavens. The crowd couldn't stop staring. Many wondered whether he was using a special treasure or some unique ability. Others pointed toward him while whispering about the Grade Zero elite of the Alliance. Alex ignored all of it. His eye of revelation was already active. He wasn't interested in the ordinary students. Instead, he focused on the strongest individuals whose gazes stood out from the crowd. The first was a beautiful girl with fiery red hair standing beside a massive fireman lion. The eye of revelation immediately revealed her identity. Selena Valentina, SSS rank cultivation talent, space manipulation bloodline. Her ability allowed her to teleport both living and non-living objects across distances. Alex immediately understood how troublesome such an opponent could be. Next, he looked toward a young man leaning casually against a pillar while holding a simple wooden staff. Ray Rosario, SSS rank cultivation talent, Spear Saint bloodline. His mastery over spears was so complete that the weapon functioned as an extension of his very soul. Then Alex's attention shifted toward a far more intimidating presence. 10 Saint-level guards had formed a protective circle around a single young woman. Standing within that circle was Anna Celestis. She wore a purple gown and veil while carrying herself with effortless grace. The Eye of Revelation revealed another terrifying ability. SSS rank cultivation talent, gravity manipulation bloodline. She could increase gravity by 1,000 times or reverse it entirely. Alex couldn't help being impressed. Space, spear, and gravity. This year's recruits were monsters, but there was still one more gaze. Unlike the others, it wasn't obvious. It felt sharp and hostile, like a needle pressed against the back of his neck. Alex couldn't immediately find its owner, so he closed his eyes and expanded his mental domain. An invisible wave spread through the plaza, mapping every heartbeat and movement. Finally, he found it, a figure hidden unnaturally within another person's shadow. Aaron Nightvale, SSS rank cultivation talent, shadow assimilation bloodline. He could merge with darkness, move 10 times faster within shadows, and create shadow clones. Alex immediately noticed something else. Unlike the others, Aaron's gaze was openly hostile. Aaron himself wasn't pleased by the spectacle unfolding above. The Nightvale clan prided itself on remaining unseen. Watching Alex attract every eye in the city irritated him deeply. He wanted to drag the silver-haired genius down from the sky. Alex sensed that hostility instantly. Then he decided to have a little fun. Without moving a finger, he quietly activated existential nullity. Instead of affecting everyone, he targeted Aaron alone. The result was immediate. Suddenly, Aaron was violently expelled from the shadows and thrown into plain sight. He landed hard on the pavement. The assassin quickly tried to merge back into darkness. Nothing happened. His bloodline ability had vanished completely. Panic flashed across his face. To the crowd, however, the situation looked entirely different. Aaron had emerged from the shadow of a startled noble girl. Instantly, accusations exploded. People began calling him a creep and a pervert. One particularly burly student stepped forward and threatened him. The moment the student attacked, Alex quietly deactivated his bloodline. Aaron immediately felt his abilities return. Before the punch could connect, he vanished and reappeared behind the attacker with a black dagger pressed against his throat. The entire crowd fell silent. The supposed pervert was actually a dangerous assassin. Anna Celestis glanced at Aaron with visible boredom. She questioned why someone from the Nightvale clan would create such a scene. Aaron ignored her completely. Instead, he stared directly at Alex. His eyes were bloodshot with frustration. He openly challenged Alex, accusing him of showing off his spirit master abilities and demanding a proper fight. The crowd gasped. This wasn't some random student. This was Aaron Nightvale, a genius from one of the most feared clans in existence. Alex watched the drama unfold from above. Then he casually sat down on his floating board as though it were an ordinary bench. He pulled out a bright red apple and took a loud bite. The entire plaza stared. Then Alex responded. He said he didn't fight children. Maybe Aaron should go home, drink some milk and Horlicks, grow a little taller, and then come challenge him again. He took another bite of his apple. The dismissal was so casual that Aaron nearly exploded from rage. Before things could escalate further, an overwhelming pressure descended across the plaza. A middle-aged man stepped out from the main balcony of the institution. A scar crossed his face, and his presence alone made the air feel heavy. 5 instructors followed behind him. 3 men, 2 women, all powerful martial artists. The man introduced himself as Harold James, a saint-level martial artist, and the lead proctor for the recruitment examination. His voice wasn't loud, yet everyone felt it vibrate deep inside their chest. Harold immediately shut down the conflict. Aurora Martial Institution wasn't a place for family disputes. Students were there to prove they possessed the ability to survive beyond humanity's protected lands. His gaze swept across the gathering. He examined Selena's lion, Ray's staff, Anna's composed posture. Finally, his eyes settled on Alex. Even under a saint's pressure, Alex continued calmly eating his apple while sitting on his floating board. A faint trace of approval appeared in Harold's eyes. Most students were struggling just to remain standing. Alex hadn't even stopped chewing. With the crowd finally under control, Harold announced the structure of the recruitment examination. There would be 3 stages: talent resonance, combat simulation, and the survival trial. Thousands had arrived to participate, but when everything ended, only 500 students would remain. As the gathering continued, Alex looked toward the instructor overseeing the examination and calmly asked what exactly the talent resonance phase was. The instructor seemed pleased by the question. He explained that talent resonance was simply a preliminary screening stage. Only candidates whose combat ability matched Martial Warrior Level 3 or above would be allowed to proceed. Alex immediately asked how they intended to measure cultivation. The instructor revealed that a Level 3 Martial Warrior possessed at least 4,000 kilograms of physical strength and movement speeds exceeding 40 meters per second. After hearing that, Alex relaxed. The institution wasn't measuring actual cultivation realms or internal energy circulation. Instead, they were measuring combat capability. That suited him perfectly. His cultivation system was completely different from ordinary martial artists. If they had used specialized detection equipment, it might have caused unnecessary complications. Physical performance, however, was something he could easily pass. Then the instructor casually dropped another piece of information. Alex and 4 other individuals wouldn't need to participate in the first phase at all. Alex understood the reasoning immediately and didn't object. Not everyone shared that understanding. A young man from an emperor family named Windsor questioned why the other 4 were receiving the same exemption. The instructor's expression instantly turned cold. He warned Windsor that he had absolutely no authority to interfere with how Aurora Martial Institution conducted its examinations. One more complaint would result in immediate disqualification. The lesson was clear. Within Aurora Martial Institution, family status meant nothing. Only talent mattered. The students quickly fell silent. Soon afterward, the instructor ordered everyone else to enter the evaluation chambers while the 5 special candidates were directed toward the simulation room. As the crowd dispersed, Alex slowly descended from the sky. His silver surfboard dissolved into streams of light before reforming as the Omniweave wristband. The first person to approach him was Ray Rosario. Ray introduced himself with a confident smile and openly stated that he looked forward to fighting Alex. Alex shook his hand and welcomed the challenge. Next came Selena Valentina. Unlike Ray's friendly approach, Selena stepped directly in front of him with her usual pride and confidence. She introduced herself and even revealed her space manipulation bloodline before warning Alex not to lose within seconds when they eventually fought. Alex remained completely unfazed. He calmly replied that he hoped she would actually manage to use that talent during their battle. Of the 4 geniuses gathered there, Ray was the only one who genuinely interested him. Unlike abilities such as gravity, space, or shadows, Ray's Spear Saint bloodline was pure weapon mastery. It wasn't something existential nullity could simply suppress. Ray would be able to fight at full strength. Selena immediately sensed the hidden dismissal behind Alex's calm words. Her attempt to intimidate him had completely failed. Before anyone could continue the conversation, soft footsteps approached. Everyone already knew who it was. Anna Celestis, the mysterious princess of the powerful Celestis family. Long before the apocalypse, the Celestis clan had already possessed legendary martial prowess. After the world's transformation, they rose to become one of humanity's most dominant powers. Anna stopped directly beside Alex. Then she said something nobody expected. She wanted to be his friend. The reaction was immediate. Ray looked stunned. Aaron practically exploded with disbelief. Anna Celestis was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman alive. Countless admirers chased after her. Aaron himself was one of them. As a member of the Nightvale clan, another ancient family that existed before the apocalypse, he had interacted with the Celestis family many times. Yet Anna had barely acknowledged his existence. Now she was directly asking Alex for friendship. Aaron could hardly process it. Alex, however, simply studied her for a moment. Then he politely declined. Trust had to be earned before he called someone a friend. With that simple response, he turned around and walked away. The remaining 4 geniuses stood frozen. Alex Moriarty had just rejected Anna Celestis. Selena was the first to recover. She admitted that someone capable of casually refusing Anna was certainly interesting. Ray wasn't sure whether Alex's recent fame had inflated his ego or whether something else was going on entirely. Aaron, meanwhile, silently swore he would humiliate Alex in the arena. Anna remained standing where she was. Moments later, her maid appeared beside her. Anna actually wondered whether Alex had failed to recognize who she was. The maid suggested two possibilities. Either he truly didn't know, or he genuinely didn't care. Anna accepted the answer surprisingly well. If that was the case, then she would simply introduce herself properly next time. Far above the venue, hidden within a fold of space, another observer had witnessed everything. Max Celestis, Anna's grandfather. The powerful elder wasn't pleased at all. In his eyes, Alex had rejected his precious granddaughter. He even declared that if Alex insulted Anna again, he would fight the Alliance vice president himself if necessary. Meanwhile, the five prodigies finally entered the simulation chamber. Rows of advanced chairs lined the room, each equipped with neural helmets designed for virtual combat. Alex didn't hesitate. The moment he sat down, he put on the helmet. Then, before anyone else could act, he asked the supervising instructor whether he could enter a virtual battlefield immediately to practice. The instructor instantly agreed. Alex wasn't interested in waiting around. The moment permission was granted, he activated the system. His consciousness plunged directly into the simulation, eager to continue improving before the real competition began. Inside the virtual simulation chamber, Alex opened his eyes and found himself standing on a massive combat field made from dark gray composite material, capable of withstanding tremendous destruction. Energy barriers stretched across the horizon, enclosing the arena beneath an artificial sky. He hadn't entered the simulation for entertainment. Ever since using existential nullity on Aaron, one question had continued bothering him. The bloodline had successfully suppressed Aaron's shadow assimilation talent, but Alex had felt a faint resistance during activation. It had been subtle, almost impossible to notice, yet it was definitely there. That realization concerned him. If existential nullity truly had limitations, then discovering them in advance was critical. Walking into a life-and-death battle without understanding the weaknesses of his strongest ability would be incredibly dangerous. Fortunately, the combat simulator was perfect for testing. After activating the system, Alex selected a customized opponent rather than a recorded fighter. He created a humanoid warrior with an SSS rank fire element talent and martial warrior level 9 strength. The moment the opponent appeared, heat spread throughout the battlefield. Alex didn't activate his bloodline immediately. Instead, he ordered the simulated warrior to use its talent. Hundreds of blazing fireballs instantly filled the sky, each packed with destructive force. Moments later, they rained down like a meteor shower, turning the battlefield into an inferno. Alex calmly dodged through the explosions while analyzing everything. A level 9 martial warrior normally possessed around 10,000 kilograms of strength. However, the SSS rank talent amplified attacks enormously. The fireballs demonstrated how talent amplification worked by sacrificing raw power for widespread area coverage. After observing enough, Alex finally activated existential nullity. The effect was immediate. Every fireball froze in midair, then they simply disappeared. The flames surrounding the opponent vanished as well, leaving the simulated warrior completely powerless. The suppression was absolute, yet Alex frowned. That faint resistance was still there. It hadn't stopped the ability from working, but he could clearly feel it. The rank of the talent couldn't be the problem. SSS rank was already near the highest level known to humanity. Then another possibility occurred to him. Maybe the limitation wasn't quality. Maybe it was quantity. To test the theory, Alex created a second SSS rank opponent, this one specializing in ice. The two warriors attacked together. Fire and frost erupted across the battlefield simultaneously. The moment Alex activated existential nullity again, he felt the resistance double. A smile immediately appeared on his face. He was getting closer to the answer. One after another, Alex created additional opponents. Lightning users, wind users, earth manipulators. Every fighter possessed SSS rank talents and level 9 martial warrior strength. 3 opponents, 4, 5. The resistance continued increasing. By the time he reached 10 opponents, existential nullity still worked perfectly, but the strain became intense. His mind felt as though it was carrying a tremendous burden. Then he created an 11th opponent. This time, the suppression failed. Alex finally understood. His limit wasn't determined by talent rank at all. It was determined by the number of targets, specifically 10 targets. The exact same number as the maximum amount of objects he could mentally control using his Spirit Master abilities. The discovery immediately connected everything together. Existential nullity was directly linked to his mental processing capacity. Knowing the limitation brought relief, but it also revealed a serious weakness. Against large groups, his bloodline alone would not be enough. If he wanted to overcome that ceiling, he would eventually need techniques capable of expanding or dividing his mental processing power. Satisfied with his discovery, Alex continued experimenting. For the next 5 hours, he relentlessly tested every category of talent he could think of. Elemental abilities, physical enhancement talents, perception-based powers, regeneration, speed amplification, hybrid abilities. He carefully recorded how existential nullity interacted with each one. By the end of the session, a clear pattern emerged. The bloodline worked exceptionally well against abilities that required activation, external energy, concepts, or natural laws. However, weapon mastery talents were completely different. There was nothing for existential nullity to suppress. Weapon mastery permanently enhanced skill, instinct, and understanding. Those improvements were already engraved into the user's soul. Once Alex understood that weakness, he shifted to a different challenge. He began fighting simulated Grandmaster-level opponents possessing SSS-rank weapon mastery talents. Against these enemies, existential nullity offered no advantage whatsoever. Only his own skill mattered. Fortunately, that was enough. Alex's combat prowess had already reached Grandmaster level 1 and was approaching level 2. Combined with his Eternal Sword talent and Spirit Master abilities, he successfully fought opponents all the way up to Grandmaster level 5. They possessed superior strength, speed, and experience. Yet Alex still managed to hold his ground. Battle after battle pushed him to his limits. When the final simulation ended, he dropped to one knee. Sweat soaked his clothes and exhaustion spread throughout his body, but his eyes were shining. The session had answered every question he came here to solve. He now understood both the strengths and weaknesses of existential nullity. He knew where he needed to improve, and he had gained confidence in his own abilities. After resting briefly, Alex stood back up. His next goal was to test himself against various monster species. However, before he could continue, a notification echoed across the battlefield. The AI informed him that the second phase of the Aurora Martial Institution recruitment test would begin shortly, and that he needed to leave the simulation within 5 minutes. Alex looked up and smiled. The timing couldn't have been better. After spending hours testing the limits of existential nullity inside the simulation chamber, Alex finally stepped back into the main battleground. His breathing was calm, but excitement still surged through him. The intense battles had only fueled his desire to fight even more. For a moment, he simply wanted to show off. But the instant he looked ahead, his enthusiasm cooled. The battlefield was packed with roughly 1,500 students. Groups of young men and women filled the enormous arena, talking nervously while waiting for the next phase of the examination. As soon as Alex appeared, countless eyes turned toward him. Whispers spread through the crowd immediately. However, something else caught his attention. A strange chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, Alex expanded his mental domain and searched for the source. It didn't take long. His senses locked onto a pair of cold eyes staring directly at him. Anna Celestis. She stood calmly among the students, looking composed as always. Yet the intensity in her gaze was impossible to ignore. Alex frowned inwardly but couldn't understand what she wanted. Since she showed no intention of explaining herself, he dismissed the matter and continued forward. Soon, the instructor approached him with a smile. "You've been training hard," the man remarked before asking how the combat simulation had gone. Alex immediately admitted that he loved it. In fact, he wanted to continue using the private simulation chambers after today's test and asked about the cost. The instructor explained that the institution used credit points rather than Federation currency. Normally, renting a private simulation room cost 100 points per hour. Alex's excitement faded for a second. Then the instructor revealed that Grade 0 Alliance elites received an 80% discount, reducing the price to only 20 points per hour. Alex instantly brightened again. The Alliance's treatment was even better than he expected. At that moment, Ray stepped forward and asked whether discounts could be earned through other methods. The instructor explained that the academy possessed 10 different towers. Students who ranked among the top performers in those towers would receive various benefits, including discounts. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. Ray's eyes lit up immediately. The challenge only made him more determined. The instructor then announced the beginning of the second phase. After today's combat round, students would receive 1 free hour inside the virtual battleground. Tomorrow, the third phase would begin. Soon afterward, numbered cards were distributed to everyone. Students sharing the same number would face one another in one-on-one combat. Before the process finished, Ray couldn't contain himself and asked whether participants could challenge opponents of their own choosing. The instructor immediately shut that idea down. Specifically, the 5 top geniuses were forbidden from fighting one another during this phase. The announcement instantly crushed Ray's enthusiasm. Still, he quickly recovered and openly declared that he wanted to challenge Alex Moriarty. Alex could only smile helplessly. These geniuses always wanted to test themselves against the strongest person available. After all pairings were finalized, 750 arenas emerged throughout the massive battleground. Each arena contained 2 participants separated from the others by protective barriers. Alex couldn't help admiring the scale of the institution. Then he turned toward his assigned opponent. She was a young woman from a monarch-level family. Instead of hostility, however, she looked at him with pure admiration. The moment she met his gaze, she clasped her hands together and asked a shocking question. Would Sir Alex kindly give her a hug? If he did, she promised to surrender immediately. Alex froze on the spot, his mind completely blanked. This was the first time a girl had ever asked him something like that. The entire exchange echoed throughout the battleground. The reaction was immediate. Female students across multiple arenas stopped fighting and turned toward Alex. Some openly threatened the girl out of jealousy. Others stared at her with murderous intent. The atmosphere became chaotic in seconds. Even Anna Celestis reacted. Her expression darkened instantly, and a frightening chill spread around her. Looking at the girl, Anna coldly muttered that perhaps she should marry her off to one of her servants. The aura surrounding Anna became so terrifying that her own opponent immediately forfeited and fled. Even Anna didn't fully understand why she was so angry. Meanwhile, Alex politely declined the girl's request. Relief visibly spread across the battlefield. The disappointed girl smiled weakly before surrendering anyway. With that, the second phase progressed rapidly. When the battles finally ended, only 750 students remained. the instructor announced that the winners could stay and continue training inside the virtual battleground, while everyone else would be eliminated. Half the participants left in disappointment. The remaining students were filled with excitement. Alex immediately prepared to return to the simulation chambers. Before he could leave, however, Ray suddenly appeared in front of him. A black spear rested across his back, and fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. "Alex Moriarty, fight me!" Alex raised an eyebrow. Rather than accepting, he advised Ray to spend the available time training instead. There would be plenty of opportunities to fight later. Ray hesitated before finally agreeing. Then he made Alex a promise. The very first thing they would do after officially entering the academy would be to fight each other. Alex chuckled and accepted. With that agreement settled, he headed back toward the simulation chambers while Ray watched him leave with an eager grin. The second phase was over. 750 students remained, and the competition inside Aurora Martial Institution was only becoming more intense. After finishing the second phase of the recruitment test, Alex returned to the virtual battleground. This time, he wasn't interested in fighting humans. The third phase would take place in the wilderness, so he wanted experience against real monsters. He immediately instructed the AI to generate 10 Grandmaster-level monsters commonly found within 100 kilometers of the light domain. Moments later, the battlefield filled with creatures such as shadow wolves, mastiff tigers, crimson cats, earth boars, flame lions, and several others. Every monster possessed either powerful abilities or terrifying physical strength. Alex's goal was simple. He wanted to know whether existential nullity could suppress monsters the same way it suppressed human talents. Rather than attacking immediately, he allowed the monsters to fight at full strength. For nearly 50 minutes, Alex observed everything. He studied their instincts, combat styles, abilities, and behavior patterns. He watched how elemental attacks were launched, how stealth techniques worked, and how beasts relied on their natural strengths during battle. Once he felt he had gathered enough information, he finally activated existential nullity. The results were immediate. The flame lion's fire vanished completely. The shadow wolf was forcibly expelled from the shadows. The earth boar lost its ability to launch earth-based attacks. One after another, supernatural abilities were shut down. Only the mastiff tiger remained unaffected because it relied entirely on physical strength rather than special powers. Satisfied with the results, Alex swung his sword once. All 10 monsters were cut down instantly. His testing was complete. After logging out of the simulation, Alex removed his helmet and thanked the instructor responsible for the chamber. The saint-level teacher was surprisingly touched by the gratitude and responded politely. As Alex prepared to leave, Selena approached him. To his surprise, she invited him to become teammates during the wilderness examination. Alex shook her hand and casually replied that they should first see whether the academy even allowed team formation. The moment their hands touched, however, something unexpected happened. A notification appeared directly inside his mind. An elemental talent had been detected. Space manipulation. Would he like to copy it? Alex froze. This was the first time the system had ever spoken to him like this. Even more shocking was the revelation that he could apparently copy talents. His mind raced. He had shaken hands with Ray before and nothing had happened. He had also touched Elizabeth many times without receiving any notifications. There had to be conditions. Perhaps only elemental talents qualified. Perhaps only talents above a certain rank could be copied. Selena was already about to release his hand, leaving him no time to think. Immediately, Alex chose to copy the talent. The notification confirmed the successful acquisition of space manipulation. Afterward, Selena felt vaguely uncomfortable, for reasons she couldn't explain, but she quickly dismissed the feeling and left after saying goodbye. The moment she walked away, Alex felt another familiar chill. Anna was staring at him again. This time, her gaze was openly venomous. Then she rolled her eyes and called him a pervert before leaving. Alex could only stare in confusion. He genuinely had no idea what her problem was. After opening his status panel, he finally discovered the truth behind his new ability. His external talents section now contained space manipulation. Additional notes revealed that only SS rank talents and above could be copied. Furthermore, 3 talents of the same rank and element could eventually be merged into a higher rank talent. Alex was stunned. Whether this ability came from the system or the primordial chaos physique didn't matter. The result was the same. He had acquired another incredible cheat. At his current stage, he could store up to 10 external talents. Thinking about how he would need to touch many talented people in the future, Alex jokingly wondered if Anna might actually have a point about him being a pervert. Then a new idea appeared. He called out to Selena before she left. Would she like to grab a coffee? His true objective was learning more about space manipulation. Selena's heart skipped a beat, although she carefully maintained her composure and agreed. At that moment, the room's guardian suddenly appeared and recommended a coffee shop. Alex thanked him and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, someone else was already following them. Anna. Selena immediately noticed and demanded to know why she was trailing them. Anna awkwardly claimed that she simply wanted coffee as well. Seeing the obvious situation, Alex casually invited her to join them. Anna's eyes immediately brightened, although she tried to hide her enthusiasm behind a calm response. The 3 headed outside together. A taxi arrived. Immediately, a silent war erupted. Selena suggested using her family's fire-maned lion as transportation. Not wanting to lose, Anna countered by offering her king-class flying ship instead. The two girls competed over the most ridiculous details while Alex looked at them as though they had lost their minds. In the end, he simply chose the taxi. If they wanted to come, they could join him. Otherwise, they could meet him at the coffee shop. Without hesitation, Selena rushed into the taxi and claimed the seat beside Alex, flashing a victorious smile toward Anna. Anna nearly exploded from frustration. Still, she quickly sent a complaint to her maid, Sophia, asking why she hadn't stopped Selena. Sophia calmly reminded her that attacking the heir of an emperor clan could easily trigger a major conflict. Furthermore, nearly 20 saints and possibly several emperors were secretly observing the entire situation. Anna clicked her tongue in annoyance. Then she climbed into the taxi as well. And just like that, what started as a simple coffee invitation turned into a strange competition between two of the most talented girls of the younger generation, while the completely confused Alex sat right in the middle of it.
At the coffee shop, Alex, Selena, and Anna were welcomed by 2 rows of staff who bowed deeply the moment they arrived. Such treatment was expected given their status, and none of them paid it much attention. The 3 took a quiet table, and Alex immediately ordered the shop's best drinks. Before the coffee even arrived, he turned his attention towards Selena and began studying her closely. The intense stare instantly made Selena blush from her neck to her ears. Before the situation could become more awkward, Anna spoke up, accusing Alex of rudely staring at a young woman. Alex quickly apologized and explained that he was simply curious about Selena's space manipulation talent. The misunderstanding disappeared immediately. Selena felt somewhat disappointed, while Anna secretly felt much better. Regaining her composure, Selena began explaining her ability. She could teleport objects within her line of sight, provided they were under 2 meters long and did not exceed 9 times her normal carrying capacity. She also revealed that she had once attempted to teleport a rat, but it died during the process. Alex immediately asked whether she had tried protecting a living target with an energy shield first. Selena admitted she had never experimented further after the rat's death. After learning that she could only teleport 1 object at a time, Alex thanked her sincerely. When Selena asked why he was so interested in her ability, Alex replied that he was fascinated by what existed beyond Earth and wondered whether she might one day teleport directly to the moon. Selena calmly answered that such a feat might become possible after reaching the Emperor realm. Not wanting to be ignored, Anna asked whether Alex was interested in her ability as well. Alex laughed and pointed out that she was the princess of the Celestis family. He doubted she would reveal her secrets, even if he asked. That led Anna back to a question that had been bothering her. If Alex knew her identity, why had he rejected her friendship? Alex finally explained himself. It was not because she lacked worth. Friendship simply required trust, and trust was something he struggled to give easily. However, if he learned to trust her someday, and she still wished to be his friend, then they would become friends. The answer left Anna both relieved and saddened. She then revealed her own talent, gravity manipulation. According to her, she could increase or decrease gravity by up to 100 times within a 50-meter radius. Alex was surprised because the Eye of Revelation had shown a maximum potential of 1,000 times gravity. He assumed she simply had not reached that level yet. Thanking her, Alex suggested they form a team if the Academy allowed it, and extended his hand. Anna accepted the handshake, blushing beneath her veil. Immediately, another notification appeared inside Alex's mind. Gravity manipulation had been detected. Would he like to copy it? Alex was shocked. He had never considered gravity to be an elemental talent. Nevertheless, it was an SSS rank ability. He copied it without hesitation. After parting ways with the 2 girls, Alex headed to the Alliance headquarters. He sought out Tenzin and asked whether his wristband could be upgraded. Alex explained that, as a spirit master, he wanted the wristband to create more than 50 floating weapons simultaneously. Tenzin contacted the technology department, and after discussing the request with the engineers, he confirmed that the modification was possible. If Alex left the wristband behind, it could be completed before the wilderness examination and delivered directly to his hotel. After thanking Tenzin, Alex returned to the hotel. Instead of sleeping, he locked himself inside a training room and began experimenting with the newly copied space manipulation talent. Taking out 3 obsidian flying knives, he attempted to combine teleportation with Spirit Master control. His goal was simple but terrifying. He wanted his flying knives to teleport directly to targets before instantly regaining control of them. The first attempt failed. Then he tried again and again. Hour after hour passed. By morning, Alex had completely synchronized space manipulation with his Spirit Master ability. abilities. The three knives vanished and reappeared throughout the room, striking targets from unpredictable angles like invisible assassins. Ordinary spirit masters could already attack from multiple directions, but Alex's weapons now teleported without warning, making them vastly more dangerous. Even so, Alex felt that space manipulation held far greater potential than simple teleportation. The name itself suggested much broader possibilities. For now, however, there was no time to explore further. Satisfied with his progress, Alex left the training room, took a shower, and joined Elizabeth for breakfast. Seeing how hard he had been training, Elizabeth gently reminded him that he was still bound by mortal limitations and needed proper rest. Alex smiled warmly and thanked his mother, explaining that he was simply excited about the test awaiting him that day. After receiving the upgraded Omniweave, Alex learned from Tenzin that it had undergone major improvements. The wristband could now create a full Saint-level suit of armor, Saint-level weapons, and up to 50 flying knives simultaneously. The armor could protect him from the dark miasma outside the light domain and even allow him to see clearly in complete darkness. Delighted with the upgrade, Alex thanked Tenzin and prepared to leave for the wilderness examination. Before departing, he reassured Elizabeth, who was visibly worried about her son's first journey beyond the safety of the light domain. William stepped forward and reminded her that 10 saints, including himself, would be secretly protecting Alex throughout the hunt. That eased her concerns slightly. When Alex arrived at the institution, all 750 remaining students had already gathered. Ray, Selena, Anna, and Aaron were among them. The moment Alex landed, both Anna and Selena waved at him simultaneously. Watching the scene, Aaron nearly lost control of his temper. He immediately challenged Alex to a competition. Whoever killed more monsters during the hunt would win, and if Alex lost, he would stay away from Anna. Alex looked at him like he was a complete fool and asked why he should agree to such a ridiculous condition. Desperate to provoke him, Aaron raised the stakes. If he lost, he would hand over a copy of the Nightvale clan's SS rank body cultivation technique, a treasure worth more than 100 billion Federation coins. Even the surrounding students were shocked. Everyone wondered whether Aaron actually had the authority to make such a promise. Aaron insisted that he did. Before Alex could answer, Anna coldly asked Aaron who he was to decide who could approach her. Aaron completely ignored her and continued pressuring Alex for a response. Alex eventually agreed, but changed the terms. If he lost, he would give Aaron the 80% discount privilege that came with his Grade 0 elite status. Aaron's eyes immediately lit up. Both sides signed a formal contract. To Anna, however, the situation looked completely different. She believed Alex had accepted such a dangerous bet because he wanted to keep approaching her, and the thought filled her with unexpected happiness. Before anything else could happen, the instructor arrived and explained the rules of the third phase. The students would hunt in Sector 7 near the western continent. Points would be awarded based on monster strength, ranging from 1 point for low-level martial warrior monsters to 50 points for mid-level martial master monsters. Anything stronger was considered impossible for the students to handle. The hunt would last 24 hours. Every participant would receive a battlesuit equipped with scanners and an emergency teleportation function. The instructor also reminded everyone that the mortality rate exceeded 20%. Ray left to collect his equipment, while Alex asked whether teams were allowed. The answer was no. This phase was designed to test individual courage and combat ability. Students were forbidden from forming teams and could not leave a 100-kilometer radius during the examination. Anna and Selena were clearly disappointed, since they had hoped to work together with Alex. After wishing them luck, Alex boarded the airship. Meanwhile, Aaron secretly celebrated. Darkness was the perfect environment for his shadow assimilation talent, and he was convinced that Alex would never be able to compete with him there. 30 minutes later, the airship departed. 1 hour after that, it landed near Sector 7. The students stepped outside and immediately faced an endless wall of darkness 300 meters ahead. This marked the boundary of the light domain and the beginning of the wilderness. As soon as the instructor announced the start of the test, Alex exploded forward with a sonic boom. He rode his silver surfing board into the darkness, clad in full-body armor with a sword in hand. 10 obsidian flying knives floated around him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. His current power had already reached astonishing levels: 3,850 tons of strength and defense, 500 meters per second speed, 600 tons of spirit power, and combat strength equivalent to a peak martial grandmaster level 1. With 600 tons of spirit power, Alex could spread his mental domain across a 6-kilometer radius. As he plunged deeper into the darkness, only one thought occupied his mind. He needed to hunt as many monsters as possible because every point earned today would eventually become Academy credits. The moment Alex entered the wilderness, he expanded his mental domain. Instantly, everything within a 6-kilometer radius became clear to him. Even without relying on the advanced sensors in his armor, he could perceive every movement around him. His natural vision was also enhanced by the armor, allowing him to see in darkness like a high-quality night vision system. This was one of the reasons ordinary humans usually hunted in teams. A single surprise attack in the wilderness could be fatal. Since powerful saints were secretly guarding the examination zone and preventing monsters above the martial master realm from entering, the students could safely hunt alone. Alex immediately accelerated deeper into the wilderness. He had no interest in weaker prey and wanted to leave those monsters for the other students. 10 minutes later, after traveling more than 80 kilometers, he suddenly stopped. Within his mental domain, he detected 21 monsters, all of them high-level beastmasters. Unsure how many points they were worth, Alex contacted Instructor Arnold. The answer shocked him. Each high-level beastmaster was worth 100 points. Arnold strongly warned him not to challenge them because they were far beyond a student's level. Alex calmly thanked him and ended the call. Then, he decided to experiment. Using his spirit master abilities, he controlled 10 flying knives. The blades instantly teleported 6 kilometers away and appeared beside 10 different monsters. With a simple snap of his fingers, 10 heads rolled to the ground. However, when Alex checked his score, nothing had changed. The wristband could only register kills within its scanning range. Since he had killed the monsters from too far away, no points were awarded. Accepting the result, Alex rushed toward the monsters personally. His first target was a black flame cat. Activating the Eye of Revelation, he discovered that monsters also possessed talents and talent rankings. The black flame cat had a C rank dark flame attack talent. Although he could not copy talents below SS rank, the discovery was important. It meant monster talents could potentially be copied in the future. With a single flying knife, Alex instantly killed the beast and finally earned his first 100 points. At the same time, Aaron saw himself fall from first place to second place and immediately became furious. Unaware of who had surpassed him, he pushed himself even harder, creating shadow clones and searching desperately for stronger prey. Alex, meanwhile, had already forgotten Aaron existed. He spent the next 50 minutes slaughtering high-level beastmasters one after another. Using flying knives, sword strikes, and even his fists, he tore through monsters effortlessly. By then, his score had already reached 3,500 points. Afterward, Alex began testing gravity manipulation. Choosing a tiger mastiff as a target, he activated the ability at full power. The result was disastrous. The beast was instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh. Realizing he had completely overestimated the required force, Alex began practicing control. His ultimate goal was to use gravity for training his own body, but first, he needed precision. Hours passed as he continued hunting monsters while refining the skill. Even after killing hundreds of beasts, he could only lower the output to around 800 times gravity. Far away in the control center, the instructors stared at the rankings in complete disbelief. Alex's score had already surpassed 13,700 points. In the entire 300-year history of the Aurora Martial Institution, no freshman had ever reached even 1,000 points during this test. Meanwhile, Anna fought high-level beast warriors while deliberately avoiding the use of her gravity talent. Other students kept following her for protection, and she knew activating her ability would annihilate everything within 60 meters, including them. Selena was performing just as impressively. By combining sword attacks with space manipulation, she could strike monsters from a distance and slice them apart instantly. She ranked third overall, though other students frequently interfered and stole her kills. Ray took a completely different approach, charging directly into battle and happily piercing monsters one after another with his spear. 12 hours passed. By then, Alex had hunted so many powerful monsters that he could no longer find any high-level or even mid-level beastmasters nearby. While exterminating them, he had also improved his control over gravity manipulation significantly. He could now reduce the force to 300 times gravity and precisely control its range from a single inch up to 600 meters. When he finally checked his score, it had climbed to an unbelievable 36,543 points, securing first place by an overwhelming margin. Only then did Alex decide to stop. Constantly using gravity manipulation had heavily drained both his body and mind, and for the first time since entering the wilderness, he felt the need to rest. Alex chose to rest high above the wilderness, floating 100 meters in the air. Flying monsters were forbidden from entering this region, making it one of the safest places available. Sitting cross-legged, he entered meditation to recover his strength. However, he did not dare cultivate. The instructors had repeatedly warned the students that cultivating in the wilderness was suicidal. The black miasma permeating the outside world could corrupt the mind and eventually transform a person into a mindless monster known as a demonoid. 54 kilometers away, one student was already experiencing that fate. A severely injured boy hid behind a tree, his body soaked in blood after being attacked by a mountain bear. The beast was supposedly only a high-level beast master, but its strength far exceeded normal limits. His emergency teleportation button had been torn away during the attack, and his communicator had been jammed. Worse still, black miasma was entering through his wound and spreading toward his brain. Within minutes, his mind collapsed completely. The bear sensed the monstrous aura forming within him and simply walked away. The former student staggered forward like a zombie, while his strength rapidly increased. He had entered the wilderness as a martial warrior level 3. Now his aura had already reached martial warrior level 9. At the same time, one of the saints guarding the border frowned. Only one modified monster had succeeded so far. The others had all disappeared. What he did not know was that Alex had already wiped them out while practicing gravity manipulation. The saint quickly concluded that the operation needed to be accelerated. Alex could not be allowed to survive long enough to enter the academy. He secretly activated the seeds planted within numerous monsters, beginning the next stage of the assassination plot. Over the next 3 hours, 67 Grandmaster-level monsters emerged throughout the region. At the same time, 50 demonoids appeared among the students. When Alex finally opened his eyes after meditation, he felt refreshed. 9 hours remained in the test. He decided to check on the other participants and resumed flying through the wilderness. Meanwhile, panic erupted at the base camp. Communication with both the students and the saints had suddenly been cut off by a jammer. Instructor Arnold immediately sensed something was wrong. He ordered the test canceled, activated emergency protocols, and personally rushed toward the battlefield. Before he could arrive, 20 saint-level monsters suddenly launched coordinated attacks against the saints guarding the perimeter. Only Saint Darren remained calm. He secretly instructed one of the monsters to intercept Arnold while making sure nobody approached within 5 kilometers of Alex. Arthur's direct protection of Alex made that area untouchable. The monster mockingly reminded Darren that he was merely a pawn in a larger scheme before heading off to stop Arnold. Unaware of the full situation, Alex continued searching the wilderness. Then he sensed something deeply unsettling. A vile aura entered his mental domain. Following it, he discovered a student named Marcus Hutchin, or rather, what Marcus had become. The Eye of Revelation identified him as a demonoid. Before Alex could fully process the discovery, Marcus attacked. 5 powerful water spears shot toward him. Alex instantly activated existential nullity. Marcus lost all his power immediately. But before Alex could relax, his mental domain detected 67 enormous auras racing toward him at supersonic speeds. Every single one of them was stronger than he was. Alex immediately realized this was no accident. Someone was trying to assassinate him. His first instinct was to retreat, but a barrier had already sealed the area. Then he identified one of the approaching creatures, a berserk tiger mastiff, a temporary high-level beast grandmaster. That was all the proof he needed. A powerful faction had orchestrated this entire attack. Yet instead of fear, excitement surged through Alex's veins. His blood began to boil. Looking at the incoming army of monsters, Alex grinned. Not so fast, suckers. Then he prepared to fight with everything he had. Back at the base camp, the instructors finally informed Vice President Arthur. The moment he heard the report, Arthur exploded with rage. Demanding to know why he had not been informed sooner, he vanished from his room and rushed toward the western continent at a terrifying speed of 10,000 meters per second. Alex faced the 67 high-level beast grandmasters trapped inside the barrier and calmly examined them. Although they had all reached the beast grandmaster realm, something was clearly wrong. Their auras were unstable and chaotic, as if their bodies had been forcefully pushed beyond their limits and could collapse at any moment. moment. Alex wasn't worried. His armor could withstand attacks from a saint. These monsters would need time to break through his defenses, and he had no intention of giving them that chance. Closing his eyes, he tightened his grip on his sword and activated Sword Intent. His combat power instantly surged to nearly 12,000 tons of strength, comparable to a level 5 Grandmaster. Even so, he knew these monsters were far from ordinary. Without hesitation, Alex charged forward. At the same time, his 10 flying knives vanished, and existential nullity spread across the battlefield, sealing every talent in the area. Then, he unleashed gravity manipulation at its maximum output. 1,000 times gravity descended. The effect was immediate. All 67 monsters were smashed into the ground, as though an invisible god had struck them with a hammer. They couldn't move, roar, struggle, or even breathe properly. Alex blinked in surprise. He had expected resistance. Instead, they collapsed instantly. Disappointed by how easy it was, he walked forward and began executing them one by one. His sword severed heads, while his flying knives swept through the battlefield like silent executioners. Within less than 3 minutes, every beast grandmaster was dead, yet the barrier remained intact. When Alex asked his AI whether it could contact the outside world, it reported that all communications were completely jammed. Realizing he could do little for the moment, Alex calmly collected the monster cores. Unfortunately, the cores were immature because the monsters had been forcefully evolved. After gathering everything, he sat on his floating surfboard and extended his mental domain beyond the barrier. Outside, chaos had erupted. More than 50 demonoids were attacking students across the battlefield. The remaining participants were barely holding their ground. At one location, Anna suddenly ordered everyone to clear a 100-meter radius around her. When 10 demonoids charged toward her, she activated gravity manipulation. 100 times gravity crushed them instantly into pools of flesh. The surrounding students were left speechless. They had no idea what had happened, only that Anna had effortlessly annihilated monsters that had been overwhelming everyone else. Elsewhere, Selena and Ray were also battling demonoids. Selena handled hers with ease, while Ray had to fight much harder. Meanwhile, Aaron ignored the chaos entirely and continued hunting monsters, determined to climb the rankings. Anna, however, became increasingly worried about Alex. Convinced he might be surrounded by monsters somewhere in the wilderness, she rushed off in search of him. Near the barrier, Instructor Arnold finally arrived. Just as he prepared to break through, a gigantic ape descended from the sky and blocked his path. The beast revealed that 67 berserk beast grandmasters had already been sent to kill Alex. Furious, Arnold attacked. The ape answered with a single punch. The impact nearly killed him. Its strength rivaled that of an early Emperor-level beast. Arnold was thrown through the air like a rag doll, barely surviving repeated attacks. Across the battlefield, the same situation unfolded. The instructors were completely overwhelmed by saint-level monsters, far stronger than anything they should have encountered. Fear spread among the students as communications remained cut off and no rescue arrived. Then, everything changed. A single snort echoed across the battlefield. Instantly, absolute silence fell over hundreds of kilometers. The dark miasma vanished. The saint-level monsters froze in place. A man appeared in the sky with his hands behind his back. Vice President Arthur had arrived. With a single step, all 20 saint-level beasts disintegrated into cosmic particles. Every student and instructor immediately dropped to their knees in gratitude. But Arthur wasn't paying attention to them. His gaze was fixed on the barrier. Fearing the worst, he erased it with a glance and looked inside. He expected to find Alex's corpse. Instead, he found Alex peacefully meditating on his floating surfboard, surrounded by the mutilated remains of all 67 beast grandmasters. For a moment, Arthur simply stared. Then he burst into laughter as the weight crushing his heart finally disappeared. Arthur's laughter echoed across the ruined battlefield as the tension that had gripped everyone finally disappeared. Arnold let out a long breath of relief. If Alex had died during this test, humanity would never have forgiven him. Just then, Anna arrived after running nearly 40 kilometers. As a level 5 martial warrior, pushing herself that far immediately after using her talent had exhausted her. She was breathing heavily when her eyes landed on the battlefield. The first first thing she saw was the mountain of monster corpses. Their terrifying auras still lingered even after death. For a moment, her face turned pale. She thought Alex had been killed. Then she looked up and saw him sitting peacefully in the air, meditating on his flying surfboard. Relief instantly washed over her. Alex opened his eyes and greeted everyone politely. He even asked whether Anna was injured. When she realized he was worried about her despite everything that had happened, she felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. When asked about the battle, Alex casually replied that he had fun fighting the monsters, but they had not lasted very long. Arnold nearly exploded from frustration after hearing that. While everyone outside had been suffering heart attacks, Alex was treating a battle against 67 high-level beast grandmasters like entertainment. Soon, Arthur officially ended the test. Every participant would receive an additional 5,000 credits as compensation for the Alliance's failure to guarantee their safety. The 20 saints then arrived, including Sword Saint William. He immediately rushed to Alex and checked whether he was injured. Alex assured him he was perfectly fine and joked that it would be embarrassing if a few berserk beasts could kill the only person who had reached the 100th stair. While everyone relaxed, one saint silently panicked. He had staked everything on this assassination attempt and had been completely certain Alex would die. Yet Alex stood there without a scratch. As Alex casually scanned the saints with the eye of revelation, unexpected information appeared before him. Among the profiles, one immediately caught his attention. Harold James possessed an SS rank fire manipulation talent, and more importantly, his status revealed that he had colluded with the Monster Association. Alex remained calm. Instead of exposing him immediately, he walked over with a friendly smile and claimed to be a fan of Harold's fire talent. Then he asked for a handshake. Harold accepted without suspicion. The moment their hands met, Alex's system activated. An elemental talent had been detected. Without hesitation, Alex copied Harold's fire manipulation talent. Afterward, Alex asked about his reward for killing 67 high-level beast grandmasters. Arnold explained that 5th-year grandmaster students normally received 1,500 credits per kill, but he would award Alex 2,000 credits each. Alex's points immediately jumped to 170,000. Even Arnold couldn't hide his shock. Alex had earned more credits in a single recruitment test than many senior students earned in an entire year. Arthur added another 30,000 credits on top of that, rounding out the reward. Soon, the remaining students arrived. Ray, Selena, and Aaron were among them. Aaron's mood was terrible. Despite earning over 10,000 points, he had still finished second and had no idea who had surpassed him. When Selena asked where he had been, Alex simply replied that he had been taking a stroll through the wilderness. The students then returned to campus. Only the top 500 participants remained, officially becoming students of the Aurora Martial Institution. Private rooms were assigned to talents ranked SS and above, while the remaining students received shared accommodations. Alex chose not to stay in the dormitories. Knowing his mother would be worried, he returned directly to the hotel. The moment he arrived, Elizabeth rushed over and hugged him tightly. After confirming he was unharmed, she finally relaxed and told him to shower and rest while food was prepared. Back in his room, Alex contacted Arthur. When the call connected, Alex calmly delivered the information he had uncovered. He told the vice president to keep a close eye on St. Harold. Harold had been involved in the attack. Arthur immediately fell silent after hearing Alex's warning about Harold. Alex remained quiet as well, allowing the significance of the information to sink in. After a long pause, Arthur finally asked whether he was certain. Alex confidently confirmed it. Arthur trusted him without demanding any explanation and even offered a reward for the information. Alex refused, saying he was human too and would never take money for helping save his own people. However, Alex did have a request. He asked whether the Alliance possessed a portable device capable of constantly gathering cosmic energy. His cultivation method required a continuous supply of energy, and ordinary cultivation rooms or stationary artifacts were not enough. Arthur admitted that such a device did not currently exist. The Alliance had powerful energy-gathering artifacts, and Alex's new villa already contained one, but nothing portable. After some thought, Arthur suggested that Alex personally discuss the idea with the Alliance's engineers. The next morning, after breakfast, Alex flew to the Alliance Hall on his silver surfboard while planning his future growth. He wanted to study monster talents from the lowest ranks all the way to Emperor level. Since 3 talents of the same element and rank could merge into a stronger one, he hoped to eventually obtain talents beyond the SSS tier. At the same time, he wanted to find a solution for the limitation of his Spirit Master abilities, which currently capped him at controlling 10 targets. When Alex arrived at the Alliance Hall, many martial artists immediately recognized him. Although people admired him, nobody dared approach. Inside, Tenzin was already waiting. After greeting Alex, he led him directly to the 20th floor laboratory where dozens of engineers were standing by. As a grade 0 elite, Alex's status was equivalent to that of a martial saint, and every engineer respectfully greeted him. The chief engineer, Morgan Stanley, stepped forward and introduced himself. Curious, Alex activated the Eye of Revelation. Morgan possessed an SS rank talent called Tech Master. According to the description, he could create any technology from a blueprint and even design blueprints directly from ideas. The talent was incredibly powerful. Morgan immediately asked Alex what kind of device he wanted. Alex explained that he wanted a miniature energy-gathering artifact that was as powerful as the larger versions, but compact enough for daily use and combat. Morgan quickly proposed a solution. Not only could they create such a device, but they could also add a function allowing cosmic crystals to increase cultivation speed by up to 10 times. To make the modifications, Alex would need to leave his Omni Weave with them again. The process would take around 10 days, and a temporary replacement would be provided in the meantime. Alex then requested an AI upgrade because his current AI had failed during the recent communication blackout. Morgan explained that Alex already possessed the most advanced AI available. A next-generation version was under development but would not be completed for another 6 months. The reason the AI failed during the attack was because the enemy had used a saint-level communication jammer. Satisfied with the answers, Alex thanked everyone and returned home. Once back, he logged into the Aurora Martial Institution's intranet for the first time. His goal was simple. He wanted to buy a sword technique. The list immediately caught his attention. At the top were legendary techniques like Annihilation, Void Slash, Absolute Sever, Abyss Break, and Execution. Unfortunately, the prices were astronomical, reaching as high as 100 million credits. Although Alex wanted all of them, he knew he could not afford them yet. Instead, he focused on a much cheaper A-rank technique called Blink. The technique contained 5 levels of mastery. At maximum proficiency, it could increase his slashing speed by 7 times his normal hand speed. Even more importantly, it remained useful all the way to the Emperor realm. After reading the description, Alex was stunned. A 7-fold increase in attack speed was terrifying. Against an opponent with similar movement speed, such a technique could kill them before they even realized a strike had been launched. Alex immediately purchased the technique. The moment he pressed the buy button, 100,000 credits vanished from his account, leaving him with half of his original balance. The delivery would take 2 hours, so while waiting, he sat on his bed and instructed his AI to gather information on elemental monsters from grade 0 all the way to Emperor level. The AI quickly compiled a massive database containing photos, talents, locations, and combat footage of countless monster species. Alex began studying. Thanks to his powerful mind, he could memorize everything with a glance. Within just 2 hours, he had already reviewed information on more than 5,000 monster species, yet he had only reached Beastmaster level monsters. Humanity had cataloged over 100 million monster species during the 500 years since the apocalypse, and even restricting the search to elemental monsters still produced more than 500,000 entries. Soon, his purchased technique arrived. A martial grandmaster personally delivered the package. Inside was a book authored by Sword Emperor Tianjian, the 3rd strongest emperor in the Alliance. Alex immediately opened it. The technique explained how to stimulate the nervous system with energy, dramatically increasing movement speed. Each level intensified the effect further. Tianjian himself had only developed it up to a 7-fold enhancement, which was why it remained classified as an A-rank technique rather than an S-rank one. Without wasting time, Alex entered his training room. Just as he was about to begin, William suddenly appeared. After learning which technique Alex had purchased, William revealed that he also used it and offered to demonstrate it personally. Alex eagerly agreed. William drew his sword. A slash echoed through the room. Alex saw nothing. Only after asking his AI to replay the movement in slow motion could he observe what had happened. William had drawn, slashed, and sheathed his sword almost instantly. Alex quickly quickly realized that the real challenge of the technique was not the sword movement itself, but the precise manipulation of energy through the nervous system. The moment he attempted it, his eternal sword talent activated. Instant comprehension followed. Alex swung his sword once. Immediately, he executed the technique at level 3, achieving 4 times normal speed on his very first attempt. William was stunned. It had taken him 6 months to reach that stage. Meanwhile, Alex merely frowned in disappointment. Only level 3. William nearly lost his composure when he heard that complaint. Ignoring his reaction, Alex continued training. 2 hours later, he had already mastered level 5, the highest level of the technique. But instead of celebrating, Alex was already thinking about improvements. One idea fascinated him more than all the others: using space manipulation to teleport neurotransmitters instantly between neural junctions. If successful, the resulting speed would be unimaginable. However, there were obvious problems. He would need to perceive every active neurotransmitter in his body, and his current physique was nowhere near strong enough to survive such extreme acceleration. At minimum, he would need to reach the Martial King realm before attempting it. William could only stare in disbelief. Alex had completely mastered a technique that most martial artists spend years learning. Changing the topic, Alex asked if there were any spirit masters capable of guiding him. William immediately mentioned the strongest spirit master on Earth, Elindros Celestis, ancestor of the Celestis family. However, meeting him would require a recommendation from Vice President Arthur. Alex nodded thoughtfully. He knew someone from that family. Soon after, he contacted Anna. At that moment, Anna had just finished bathing and was relaxing in her hotel room. She rarely received direct calls from anyone outside her family, so when she saw Alex's name appear on her communicator, her heart began racing. In her excitement, she barely noticed anything else. After gathering herself, she answered. Alex politely asked whether he had disturbed her and then got straight to the point. He wanted to meet her that afternoon to discuss something. The moment Anna heard that request, her imagination immediately ran wild. Countless thoughts flooded her mind before she finally snapped back to reality when Alex repeatedly called her name through the communicator. Embarrassed, she quickly agreed. Alex suggested meeting again at the same coffee shop they had visited before. Anna accepted immediately. The meeting was set for 4 o'clock that afternoon. After the call ended, Anna immediately let out a piercing scream that echoed through her room. Sophia. The door burst open instantly as Sophia rushed inside, already searching for signs of an assassin. But the moment she saw Anna clutching her cheeks and squirming on the bed with a bright red face, her concern vanished. "Is it Alex?" Sophia asked flatly. Anna froze. "How do you know?" Sophia sighed. It was obvious. Anna quickly explained that Alex had invited her to meet him at the cafe, and now she desperately wanted to look perfect. Sophia pointed out a rather important problem. Anna always hid her face behind a thick veil. In fact, Alex had never actually seen her appearance. During their previous coffee meeting, she wore the veil, and during the wilderness trial, everyone had been covered by combat armor. The realization hit Anna like lightning. After a brief panic, she left the decision to Sophia, who reluctantly agreed to help her choose an outfit that would not make her look like a funeral attendee. Meanwhile, Alex remembered another unfinished matter. He had won a bet against Aaron and decided it was time to collect. Calling Aaron directly, Alex demanded the promised SS-grade body cultivation technique. Aaron immediately became defensive, insisting that he would hand over the technique only after the semester officially began, before abruptly ending the call. Knowing he had no way out because of the written contract, Aaron nervously contacted his father. Later that afternoon, Alex headed to the cafe, wearing a simple black t-shirt and white trousers. Instead of flying there, he used his family's luxury sedan. Anna, on the other hand, had arrived 30 minutes early and was already sitting inside, unable to calm her nerves. When Alex entered, he immediately noticed something strange. The cafe was completely empty, except for female staff members and one girl seated at the center. Anna was no longer wearing her veil. Dressed in an elegant black dress, her beauty left Alex momentarily stunned. He walked over and apologized for being late. Anna quickly lied that she had only just arrived. Then, Alex casually complimented her appearance, openly calling her breathtakingly beautiful and wondering which side of her family had won the genetic lottery. As he leaned closer to study her features, Anna's mind completely short-circuited. Fortunately, Sophia appeared in a waitress uniform and interrupted before Anna collapsed from embarrassment. After ordering coffee, Alex finally revealed the real reason for the meeting. He wanted guidance from Elindros Celestis, the strongest spirit master on Earth and the ancestor of the Celestis family. To Alex's surprise, Anna agreed immediately. She confidently promised that not only would Elindros teach him, but other spirit masters in her family would as well. Sophia could only watch helplessly as Anna volunteered the most powerful figures in her clan without hesitation. With classes beginning in 2 days, Alex decided there was no reason to wait. Anna immediately ordered her family's private airship. Soon, a Dark King-class airship carried them toward the Celestis mountain estate. After informing his mother of his destination, Alex settled into the journey. The moment they arrived, rows of servants welcomed them enthusiastically. Their greeting quickly turned embarrassing when they openly wished Alex and Anna a long and happy life together. Anna turned bright red, while Alex calmly ignored the implication. Before Anna could take Alex to meet her ancestor, an overwhelming spiritual pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The stone beneath Alex cracked. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body struggled under the crushing force. Terrified, Anna fell to her knees and begged her great-grandfather to stop. A moment later, the pressure vanished. Descending from the sky was Elindros Celestis himself. The servants immediately knelt. Elindros calmly explained that he had only been testing Alex's soul and declared that he had passed, though barely. Using the Eye of Revelation, Alex discovered that Elindros possessed an SS-grade telekinesis talent and stood at Emperor Level 9, with combat power comparable to the President of the Alliance. After introducing himself respectfully, Alex listened as Elindros asked a simple question. Why should he waste his time teaching him? Alex met the legendary Emperor's gaze without hesitation. Then he answered with complete confidence. Elindros should guide him because one day, when Alex became the strongest existence on the planet, the entire world would remember that Elindros Celestis was the man who helped him reach the summit. A heavy silence settled over the courtyard after Alex's bold response. The servants and disciples held their breath, expecting Elindros to be offended. Instead, the Emperor erupted into booming laughter that echoed throughout the estate. Amused by Alex's confidence, Elindros decided to test whether the young genius could truly back up his words. Before offering any guidance, he wanted Alex to prove himself against a real opponent. The challenger was Darian Celestis, Anna's cousin, a third-year student of Zenith Martial Academy, a Grandmaster-level martial artist, and an accomplished spirit master. Alex accepted immediately, but added one condition. The battle had to remain completely private. Only Elindros, Anna, and a few trusted individuals could witness it. He refused to let the details of his abilities become public knowledge. Understanding the seriousness behind the request, Elindros agreed. As preparations began, Darian stepped forward and introduced himself. Before he could finish speaking, Anna suddenly threw a knife directly at his forehead. The blade stopped only an inch away thanks to Elindros' telekinesis. Completely unfazed, Darian laughed and joked about how much his cousin cared for him. Alex activated the Eye of Revelation. Darian possessed an SS-grade illusion talent and was a Grandmaster Level 7 expert. His illusions were so realistic that enemies could barely distinguish fantasy from reality during combat. Alex greeted him politely and expressed his anticipation for the fight. Nearby, several Zenith Martial Academy students watched with curiosity. One of them, Emily, was surprised by Alex's appearance and questioned whether someone who had awakened only recently could challenge Darian. Her companion quickly corrected her. Alex was the same monster who had slaughtered 67 Berserk Beast Grandmasters by himself. Every major academy wanted to recruit him, and the Alliance was fiercely protecting information about his talent. Just then, Alex's communicator rang. It was Arthur. After learning that Alex might reveal his true abilities during the upcoming fight, Arthur immediately asked for permission to watch. Alex casually agreed. Elindros overheard the conversation and mocked Arthur for finally losing control of his curiosity. Less than a minute later, Arthur personally descended onto the estate. Everyone except Elindros and Alex immediately knelt. Arthur and Elindros exchanged insults before agreeing to accompany the group to the private training grounds. At that moment, another figure arrived. It was Max Celestis. Using the Eye of Revelation, Alex discovered that Max possessed an SS-grade light manipulation talent and was an Emperor Level 8 powerhouse. One of his abilities allowed him to increase his speed 5-fold without conditions. Alex immediately wanted it. Without hesitation, he politely asked Max for a handshake. The request surprised everyone. Max agreed, and the moment their hands touched, Alex copied the light manipulation talent. Elindros immediately became annoyed. Alex had asked Max for a handshake, but not him. The Emperor jokingly accused him of trying to win over Anna's family through her grandfather. Alex calmly replied that Max seemed approachable, while Elindros had attacked him the moment he arrived. The answer amused Max so much that he smirked. Unfortunately for him, Elindros instantly flattened his son sun into the ground with telekinetic pressure. After dealing with Max, Elindros redirected his attention to Alex. The requirements had changed. Now Alex would have to decisively defeat Darion before receiving any guidance. Alex simply smiled and leaned closer to Anna, quietly asking whether her great-grandfather was always this grumpy. The sudden proximity instantly turned Anna bright red. Arthur burst into laughter and openly agreed with the description. Elindros' expression darkened further. He immediately pointed toward Darion and issued a new order. If Darion failed to thoroughly beat Alex, he would not be allowed to return home for an entire year. Darion nearly cried on the spot. Caught between an impossible opponent and an irritable emperor ancestor, he could only accept his fate and agree to fight. Alex and Darion entered the Celestis family's private training sanctum, a heavily reinforced arena built for emperor-level combat. Powerful barriers and runic arrays ensured that no shockwaves could escape the facility. As the two took their positions, Anna watched nervously from the side. Darion's reputation at Zenith Martial Academy was terrifying. Known as the Demon King, he had spent the last year crushing every opponent in under a minute. Before the fight began, Alex asked Arthur if he had any flying knives available. His upgraded wristband was still being modified, and 3 knives would not be enough. Darion was surprised when Alex casually mentioned that he could control 10 flying knives at once. Even Darion himself could only control 7, despite being considered one of the strongest spirit masters of his generation. Elindros tossed Alex 10 silver flying knives that he had personally used during his saint-level days. If Alex won, they would become his. The battle began immediately. Darion rose into the air atop a flying knife, his aura exploding outward. He launched a probing attack, and Alex blocked it with one of his own blades. The clash revealed just how monstrous Darion truly was. Using Eye of Revelation, Alex examined his opponent's stats. Darion possessed 25,000 tons of strength and defense, 1,000 meters per second speed, and 1,000 tons of spirit power. His physical abilities alone exceeded those of ordinary level 9 grandmasters. Soon, Darion's remaining knives descended like meteors. Despite controlling more blades, Alex was pushed backward. The pressure forced blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Alex struggling, Darion advised him to surrender. He acknowledged Alex's talent, but claimed the gap in growth was simply too large. Alex calmly analyzed the situation. Existential nullity could not directly stop Spirit Master techniques because they relied on mental force. So he decided to reveal something else. He activated gravity manipulation. 200 times gravity instantly descended upon Darion. Caught completely off guard, Darion crashed into the floor. The flying knife beneath him shattered under the sudden weight. Arthur and Elindros were stunned. Not only was Alex using gravity manipulation, but he immediately followed it with another terrifying combination. His 10 flying knives vanished and reappeared around Darion through space manipulation, attacking from every blind spot. Though Darion's saint-level battlesuit protected him from lethal damage, the impacts struck like cannonballs. Forced to devote most of his strength to resisting gravity, his control over the battle rapidly collapsed. Max immediately recognized the danger of combining Spirit Master abilities with space manipulation. However, Darion still possessed his greatest weapon. With a roar, he activated his SS-grade illusion talent. The training room vanished. A blood-red wilderness appeared around Alex. Massive monsters emerged from the mist, and Darion disappeared entirely. Alex knew they were illusions, but when one of the beasts punched him, the pain felt completely real. According to Elindros, Darion's illusions directly affected the target's mind, causing the body to react as if the damage truly existed. Meanwhile, Darion's flying knives continued hunting him through the illusion. The situation seemed hopeless. Even Anna shouted for Alex to stop. But while defending himself, Alex suddenly began laughing. He praised Darion's skill and declared that it was time to finish the match. Elindros frowned, believing Alex had become arrogant. Then Alex snapped his fingers. The entire illusion shattered instantly. The blood-red world disappeared, revealing the training room once again. Darion stood frozen in the corner, horror filling his eyes. He tried to activate his illusion talent again. Nothing happened. Existential nullity had completely severed his connection to the talent. Calmly standing across from him, Alex explained that Darion could not use his talent in his presence and asked whether he wished to continue with a purely physical fight. Darion's knees hit the floor. The feared Demon King had never imagined a battle where his greatest power simply ceased to exist. Unable to continue, he quietly admitted defeat. As Alex deactivated existential nullity, Darion's talent returned. But the result of the battle had already been decided. The entire entire room fell silent. Even Arthur and Alindros could only stare at Alex in complete shock. Alex collapsed to the ground after the battle. The moment the fight ended, all the pain he had been suppressing came rushing back. Every part of his body felt like it was screaming in agony. Arthur immediately appeared beside him and handed him a healing serum. Alex thanked him, drank it in one gulp, and even asked Arthur to make sure Darion received treatment as well. Warm energy spread through his body, rapidly repairing the damage. Within 5 minutes, he was completely recovered. Darion had also been given a healing potion by Max, but while his injuries healed, his spirit remained shaken. The sudden defeat and the terrifying experience of losing access to his talent had left him completely devastated. Once Alex stood up, Arthur finally asked the question everyone wanted answered. What was that? Every pair of eyes turned toward Alex. Calmly, he revealed the truth. His bloodline talent was called existential nullity. When activated, it suppressed the talents of everyone within its range. Those at the same rank or lower would have their talents completely sealed, while stronger opponents would suffer weaker suppression. The explanation left everyone speechless. Arthur finally understood why the tower had labeled Alex the greatest genius in the universe. If Alex could erase his opponent's talents while still using his own overwhelming abilities, he would become an opponent unlike anything humanity had ever seen. Alindros immediately made a decision. This battle never happened, he declared coldly. No records would be kept. No one would speak about Alex's talent. The fate of humanity was too important to risk exposing such a secret. Arthur agreed completely. Then Alindros surprised everyone by inviting Alex to stay with the Celestis family and train under him directly. Arthur supported the idea and explained that Alex's next major goal should be the Inheritance Tower. Curious, Alex asked what it was. Arthur explained that the Inheritance Tower was another gift left by the universe. Talented individuals under 20 years old could challenge specialized inheritance trials such as Spirit Master, Weapon Master, Physical Master, and Elementalist. Successful challengers could obtain techniques, resources, weapons, and inheritances unavailable anywhere on Earth. Even Alindros possessed only an A-rank Spirit Master inheritance, while the President himself held an S-rank inheritance. In the highest circles of humanity, inheritances often mattered more than talent itself. Realizing how valuable the tower could be, Alex agreed to stay and train. Arthur informed Alindros that 10 additional emperors would be assigned to protect the estate before leaving. Alindros then instructed Anna to show Alex to his room and train alongside him instead of attending the academy. Anna could barely hide her happiness. She led Alex to a luxurious VIP residence equipped with a private cultivation room and training facilities. After encouraging him to rest, she hurried away. Alex, however, had no intention of resting. After showering and eating, he entered the cultivation room and activated cultivation through his system. Instantly, a massive energy vortex formed around him. His absorption speed reached 21 million energy per second. 14 seconds later, he broke through to level 17. 24 seconds after that, he reached level 18. The requirements increased dramatically, but 15 minutes later, he broke through again. Level 19. His strength exploded from 5,200 tons to 52,000 tons. His speed rose to 1,500 meters per second, and his spirit power jumped to 3,500 tons. He had officially entered the Grandmaster realm and now surpassed every Grandmaster on Earth. But Alex didn't stop. He cultivated continuously throughout the entire night. By morning, he had advanced all the way to level 33, equivalent to Martial Lord level 5. His strength reached 2 megatons. His speed climbed to 5,000 meters per second, and his combat prowess rivaled a level 9 Martial Lord. In a single night, Alex had become a monster among monsters. Yet despite this incredible growth, he saw a problem. The higher his level climbed, the wider the gap became between his cultivation requirements and his absorption speed. At his current rate, reaching Emperor level 9 would still take around 70 years. For most emperors, 70 years was insignificant compared to a 5,000-year lifespan. For Alex, it was far too long. As he looked over his growth, only one thought remained in his mind. He needed to find a way to increase his energy absorption speed, and he needed to find it soon. Alex finally left the cultivation room, but he moved with extreme caution. After advancing so dramatically in a single night, his body had become a terrifying concentration of power. Even a careless movement felt dangerous. Rather than opening the door with his hands, he used his spirit power. He refused to risk accidentally destroying anything. Once he entered the private training room, however, he could finally relax. The room was specially reinforced for combat. There, Alex began testing his new strength. Each punch exploded through the air like a cannon blast. Violent shockwaves slammed into the walls as he moved through different stances, sprinted, lunged, and practiced countless motions. He wasn't training techniques. He was synchronizing his mind with his vastly upgraded body. After an hour, the awkward feeling disappeared. He finally regained complete control over his strength. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Alex, are you awake? Food is ready," Anna called. Alex opened the door, still covered in sweat. Anna was shocked when she learned he had not slept at all and had spent the entire night cultivating. After telling her he would shower and join everyone shortly, he closed the door. As Anna walked away, her face turned bright red. The family had already started teasing her, comparing her to a newlywed wife waking her husband for breakfast. She had even helped the chefs prepare the meal because she had been too excited to sleep. After showering and changing clothes, Alex headed toward the dining hall. Immediately, he noticed something strange. Every woman in the Celestis family seemed exceptionally well dressed. From noble daughters to household maids, everyone appeared to have made a special effort with their appearance. Completely confused, Alex asked one of the maids if there was some special occasion. The poor maid nearly fainted from excitement when he spoke to her directly. Somehow, she managed to explain that everyone simply enjoyed dressing well. Still suspicious, Alex entered the enormous dining hall. Hundreds of Celestis family members had gathered together. Even powerful experts who no longer needed food attended these meals to maintain family bonds. Alex greeted Ilindros and immediately started piling food onto his plate. When he sat beside Darian, he casually asked how his injuries were. Darian complained that Alex had nearly beaten him to death, only for Alex to joke that Darian should call him Grandpa since they now shared the same master. The entire table burst into laughter. Anna watched quietly before finally asking how the food tasted. The entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone knew Anna had personally helped prepare the meal. Alex honestly praised the food, saying it tasted like it had been cooked with love and care, and that the chef clearly loved their work. Anna's face immediately turned bright red. The family members exchanged amused looks. Without realizing it, Alex had given the perfect answer. While continuing to eat, Alex asked Darian why all the women in the family seemed so elegant while the men looked like ordinary workers. Darian nearly lost his patience. The conversation shifted when Alex suggested that Darian stay home and train with him instead of returning to the academy. Darian's eyes immediately lit up. The opportunity to train alongside someone like Alex was impossible to ignore. Unfortunately, Ilindros reminded him of his punishment. Since Darian had lost, he was not allowed to return home for a year. Alex tried defending him, even claiming that if Ilindros' younger self had fought him, victory would not have come easily. The statement nearly made everyone choke. The men desperately struggled not to laugh at the ancestor. One by one, they quickly excused themselves and fled the dining hall before Ilindros lost his temper. Only the women, Anna, Alex, and a visibly irritated Ilindros remained. Completely oblivious to the danger, Alex continued asking Anna to pass him more food. Finally, Ilindros had enough. With a forced smile, he announced that breakfast was over and that training would begin immediately. Alex protested because he was still eating, but Ilindros simply wrapped him in telekinetic energy and carried him away like a floating sack of potatoes. Anna followed behind, struggling not to laugh. The moment they disappeared from sight, the entire dining hall exploded into uncontrollable laughter. Everyone realized they had just witnessed the beginning of what promised to be a very entertaining training period. Ilindros brought Alex into the reinforced training hall and immediately slammed him into the ground. The impact looked dramatic, but Alex's body had already surpassed even a level 9 martial lord. The floor felt like soft hay to him. Still, understanding the situation, he pretended it hurt and complained about his master's rough treatment. Ignoring him, Ilindros declared that Alex would undergo an extremely harsh training regime. Before training began, Alex asked an important question. He wanted to know how many objects Ilindros could control simultaneously. Ilindros proudly explained that his current limit was 25. Originally, he could only control 5 objects. His telekinesis talent increased that number to 15. Later, an inheritance technique added another 5, bringing the total to 20. Additional breakthroughs at Grandmaster level 7 and Emperor realm eventually raised the limit to 25. Alex quickly realized something. Without talent and inheritance bonuses, Ilindros' natural limit was only 10 objects, the same limit Alex had always believed he possessed. A thought immediately formed in his mind. He summoned all 13 flying knives in his possession and attempted attempted to control them at once. To Elindros's astonishment, every single one floated into the air. Alex then asked for more knives. After receiving 10 additional blades, he continued testing his limits. 14 knives rose, then 15, but when he attempted a 16th, it refused to move. His limit had increased from 10 to 15 overnight. Elindros was completely stunned. To hide his true strength, Alex casually claimed he had reached Grandmaster Level 7 the previous night and believed the increase came from that breakthrough. The revelation nearly gave Elindros a heart attack. After calming himself, Elindros asked what Alex wanted to learn. Alex explained that he wanted to fully test every combination of his powers against real monsters. Elindros immediately rejected the idea of letting him roam the wilderness alone, but promised to discuss forming a special protection team with Arthur. Before that could happen, however, Elindros wanted to personally test Alex's strength. At that moment, Alex turned to Anna and apologized for hiding some of his abilities. Then he shared a theory about gravity manipulation. According to Alex, gravity wasn't simply about increasing pulling force. Once someone developed their divine sense enough to perceive matter at a subatomic level, even tiny adjustments in gravitational force could destroy structures from within. He advised Anna to strengthen her body and master the fundamentals before relying on external energy. Both Anna and Elindros were shocked by the idea. Then the sparring match began. Alex launched 15 flying knives simultaneously. They vanished and reappeared around Elindros from impossible angles. Yet Elindros didn't even defend himself. The knives hammered against his physical body like artillery shells, but they couldn't leave a single scratch. Internally, however, Elindros was already impressed. Alex's power at the martial lord level far exceeded what he himself had possessed at that stage. Not stopping there, Alex activated 1,000 times gravity while simultaneously attempting to destroy the molecular structure of Elindros's Emperor-grade battlesuit using his divine sense. Elindros could clearly feel Alex attacking the suit's internal structure. The force was already enough to destroy king-level artifacts. Then Alex drew his sword and used Blink. The attack struck Elindros with tremendous force, but it felt like hitting an immovable mountain. Afterward, Elindros created a spirit barrier and challenged Alex to break it. For the rest of the morning, Alex unleashed every talent, weapon, and combination at his disposal. Despite his efforts, the barrier remained untouched. Finally, Elindros ended the session. He acknowledged that Alex already possessed strength comparable to a martial lord and promised to speak with Arthur about assembling a special hunting team. He also asked whether Alex wanted to challenge the Inheritance Tower immediately. Alex refused. Since he could challenge it any time before turning 20, he preferred to grow stronger first and secure the highest inheritance possible. As he left, Alex opened his status panel and noticed something important. His copied talent capacity had increased from 10 to 15. Looking at his current talents, space manipulation, gravitational manipulation, flame manipulation, and light manipulation, he finally realized the truth. His Spirit Master capacity and talent copying limit were directly connected, and now that the limit had increased once, there was every chance it could continue growing even further. The discussion about the Inheritance Tower left Alex even more determined to grow stronger before attempting it. If he wanted the best inheritance possible, he needed to reach his absolute peak first. Curious about another path to power, he asked Elindros about body cultivation techniques. Elindros explained that these techniques originated from physical master inheritance trials, and that only 10 known SS rank techniques existed. Each one strengthened the body through a different method. Some used rare metals, others elemental forces, while a few integrated unique substances directly into the body. The techniques had 7 levels, with each major realm unlocking the next stage. By the Emperor realm, a fully completed technique could permanently increase defensive power 8-fold, turning the body into something comparable to a sacred artifact. When Alex asked whether multiple techniques could be cultivated together, Elindros immediately rejected the idea. Once someone bound themselves to one body cultivation path, their body would reject all others. As for which technique Alex should choose, Elindros recommended the Alliance's method without hesitation. Unlike other techniques, it strengthened the body through the blood essence of powerful monsters while preserving adaptability. He assured Alex that Arthur would provide both the technique and the required blood essence. Afterward, Elindros contacted Arthur. He informed him that Alex's growth rate was beyond imagination and requested even more resources. He also asked about Julius. Learning that the president would return from the Amazon region within 7 days before Elindros Lindros' own hunting expedition began. Back in his room, Alex showered and prepared to begin body cultivation training. Before he could start, Arthur contacted him and offered the powerful annihilation sword technique, despite Alex lacking the credits to purchase it. Arthur simply told him to repay the debt gradually and immediately sent the technique over. Later, Alex spoke with his mother, ate lunch, and finally allowed himself some rest. Not long afterward, Anna arrived with an invitation to go out. Alex agreed. Meanwhile, in the drawing room, Anna discovered that several unmarried female cousins had already gathered. Among them was Erin, who openly challenged Anna's assumption that Alex would only see her as a child. The atmosphere became tense until Darian stepped in and eased the situation. Soon, Alex appeared, dressed casually and completely unaware of the competition surrounding him. When he learned they were heading to an underground fighting arena, his curiosity was immediately piqued. Everyone received masks before boarding an airship. Alex chose a Batman mask, while Darian explained the arena during the trip. The underground arena functioned as a life-and-death battlefield for martial artists. Many opponents were violent criminals, and combatants could fight them without legal consequences. Survival belonged to the victor, while defeat meant death. Back at the estate, Lindros ordered guardians to shadow the group, but instructed them not to interfere unless martial kings became involved. He wanted the younger generation to learn self-sufficiency. The group eventually arrived at the arena and paid the steep entrance fee for a full night session. Each received a card, granting 12 hours of access. Inside, Alex quietly evaluated the surrounding fighters. Most were below the martial lord realm, while only a handful appeared to be martial kings. No one stronger seemed present. The group had barely entered when trouble appeared. 5 large men, wearing animal masks, approached from behind. Their leader openly stared at the girls and made a crude demand, ordering 5 of them to come with his group. Instantly, the atmosphere inside the underground arena turned cold and dangerous. Inside the arena, an unspoken rule governed everyone equally. No one could remove their mask, a restriction enforced by the Tower of Ascension itself, with violations punished directly on the soul. It was why powerful families secretly shadowed their heirs whenever they came here. Without law, anything could happen. Alex studied the group's leader, a man named Marcus Vale, through his eye of revelation. Marcus held an A-grade physical enhancement talent and stood at Martial Lord level 5, capable of tripling his strength for 10 minutes before needing an hour to recover. Alex saw no reason to study the other 4. Darian stepped in front of his companions and coldly gave Marcus 30 seconds to apologize and leave. Marcus only grew more furious, mocking him as a spoiled young master and vowing to take all 10 girls while forcing Darian to watch. As Darian counted down, Marcus charged with explosive force. Despite his outward composure, Darian was inwardly panicking since no guardian had appeared to help him, and he had no way to match a martial lord alone. He raised 7 flying knives into a defensive barrier, but Marcus shattered it with a single punch, laughing as he pressed forward with murderous glee. Watching quietly, Alex found himself fixated on a deeper question. He had always been puzzled by why some people took pleasure in violence and killing when they lacked nothing themselves, a curiosity dating back to things he had read in his previous life. Now, facing someone who clearly enjoyed cruelty, he decided to find out firsthand, and he had more than enough strength to do it safely. He stepped between Darian and the charging man and casually flicked Marcus away with one finger, sending him crashing to the ground like discarded trash. Then Alex walked over, sat beside the stunned man, and calmly asked why he wanted so badly to kill. Marcus tried to activate his talent and found it completely unresponsive, terrified that this masked stranger somehow already knew his name. Without waiting for an answer, Alex lifted Marcus into the air with his mental power, drew a flying blade, and began methodically opening his skull, peeling back skin and bone with clinical precision, as though conducting an experiment rather than an execution. When Marcus's 4 companions rushed forward in outrage, Alex flicked his finger once more, instantly shredding all 4 into fragments without so much as looking at them. He continued his work, exposing Marcus's brain and pulling it free with a gentle telekinetic tug, then instructed his AI to build a precise brain model so he could study why people like this existed. To the crowd of hardened arena regulars, the calm, surgical brutality was more disturbing than anything they'd witnessed there before. Darian cautiously asked if he was all right. Alex admitted he felt no guilt at all, seeing men like Marcus as parasites rather than people, though he acknowledged he might have taken things further than necessary. Darian reassured him the deaths had been justified. Alex wrapped the brain and stored it away, then turned to Anna and asked whether she now feared him. She only smiled faintly, admitting she felt satisfaction rather than fear, and that if she had his strength, she would have ended the men herself before he ever got the chance. Alex smiled and asked Darian whether this place existed to harden the younger generation to the world's brutality. Darian confirmed it did, adding that challengers could fight there too if they wished. Satisfied that the arena had already served its purpose, Alex decided they should leave, not wanting anyone to look at the girls with such disgusting intent again. The girls stood frozen, hearts racing at how gentle and protective this merciless genius had suddenly become toward them. Anna caught her cousin's expressions and silently complained to herself about Alex acting so chivalrous out of nowhere, even as she felt a flicker of happiness about it. Darian asked where they should go next. Alex suggested touring the city and sampling its food and entertainment, then asked when Darian planned to attempt the inheritance tower. Darian explained he would try after reaching level 9, roughly 4 months away. One of the girls asked why Alex hadn't fought any criminals himself in the arena. He replied that at his level, such a fight would be pointless slaughter against opponents who posed no real challenge, and that criminals like that still served some purpose in the world. As they walked through the city with their masks removed, a rich smell of grilled meat drew Alex to a small roadside restaurant. They sat down, and Darian asked the old man cooking to bring their best dishes. When the food arrived, Darian and the girls froze in recognition of the server, but Alex, not recognizing him, dug in immediately. The first bite hit him like an explosion of flavor, and he found himself in tears, unable and unwilling to stop eating. He finished his portion instantly and asked if he could have everyone else's, only to be met with unanimous, half-serious threats of war if he touched their food. When Alex asked the old man for a second helping, booming laughter rang out through the restaurant. A voice mocked him for expecting seconds when regulars of hundreds of years had never received any. Alex then realized the restaurant, small from outside, was actually enormous inside and packed with hundreds of occupied tables. Scanning the room with his eye of revelation, he found the diners were all emperors or high-level saints, including a beastmaster capable of merging with his contracted creature and a man who could turn invisible and pass through solid matter. He scanned the server next and found he was a level 1 emperor with an SS-grade wood manipulation talent capable of healing others down to their fundamental level, which explained why the others hadn't dared start eating without permission. Finally, Alex turned his attention to the old man himself, who now faced him directly, radiating a quiet, noble aura despite his plain appearance. The old man personally brought Alex a fresh plate, telling him he needed more nourishment to grow. Every emperor in the room shot to their feet in protest, demanding to know why the rule against seconds was being broken for this boy alone. The old man dismissed them coldly, saying the exception was only for Alex. Stunned, Alex scanned him and discovered his identity: Nolan Magnus, a level 9 emperor and the first person in the light domain to awaken an SSS rank talent, alchemist, capable of combining materials into pills far more potent than their individual parts. He was revealed as the creator of nearly every serum and medicinal pill in existence, and the master figure behind the current generation of emperors. The moment Alex absorbed this information, desire flooded through him, and a system notification informed him that his intense craving for a non-elemental talent had unlocked a new option: sacrificing 3 external talent slots to copy such a talent, with future copies of the same type able to strengthen it further. Without hesitation, Alex asked to shake the old man's hand, pretending not to know who he was and simply praising the food. Nolan agreed on the condition that Alex work under him 1 day a month for a year, and in exchange offered him unlimited access to his cooking. Alex eagerly accepted, even offering to work daily for free, only to learn the restaurant opened just once a month. As their hands met, Alex silently commanded the system to sacrifice 3 slots and copy the talent, and the notification confirmed his success. He had obtained the alchemist talent. Nolan told told Alex to return the following month, and Alex agreed cheerfully before turning back to the others. That was when he noticed Anna, Darian, and every Celestis child present had dropped to one knee, reverently addressing the old barbecue vendor as the Alchemy Emperor, the master behind every emperor on Earth, including the Alliance president and their own family ancestor. Alex pretended confusion, questioning how a street vendor could possibly be such a legendary figure, while Darian hissed at him to be quiet, warning that a careless breath from anyone present could erase them from existence. Rather than showing fear like the surrounding emperors expected, Alex leapt onto the table and threw himself into a dramatic hug, calling Nolan his grandmaster and tearfully demanding to know why he hadn't visited after Alex emerged from the tower. The theatrical display left everyone stunned into embarrassed silence, with Anna wishing she could disappear and Darian denying any association with him. When Alex justified the title by pointing out that since Nolan was Alindros's master and Alex was Alindros's disciple, that logically made Nolan his grandmaster, Nolan admitted the reasoning checked out and agreed to make him 3 tons of barbecue on the condition Alex eat it all on the spot. Alex immediately backed off that demand, instead offering to massage Nolan's shoulders and requesting only 10 kilograms a day instead, which sent Nolan into laughter at his shamelessness. Then Alex's tone shifted, and he asked seriously if he could watch Nolan refine pills and serums to learn alchemy himself. When Nolan pointed out that resources were essentially free for him, Alex explained that despite his high cultivation talent, he sensed the emperors were facing some looming crisis, and he wanted to become strong enough, fast enough, to support himself through his own resource generation, rather than being a burden on anyone. The emperor's expressions turned solemn at this. Nolan, quietly impressed by the sudden maturity, reassured him that the older generation would shoulder any coming danger, and told him to simply focus on growing strong without straying onto any dark path. He handed Alex a black metal card etched with golden runes, granting him access to every floor of the Magnus Tower except restricted areas, warning that the success rate for someone with an alchemy talent like his would be only 1 to 5%. Alex thanked him and promised to visit the next day, then apologized to the watching emperors for his earlier behavior. Samuel laughed it off and asked how someone so young had developed such thick skin. Alex, briefly recalling his orphanage days spent flattering an old caretaker just to avoid being thrown out, simply smiled and claimed not to understand the question before leaving. Once he was gone, the emperors turned serious, with Samuel asking whether they should warn Alex about an approaching calamity. Nolan refused, saying there was still time and that the boy should be allowed to grow freely for now. Walking home with Anna and Darian, Anna shyly asked to join him at the Magnus Tower the next day, since she admired Nolan, and Alex agreed without hesitation. He then asked Darian to bring him 10 Beastmaster-level monster cores, declining the offer of stronger Grandmaster-level cores instead. As they walked beneath the moonlight, Anna asked if he had truly felt no fear standing before the Alchemy Emperor. Alex only said that when someone that powerful stood before you, there were only 2 choices: fear them or cling to them, and that he preferred barbecue. Anna laughed, and Darian sighed, unsure whether Alex was a genius or simply shameless. Alex just shrugged, hands behind his head, insisting he could be both. Back in his room, Alex showered and changed before heading to the training room, determined to try something new. Beast cores held immense energy, but it came tangled with dark miasma that made direct absorption impossible for ordinary martial artists, which was why alchemists like Nolan existed to purify that essence into usable pills and serums at the Magnus Tower. Alex wanted a rougher, faster alternative he could use in the field without needing a lab every time, so he sat down and activated his newly copied alchemy talent on a core. His perception shifted, revealing the core's structure down to the molecular level, with pure energy glowing faintly and miasma coiled around it like shadow. He tried applying reverse gravity to pull the 2 apart, but the core simply shattered into gray dust in his palm. Recognizing the attempt had failed, he decided to wait until he'd observed Nolan's actual refining process before trying again, then spent the rest of the night cultivating for 8 straight hours, advancing only from level 33 to level 34 as the requirements between levels kept growing steeper. His attributes rose modestly, and he reflected that if he wanted to be ready for the coming upheaval, he'd eventually need to cultivate around the clock and unlock his wristband's 10-fold absorption function, which would demand enormous resources. At breakfast, Alindros teased him about his new unrestricted access to Nolan's barbecue, and Alex jokingly offered to eat an extra portion on his master's behalf. Alindros then reminded him him that Arthur had already sent the promised sword technique and that he'd prepared the blood materials needed for Alex's body cultivation, telling him to return by evening. Alex and Anna then drove to the Magnus Tower together, with Alex enjoying his newfound love of driving. Along the way, he asked Anna about her future plans, and she admitted, with some difficulty, that she simply wanted to grow strong enough to fight beside him and share his burdens. Alex felt something soften in his chest, but kept his emotions guarded, only telling her to train hard or risk being left behind. Anna promised she wouldn't let that happen, then grew embarrassed at how much the exchange sounded like a devoted wife pleading with a husband. When they arrived, Alex opened her door with exaggerated gallantry, calling her his princess, which flustered her so badly she asked him not to tease her like that. Using Nolan's card, they bypassed the normal procedures and were escorted straight to the 15th floor, a bustling research level. Staff led them into a restricted chamber where a massive furnace burned under the sustained effort of 5 fire talent martial artists, with Nolan floating above it, watching the flames intently. Nolan explained that his morning task was purifying raw materials and extracting their essence, which other alchemists used to create serums, while he alone refined the far more valuable pills, a feat only true alchemist talent holders could achieve. Alex asked Nolan to walk him through the theory of pill creation verbally before attempting anything hands-on. Nolan agreed and had an assistant bring out the day's materials: a grade 3 beast core from a Shadowfang panther, dried moonlit ginseng roots, and a vial of milky essence. He explained that an ordinary alchemist would extract only a handful of low-value pills from such ingredients, but true mastery lay not in the materials themselves, only in how thoroughly their potential could be forced out. Nolan broke the process into 3 steps. First, structural destabilization, using fire tuned to the exact resonant frequency of the molecular bonds holding the miasma in place, rather than crude, blind burning. Second, directional extraction, separating the impurities with near-total precision, instead of settling for partial purification, like most alchemists did. Third, fusion and compression, where he didn't simply combine the purified essences, but forced them into genuine synergy, multiplying their power rather than adding it together. He demonstrated by pressing his palms together, and from a single beast core produced 9 fully potent pills, each carrying energy equivalent to the original core. Watching this, Alex's mind raced through the implications. He already possessed fire manipulation, capable of replicating that resonant frequency destruction, plus light manipulation, and now alchemy talent, a combination no one else on Earth possessed. He worked out a theory on the spot. He could use fire to loosen the miasma's atomic bonds without destroying the core, then flood the loosened miasma with light, since light and corrupted dark energy were natural opposites that would annihilate each other, leaving pure beast energy behind. The only issue was that removing the miasma would leave a structural vacuum and cause the core to collapse, just as his failed attempt had the night before. His solution was to bond multiple cores together to fill that void, creating a fused, deliberately unstable structure that would hunger for external cosmic energy to stabilize itself, meaning it would keep absorbing ambient energy over time and ultimately hold more power than the sum of the original cores. If he could nail the exact ratios, he'd have a method unique to him alone, since no one else combined fire manipulation and light manipulation with true alchemy talent. He memorized every motion and timing of Nolan's demonstration and bowed deeply in thanks when it ended. They left the tower in the late afternoon, Anna quietly sensing the storm of thought behind Alex's calm face during the drive home. Back at the estate, Ilindros was waiting in a transformed underground chamber, centered on a 10-meter pool of shimmering blood drawn from 7 high-grade monsters, surrounded by glowing herbs and drifting vitality serums. Ilindros handed him the 7 Revolutions bone-forging scripture, the revised edition of the body cultivation technique, explaining that each of its 7 stages tempered a different aspect of the body: skin, muscle, tendon, bone, marrow, organ, blood, and meridian, with the final stages bordering on self-destruction and rebirth. Alex memorized the entire scroll, then stripped and entered the pool without hesitation. The moment the blood touched him, searing pain shot through his body. He submerged himself and began circulating the essence through each revolution in turn. Skin tempering, which felt like being dipped in acid as monster blood rewrote his cells at the molecular level. Muscle forging, tearing and regrowing his fibers into dense, cable-like strength. Tendon strengthening, reforging his body's connective structures with metallic resilience. And bone tempering, which sent cracking sounds through his skeleton as his bones were crushed and rebuilt with a far harder lattice. Ilindros watched closely the entire time, ready to intervene if Alex's life force dropped too low, since even his own mastery of the technique was limited by his current cultivation as a martial lord. When the process finally ended and Alex rose from the pool, his skin gleamed like polished bronze. Checking his stats, he found his defense had quadrupled to 10 megatons, with a smaller boost to his strength as well. After showering and dressing, Alex bowed to Elindros in gratitude. Elindros informed him that from now on he'd need to gather his own resources, since his hunting team had been formed and he was cleared to hunt within a 10,000-kilometer range of the light domain, no farther. Alex said he'd head out once his wristband finished its upgrades. Before leaving, he asked how the tenfold cultivation acceleration actually worked if talent itself was fixed, and Elindros explained that his talent let him absorb energy naturally without external pressure, while the tenfold function would force energy into his body through concentrated external pressure instead, requiring enormous resources to sustain. Satisfied with the answer, Alex returned to his room and collapsed into a dreamless sleep, his body wrecked from the brutal cycle of destruction and rebirth the bone-forging process had put it through. He woke 2 days later feeling completely renewed. After bathing, hunger sent him straight to the dining hall, where the maids rushed to serve him. Anna soon arrived carrying his food herself, having heard he was awake. She mentioned that Ray had reached out, asking whether Alex still intended to honor their sparring promise since he'd missed showing up at school. Alex, amused that Ray still wanted to fight after seeing the wilderness test results, told Anna to have him come the next day so he could deal with him personally, which made her laugh. After eating, Alex found Elindros and asked about the annihilation sword technique Arthur had promised. Elindros handed over the scroll but warned it was a genuinely dangerous, double-edged technique that could just as easily harm its wielder, noting that no one on Earth had mastered it beyond the 3rd level. Alex took it to the training room to study. The technique had 5 levels, with only the first accessible below Emperor Realm, and even that required exceptional comprehension. Level 1 granted triple attack power and cut the opponent's defense by 30%. Level 2 rose to 7-fold with 50% defense reduction. Level 3 reached 10-fold with 75% reduction. Level 4 unlocked planet-level annihilation power, but burned the user with 70% backlash if they weren't strong enough. And Level 5 could annihilate a planet with an Emperor's strength, but would kill even an Emperor who used it, making it essentially a mutual destruction technique for the truly desperate. Setting the higher levels aside for later, Alex focused on mastering Level 1, and thanks to his eternal sword talent, fully memorized and mastered it within 2 hours, despite it normally being far beyond what anyone below Saint level could even comprehend. Testing it on a power measurement device, his normal/registered 2.5 megatons, while the first level of annihilation multiplied it perfectly to 7.5 megatons with 0 energy loss. Adding sword intent on top pushed the number to 22.5 megatons, already in the range of a level 2 Martial King's typical output, leaving him satisfied with the result. He then turned to alchemy, pulling out 10 grade 3 beast cores worth 10 billion energy units each. Using his Eye of Revelation to study their structure and calculate the correct synchronization ratio, he began the fusion process he'd theorized at the Magnus Tower, loosening the core's bonds with flame manipulation, then purifying the miasma away with light manipulation once the timing was right, carefully maintaining control as the purified cores became dangerously unstable. He merged them together, and after 10 minutes of precise work, followed by 6 more, as external cosmic energy poured into the newly bonded structure, a single perfect white core formed before him, radiating 1 trillion energy units, a massive amplification over the combined value of the original 10 cores. Realizing his method had worked exactly as he'd theorized, and that it could fuel both his own cultivation and generate enormous wealth, Alex burst out laughing in triumph. Alex stared at the floating white core for a long while, heart pounding as the weight of what he'd solved sank in. The tenfold cultivation acceleration would demand mountains of resources, and he now had a way to build those mountains himself, hunting monsters and refining their cores into something even Nolan couldn't produce, since Nolan's method relied on natural herbs to slowly push out miasma, while Alex could burn it away directly with light, creating perfectly pure cores. He held the warm white core in his palm, quietly recognizing this as his path forward. His communicator interrupted his thoughts. It was Tenzin, calling to say the upgraded Omniweave was ready, his tone noticeably more formal and respectful than before, a clear sign Arthur had said something about how Alex was to be treated. Alex asked Tenzin to deliver it in person the next day so he could learn its functions directly, then went to sleep, determined to keep building his strength. At 6 the next next morning, Ray's shouting outside the Celestis estate jolted everyone awake, demanding Alex honor their sparring promise. Darien emerged first and mocked Ray for having the nerve to challenge someone who'd single-handedly killed 67 Berserk Beast Grandmasters, embarrassing Ray in front of the watching Celestis maids. Ray clarified he wanted a pure sword versus spear duel without Alex using his full cultivation or spirit master abilities, wanting to see how Alex would fare against someone with comparable raw ability. Alex agreed, suppressing his own strength down to Ray's level as a martial warrior, level 9, and used the sword technique he'd just learned the day before. The two clashed repeatedly, both testing their respective techniques, Ray's destruction spear art against Alex's annihilation sword technique, both further amplified by their own intents. For several exchanges, they seemed evenly matched, giving Ray real hope, until Alex quietly increased his output by a single extra ton of force, enough to send Ray flying backward in the final clash. Ray rose smiling anyway, vowing that if he ever truly surpassed Alex, they'd fight again for real. As he turned to leave, Alex whispered an invitation to breakfast, mentioning the Celestis family's wealth and delicious food, which Ray eagerly accepted, not realizing everyone had overheard the exchange, including Alindros, who yanked Alex's ear over the comment about his master being stingy. Before they could go inside, an ancient, thunderous voice boomed across the sky, declaring that the dark miasma would vanish from Earth starting that day, exposing the light domain to every other race on the planet. The ground shook, and Alindros' face went pale as he muttered that they were supposed to have 16 more years. Pressed by Alex, he finally revealed the truth the older generation had been hiding. The dark miasma had never been a curse, but humanity's first line of defense, concealing them on a planet now unimaginably vast and sealed off from outer space. 34 years earlier, they'd received a warning that the light domain's barrier would dissipate within 50 years, unless sustained by monster cores harvested from Emperor-class beasts, a secret the Alliance had been managing quietly ever since. But the deeper horror, Alindros explained, was that other, far more advanced intelligent races existed on the planet, and the instant the miasma vanished, those races would immediately sense humanity's location. The courtyard fell into stunned silence as he admitted their careful decades of preparation had proven far too shallow for what was actually coming. As panic rippled through the household, Alex steadied himself and called his mother to come to the Celestis house, then quickly reasoned through the situation aloud. This all felt like some kind of engineered trial from a higher cosmic system, humanity likely having been carefully cultivated for 5 centuries as an experiment now entering its next phase. Alindros was startled by how fast Alex reached that conclusion. Alex continued analyzing, noting that with 16 years left before the barrier fully dissipated, they'd still need monster cores to sustain it. But the loss of the miasma meant hunters could no longer move freely without being detected by hostile races, so observation needed to happen from safely inside the light domain. He asked Alindros to introduce him to someone with teleportation talent and urged that Arthur recall everyone back inside the domain immediately. Alindros, impressed by his composure, relayed everything to Arthur, who felt reassured hearing it and asked that Alex be brought to the emergency Emperor's meeting, while he recalled the President and all Emperors back within the light domain. Before leaving, Alex insisted they eat first, lightening the mood, and asked Anna to look after his mother when Elizabeth arrived. Meanwhile, word spread through the light domain, causing widespread unease, even though most people didn't grasp the full picture. Arthur reached President Julius, who was 70,000 kilometers away in the Amazon, and immediately abandoned the injured Emperor Realm T-Rex he'd been pursuing, using a portal-talented teammate to return instantly. Everyone still stationed outside the domain was called back at once. On the journey to the Alliance headquarters, Alex asked Alindros how long a single Emperor-grade core could sustain the barrier, learning it was only about 7 days, with current reserves good for roughly 6 months, pending whatever cores Julius had gathered on his expedition. Alex quickly calculated that once he received his upgraded wristband and could cultivate around the clock at 10-fold speed for 6 months, it would be equivalent to 5 years of normal progress, potentially pushing him to around level 68 and into the Emperor realm himself, with combat power exceeding ordinary emperors. That realization eased some of his tension, since strength at that level would let him handle whatever monsters or foreign races might come knocking. They arrived at the Alliance headquarters to find the air thick with powerful auras. Alindros gave a non-committal answer when other emperors asked his opinion on the crisis, since even he didn't fully understand what was happening. Inside the grand meeting hall, Arthur seated Alindros near the president's position and placed Alex to his own right. As the emperors filed in, several bristled at seeing Alex seated among them, and one, Marcus Nightvale, a level 8 emperor with an SS-grade assassin talent, openly complained that mere potential wasn't enough to earn a seat in a room of emperors when time had run out to develop it. Several others nodded along. Elindros responded by crushing him with overwhelming pressure and demanding to know who he was to decide such things, only for Luis Nightvale, the clan's ancestor and a level 9 emperor with dark element manipulation, to intervene and warn Elindros against tyranny, reminding him the Nightvales didn't fear conflict. Elindros coldly told him to teach his son to keep quiet, and Arthur cut in firmly, reminding everyone this was the Alliance's hall, not the Nightvale clans, and that he alone decided who sat there, Alex included as the Alliance's Grade 0 elite. Then, a new, horrifying aura swept into the hall, and Elindros smiled faintly, remarking that the old bastard had finally returned. The door opened to reveal President Julius Caesar himself, a level 9 emperor whose SSS-grade clairvoyance let him see 3 seconds into the future for up to 10 minutes at a time. Alex was stunned by how devastating such a talent would be in the hands of someone already at emperor level, though he restrained the urge to copy it, judging it wouldn't be useful to him yet. Julius took the central seat and demanded practical suggestions rather than bickering. Luis proposed ambushing and eliminating any vanguard scouts from superior races before they could report back, and several emperors nodded along. When Elindros turned to Alex for his opinion, every eye in the room fixed on him. Alex calmly asked whether an emperor's death outside the domain could be traced back to its location, immediately unsettling the room as everyone reconsidered the ambush plan. He argued they should observe rather than provoke conflict, reasoning that if this truly was some engineered cosmic trial, their location might simply be revealed regardless of their actions, and that with 16 years of protection still remaining, gathering information and assessing the newcomer's strength made more sense than reckless killing. Julius was impressed and praised him by name. Marcus, still bitter, sneered that Alex's plan ignored the practical problem of hunting emperor-level monsters for the barrier if hostile races made leaving the domain too dangerous. Alex countered that teleporters and portal specialists like Adam would keep hunting viable despite the added risk, then told Elindros directly that given enough time, he'd become strong enough to handle such threats himself. When Arthur asked how much time he meant, Alex answered 5 years without hesitation, prompting Marcus to mock the idea of surpassing centuries-old emperors that quickly. That finally broke Alex's patience, and he snapped back with open contempt, questioning how Marcus had ever become an emperor and calling him Nightvale scum. Marcus shot to his feet, invoking the rule that insulting an emperor as a non-emperor was punishable by death and asking Julius for permission to execute him. Alex, unbothered, dismissed him as having a brain the size of a chicken's and declared his own worth to humanity far exceeded that of someone who'd only reached emperor rank by burning through family treasures and luck. Elindros burst out laughing at the exchange, while Arthur and Julius struggled to hold back their own amusement. Luis pulled Marcus away, telling the room to inform them of the meeting's outcome, and wished Alex safety with a pointed jab, calling him Mr. Future Alliance President before leading several emperors out. Julius asked if Alex wasn't afraid, and Alex casually replied he'd just cling to Julius's thigh until his own grew thick enough, then let Julius cling to him in turn, which sent the hall into open laughter. Julius jokingly offered his granddaughter's hand in marriage to keep Alex close, prompting Elindros to leap up and claim Alex as his own student destined to marry Anna instead. The bickering was cut short when Nolan entered, silencing the room with his presence alone. Everyone rose and bowed, and Julius offered him his seat, which Nolan waved off in favor of sitting beside Alex, immediately leaning in to suggest, loud enough for the whole hall to hear, that Alex marry his great-granddaughter instead. Alex deflected by insisting they focus on survival first, privately noted by several emperors as making him the most mature person in the room. Nolan then turned serious, agreeing that gathering information should come before any drastic action, and warned that monsters from other regions would likely converge on the light domain as well, resetting the tension in the room. Elindros then reminded Alex of his earlier request to meet a teleporter, introducing Ye Han, a level 4 emperor with S-grade teleportation who could jump to any location he'd personally seen, up to a cumulative 1 light-year per session before needing 3 hours of rest. Alex asked respectfully whether Ye Han had been able to teleport even at low cultivation levels, and whether he felt any spatial turbulence during the process. Ye Han confirmed he'd had the ability from the start, and that a golden light of unknown origin wrapped around him during teleportation, determination, always shielding him from any discomfort. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly at that detail. Before Alex could pursue his suspicions further, Arthur's emergency communicator rang, cutting the discussion short. A trembling saint from the border barracks reported that the miasma had vanished and that winged, horned, crocodile-skinned humanoid creatures were now hovering near the barrier. Arthur immediately had Adam open a portal, and the entire group stepped through together, including Alex. On the other side, the eternal darkness outside had turned bright as day, revealing endless ruins of pre-apocalyptic Earth beneath blackened trees. Alex's instincts told him these creatures were superior to ordinary humans, though not to him, and his scan confirmed it. Their leader was Aolong, a dragon possessing an X-grade triple elemental bloodline and planetary level 7 power, stronger than every human emperor combined. 6 subordinates floated silently behind him. Aolong addressed the barrier with cold contempt, declaring himself general of the dragon race, and demanding humanity's submission in exchange for prosperity under draconic rule. Several emperors froze in existential dread, though a handful of level 9s and Alex remained unshaken, his own bloodline talents already surpassing the dragon's. Julius refused to submit, and Aolong responded by casually punching the barrier, draining a massive chunk of its stored energy and shrinking Arthur's 6-month estimate down to barely a week. As hopelessness spread through the group, Alex rose into the air to face Aolong directly through the barrier, mocking him as a reptile and warning that if not for the barrier, he'd roast and eat him alive. Aolong remained coldly amused, claiming dragons were superior to every other race and had arrived first, specifically to offer this chance. Alex shot back that his first meal after the barrier fell would be made from Aolong's own flesh, and that in 16 years he'd slaughter every one of them. Aolong simply vowed to surround the entire domain and see how humanity managed to hunt and sustain itself under siege. Back on the ground, Elindros asked why Alex had provoked him. Alex explained his reasoning. If this truly was some engineered trial, the higher powers behind it likely wouldn't let humanity be wiped out so easily, especially since the Tower's declaration that he was the first human in the universe to reach the 96th stair implied other, more advanced human civilizations existed elsewhere. He argued dragons, however strong, likely operated under unseen rules, and that even if they didn't, dying with dignity was preferable to dying as cowards. Julius, moved by his resolve, admitted the old generation would stop fearing the dragons and face whatever came with pride. Alex then asked Julius for as many Beast Lord level cores as could be spared, saying he had plans for them, and Julius agreed to redirect all future cores to him. Alex also suggested withdrawing the barracks stationed at the barrier, reasoning they'd be useless against such threats and risked being manipulated into wandering out on their own. Impressed yet again, Julius jokingly offered to draft a law letting Alex marry multiple wives, including his granddaughter, but Alex declined, asking only that the border be monitored by camera and that his resources be sent quickly. Everyone returned inside the barrier, barracks included. Alex then collected the finished Omniweave from Tenzin, who walked him thoroughly through all its new functions and headed home knowing he was about to enter the busiest stretch of his life. That night, the household gathered for dinner. Alex, Elizabeth, Anna, Anna's parents, Elindros, and the others, all discussing the day's revelations. When the meal ended, Alex stood and told them he'd be extremely busy from now on, and that unless something urgent arose, he didn't want to be disturbed. Alone in his private training room, Alex studied the Omniweave on his wrist, weighing the safe 24-hour cultivation mode against the far more dangerous 10-fold option. He calculated that his cultivation system demanded far more raw power than the traditional martial path, meaning 10-fold speed would require refining 10 ordinary cores into one pure core, then 10 pure cores per day, just to sustain the accelerated rate, translating to 100 cores of the same tier consumed daily for every stage of progress. Checking the space ring the Alliance had sent, he found over 1,000 Beast Lord level cores waiting for him, enough to work with. He calculated that reaching level 37, equivalent to the Martial King realm, would take 8 days at normal speed, but only 19 hours at tenfold, and that beyond that level he'd need Beast King cores he didn't yet have, meaning this batch needed to carry him as far as possible. He spent the night refining, producing 10 pure cores at a time, until by dawn, 100 floated around him despite his mental energy being nearly spent. Reaching level 37 would need 10 of them, with a full day of 10-fold cultivation afterward, burning through 50 more, an enormous resource cost he had no choice but to accept. He fed all 100 into the Omniweave's storage and activated 10-fold cultivation. The room shook as a violent suction force tore energy from his surroundings and crammed it into his body, his veins bulging and vision blurring under the strain until his system adjusted and began processing the flood smoothly. While cultivating, he called Arthur and requested 2,500 Beast King level cores and 70,000 Martial Monarch level cores, staggering numbers even by centuries of alliance accumulation. Arthur agreed without question. Understanding humanity was staking everything on Alex, who added that he'd gather Saint-level cores himself before ending the call. His attention then shifted to testing space manipulation on live subjects, using 3 lab rats without hesitation, reasoning that the battlefield had long since stripped away any squeamishness. The first rat, left unprotected, was shredded into mist by spatial turbulence upon teleportation. The second, placed in an ordinary metal box, arrived alive but severely injured, its body twisted and bleeding. The third, sealed in a container specially reinforced against spatial stress, arrived completely unharmed, confirming that proper protection was the key to safe teleportation. Satisfied, he paused his cultivation and activated the Omniweave's Saint-level battlesuit, watching liquid silver armor flow across his body in seconds. He then teleported himself several kilometers to a rooftop overlooking the city, arriving without a scratch. Elated at the success, he thought of the dragons who had threatened humanity and vowed they'd come to regret it. Returning to his training room, he resumed 10-fold cultivation while simultaneously practicing fire manipulation, gravity distortion, and mental domain expansion, forcing himself to split focus across multiple abilities at once, despite the mounting strain. Hours passed this way, his aura growing steadily denser, until his wristband buzzed with a call from Arthur, whose urgent tone immediately put Alex on alert. Arthur told him to come to Alliance headquarters at once. Humanity's final opportunity had just unlocked. Alex asked what this final opportunity actually was, and Arthur explained: the Tower of Wish, a structure that judged a person's potential rather than their current strength and assigned a corresponding rank from common up through uncommon, rare, and legendary, possibly higher. Once ranked, the person could make a wish, which the tower would grant according to that rank. Julius himself had entered and received legendary rank, wishing to have his talent evolve, which it had done twice. Arthur had received rare and evolved his talent once, with lower ranks typically granting smaller enhancements to talents, techniques, or skills. The opportunity was open to every human, but only once, and Arthur urged Alex to come test himself immediately. Left alone with the news, Alex considered what he might wish for. Talent evolution seemed pointless, since his talent already sat at the peak tier granted by the universe itself, and a system built within that same cosmic framework shouldn't be able to exceed its own ceiling. A new technique wasn't worth it either, since he could acquire those through other means, and an additional talent felt redundant given his ability to simply copy talents already. Then the right idea struck him, and he smiled. Rather than fly to headquarters, he teleported directly there using his space manipulation, which, unlike natural teleportation talents capable of jumping anywhere within a light year, was limited to the boundaries of his own mental domain, now expanded to a 6,000-kilometer radius, nearly the size of old Earth. He arrived instantly near the Alliance Hall's perimeter, where saints and emperors were being let in first to a location so secretive that even most high-ranking figures only learned of the Tower of Wish upon arrival, a precaution meant to keep the opportunity from being exploited. A guard recognized him immediately and waved him through. Inside, he found Elindros, several Celestis saints and emperors, Anna and his mother, but also members of the Moriarty clan, including Alexander Moriarty, attempting to speak with Elizabeth. Alex stepped in beside his mother without acknowledging them, and when his so-called second uncle accused him of refusing to recognize his own bloodline, Alex coldly reminded the man that the Moriarty family had abandoned both him and his mother during his coma, offering nothing while Elizabeth supported herself alone. He flatly refused any reconciliation, warning that if they kept pushing, he could simply wish for a bloodline change through the tower and sever the connection entirely, telling them the acknowledgement that they shared blood was the only reward they'd ever get from him. Alexander, his old arrogance gone, quietly told his clan to leave Alex alone, and they departed without further argument. Walking on with his mother, Alex told her he wouldn't stop her from staying staying in touch with the Moriartys if she wanted to, but he personally couldn't forgive them. Elizabeth accepted this gently, then shifted the subject, teasingly asking whether Anna was his girlfriend, given how attentively she'd cared for her. Alex laughed it off, insisting Anna wasn't his girlfriend, and that Elizabeth shouldn't assume things that might hurt her feelings, unaware that half the nearby Celestis family was eavesdropping. Anna's face flushed at first, but his casual denial quietly stung, since he'd never actually claimed to have feelings for her. She forced a smile to hide it. Darian, too absorbed in listening, walked straight into Luke, Anna's father, who said nothing about the collision, but had clearly caught the exchange and the flicker of hurt in his daughter's eyes, understanding there was nothing he could do to protect her heart the way he could protect her from enemies. Oblivious to the quiet, emotional fallout behind him, Alex's attention fixed on the golden, shimmering portal at the far end of the hall, the entrance to the Tower of Wish itself. A slight smile crossed his face as he stepped toward it, ready to see what humanity's final opportunity held in store. One by one, the saints and emperors filed through the golden portal, their composure fraying despite themselves at the thought of something judging their potential and reshaping their fate. Waiting near the tower's entrance was Julius himself, whose presence alone kept the more arrogant emperors in line. Alex bowed slightly and asked for advice. Julius explained the process. The tower would scan him in a separate white space, assign a rank, and then a female voice would ask him to state his wish, adjusting even absurd requests into something achievable within his rank and the tower's limits. When Julius asked if he'd decided what to wish for, Alex confirmed he had. Before entering, Alex approached his mother and gently told her to wish for something that kept her strong and healthy, not for him or his father, insisting she was the only thing he truly had in the world and shouldn't sacrifice her own well-being for his sake. Elizabeth teared up but smiled, and Anna quietly told her she'd raised a good son. With that, Alex walked into the tower's blinding white entrance, and the outside world vanished. Inside a featureless white space, a voice identifying itself as Eleanor, spirit of the tower, began scanning him. The process, usually simple, instead spiraled into repeated errors, cycling upward through universal then eternal race potential scales, each failing in turn, until the system declared his potential had surpassed the highest scale of the universe itself and escalated the measurement to a central command. Far beyond ordinary perception, an ancient presence stirred, remarking with surprise that no one had required multiversal scale measurement in 5 million years, only to find that Alex exceeded even that, requiring a hyperversal scale it admitted it had no authority to use. The verdict came back simply that Alex possessed hyperversal or above potential, and that the universe was bound to grant his wish so long as it didn't exceed the universe's own capacity. Alex, unaware of this exchange happening beyond his perception, only noticed the light finally stabilizing, and privately reasoned that since his cultivation system's origin evidently lay beyond this universe entirely, that explained why the tower's scales kept failing to measure him. Told he could wish for nearly anything, he asked for a soul-bound artificial intelligence, one that would grow alongside him, obey only him, connect to the laws of any world he visited, and provide perfectly accurate information processed into optimal solutions, reasoning that in an unknown universe, information itself was the ultimate form of power. After a pause, the tower responded that the wish exceeded even the universe's highest limit in its full form, but that it could grant a nascent version instead, a baby AI that would need to be fed data and energy, only becoming fully operational once its data capacity crossed 50% and connected to Earth's laws. When Alex asked how to speed that growth, he was told simply to travel, gather information, and absorb knowledge. He accepted without hesitation. A small golden sphere appeared and merged into his chest. Nothing seemed to happen at first, until he checked his system and found a new Soul AI option, which asked for permission to merge with his existence. He allowed it, feeling a soft warmth spread through his mind as the AI began drawing information from his brain and soul, only to report an information capacity of a mere 0.0001%, a number that left Alex stunned at just how vast the AI's eventual capacity must be, and how terrifying it would become once fully grown. Stepping back out through the tower's dimming entrance, Alex walked calmly past the watching saints and emperors, revealing nothing about his rank, while quietly sensing the tiny, newborn presence now nestled in his mind, a companion that would grow with him. He decided cultivation speed was no longer his priority. What he needed now was to master and synchronize every talent he'd gathered, fire, light, and the rest, refining them into true mastery. Alex made his way back to Julius, amid the tense hum of the hall, taking a place beside him as they both watched the portal. Julius asked, with genuine warmth beneath his ever-alert gaze, whether Alex's wish had been fulfilled. Alex confirmed it had, more than he'd expected, then leaned in and asked for a private word. Julius immediately threw up a sound-muffling energy barrier without needing further explanation. Once sealed inside, Alex revealed that beyond his known talents of space manipulation, gravity manipulation, and existential nullity, he also possessed flame manipulation and light manipulation, demonstrating both by conjuring violet fire in one palm and blinding light in the other. Julius stared in open, childlike astonishment before bursting into delighted laughter, calling Alex a walking miracle and asking permission to share the news with Arthur and Elindros, since it gave humanity real reason for hope. Alex agreed, then explained his real reason for the conversation. He needed access to the Alliance's top-tier skills and techniques for these talents. Julius told him, with a bittersweet smile, that all such restrictions had already been lifted given the existential crisis they faced, since hoarding knowledge served no purpose for a dying race, and that Alex would receive the highest clearance available. Alex then asked whether the dragons had made any moves. Julius's expression darkened as he revealed that other humanoid races had now gathered alongside the dragons outside the barrier, all waiting quietly as though anticipating some signal or a meal ready to ripen. Alex asked why humanity's strongest hadn't broken through beyond Martial Emperor if the Dragon General alone commanded planetary-level power. Julius explained that breakthroughs required comprehending a law, but the light domain, while protecting them from miasma, also suppressed that comprehension, like trying to hear a whisper inside a thunderstorm. Outside the barrier, the laws became clear, but the miasma had always made sustained cultivation there impossible, and now hostile races occupying the outer zones had trapped them entirely. Alex bitterly summed it up as being nothing more than guinea pigs in a cage. Just then, the rest of the group began emerging from the tower. Anna spotted them first and ran over, thrilled to report she'd received a legendary potential rating and had her talent upgraded twice. Alex's scan revealed she'd become a gravity sovereign at epic tier, able to increase gravity up to 5,000 times within her domain and extend her control to other elements. Delighted for her, Alex impulsively reached out and pinched her cheek, and through the contact, his system silently copied and merged her upgraded gravity talent into his own, instantly refining it to epic tier without costing him a slot. Anna froze, turning bright red, and Alex, realizing what he'd done, yanked his hand back with an awkward apology. Darian sauntered over to tease him for manhandling an unmarried maiden's cheek, and Alex deflected by scanning Darian in turn, discovering he'd received an X-rank illusion talent, and jumped to Grandmaster level 7, with his spirit power now able to manipulate the nervous systems of those a full realm above him, and illusions that were 90% indistinguishable from reality. Darian couldn't quite hide his pride, admitting he'd gotten legendary rank as well, and Alex congratulated him on the massive boost to the Alliance's strength. Then Elizabeth emerged, looking taller and more composed, her scan revealing she'd awakened SSS-grade ice manipulation at level 9 Martial King, an epic rank result the tower attributed to the lingering trace of Alex's own aura in her bloodline. Alex noted wryly to himself that the tower seemed to be playing favorites. When he asked how it had gone, Elizabeth admitted she was still processing the intensity of it and didn't understand why the trial had been so generous to her. Alex pulled her into a hug, quietly copying her new ice manipulation talent in the process, glad to finally have an SSS-grade ice ability after searching for one for a while. He then looked around the hall for Nolan and Selena, curious whether Nolan's alchemy talent had climbed to a new tier as well. Alex called Selena Valentine to ask about her upgraded talent. She just returned home, pride evident as she confirmed her talent had risen 2 ranks. When Alex asked to meet, Anna, listening in with her enhanced hearing, felt a sharp pang despite her own recent triumph. Selena hesitantly asked if he was sure he wanted to meet alone, worried Anna might be hurt, but Alex, genuinely confused why that would matter, said they simply had work to do. Selena quickly backpedaled and invited him to a small celebration party at her family estate instead, and Alex agreed before hanging up. Turning back to the group, Alex said he had something to handle. Darian jokingly accused him of two-timing Anna and warned him not to break her heart. Anna, quietly hesitant, asked if she could come along, and Alex shrugged and agreed without hesitation, explaining he simply wanted to see what Selena could do with her elevated space manipulation now that he possessed the same talent himself. Anna's mood brightened, and she teased him about never getting around to asking for her own guidance on gravity manipulation, to which he promised to do that evening after the party. As they left, Anna's father watched in bewilderment, asking Darian since when Alex had become a one-man army with so many talents. Darian simply told him it was a long story, better left unexplained. At the Valentine estate, Selena's excited announcement sent her father, Eric Valentine, scrambling to prepare a grand welcome, transforming the household into a flurry of activity. When Alex's car arrived 20 minutes later, he was startled to find rows of staff lined up with flowers, greeting him formally. Far more spectacle than he'd expected for what he thought was a simple conversation about spatial coordinates. He was led inside, where the estate was packed with Valentine family and associates eager for his attention. Selena's radiant smile faltered slightly into something more composed when she noticed Anna trailing behind him, though Eric stepped in first to formally welcome Alex before Selena could speak. When Selena finally greeted him properly in a shimmering midnight blue gown, she masked her disappointment and complimented how the two of them looked together. Alex complimented her in turn, noting she seemed more elegant and centered than before. Selena's careful composure cracked when she asked, half testing, whether he should be praising another woman so warmly in front of his girlfriend. Alex calmly clarified that he and Anna weren't dating, and that until humanity escaped its current crisis, he had no intention of dating anyone at all, given the very real chance he'd die fighting beyond the barrier, and his refusal to leave someone behind, grieving. Selena felt a wave of relief at learning he wasn't taken, realizing he simply hadn't allowed himself any attachments. Anna, overhearing the same words, felt the opposite, quiet devastation, as she finally understood the detached kindness he'd always shown her. He wasn't holding back because he didn't care. He was holding back because he didn't believe he had a future to offer anyone. A single tear slipped free before she could stop it. Unaware of the weight his words had just landed, Alex turned his attention to scanning Selena and found her talent had evolved into Space Sovereign at Epic Tier, now able to mark visited locations for instant teleportation, lock down entire zones against any teleportation, and trigger targeted spatial collapses. Impressed by the upgrade, he placed a hand on her shoulder and told her he'd be counting on all of them when the final battle came, urging her to grow as strong as possible. As he spoke, his system silently copied and integrated her Space Sovereign talent into his own core, his spatial perception expanding until the world felt like paper he could fold at will. Selena flushed deeply at his touch and vowed she wouldn't let him fight alone. The dinner at the Valentine estate wound down into pleasant murmurs, with Eric proudly introducing his family's inner circle to Alex, who handled the parade of introductions with easy charm. Once the meal ended, Alex asked Anna whether she wanted to come along to visit Nolan or head back, and she agreed instantly. They found Nolan mid-feast, laughter and clinking crystal filling his halls. On hearing Alex had arrived, Nolan gleefully ordered him let in, well aware of his bottomless appetite. True to form, Alex sat straight down beside Nolan and began stealing food off his plate, insisting he wasn't even hungry between mouthfuls. Nolan grumbled about his vanishing dinner, but pressed him on his real reason for visiting, since Alex never simply dropped by. Alex feigned wounded innocence, claiming he'd just missed his Grandmaster's company, while scanning him and discovering his alchemy talent hadn't upgraded as hoped, though he'd gained a new SSS-grade alchemy fire manipulation talent, a pure white flame 5 times hotter than standard elemental fire, and the ideal tool for high-level alchemy. Slightly disappointed but still pleased, Alex massaged Nolan's shoulders while quietly copying the new talent, which folded into and upgraded his existing flame manipulation without costing a new slot. Task complete. He wiped his hands and announced he was leaving Nolan bewildered that he'd truly come only to eat his food and rub his shoulders. Back in his training room at the Celestis estate, Alex reviewed 5 skills his AI had cataloged for him. Regeneration, an SS-rank light-based ability that healed wounds and purged corruption. Ice Lance, an S-rank technique summoning 10 armor-piercing crystalline lances at once. Fire Phoenix, an SS-rank skill summoning a sentient flame bird wielding half his total power, energy shield, an SS-rank defense, scaling with his own realm, and spirit animal, an SS-rank tactical skill creating 5 spectral scouts that could reach places his divine sense couldn't, lasting 3 hours each. These were pure proficiency skills without traditional levels, so he lost himself practicing them for hours. Meanwhile, his cultivation base, swollen after 24 hours of 10-fold acceleration, was ready to burst. He broke through in rapid succession, climbing from level 34 to 35, then to 36, before reaching the true threshold, level 37, the qualitative leap into the martial king realm, where the body would stop needing food or water, and instead draw sustenance directly from the universe's ambient energy. Checking his stats beforehand, then triggering the final breakthrough, the room exploded with released pressure as an internal shackle seemed to shatter within him, his strength surging tenfold to 32.5 megatons, speed to 10,000 meters per second, defense to 97.5 megatons, and spirit to 5 megatons. Not wanting to be interrupted by constant breakthrough notifications, he set the system to handle breakthroughs automatically until he reached the saturation point of level 45, a climb the system estimated would take roughly 25 days of continuous high-intensity absorption. He then loaded the 250 pure Beast King cores he'd already refined into the OmniWeave storage. Elizabeth's voice came from outside, and Alex quickly suppressed his newly monstrous aura before letting her in. She told him Arthur had sent word that their new villa was finally ready and asked whether they wanted to move in immediately or stay longer at the Celestis estate. Looking around the comfortable but still borrowed guest suite, Alex decided it wasn't right to overstay their welcome, even with someone like Alindros, and told her they should go say their goodbyes. Alex knocked on Alindros's door to say his goodbyes. His master emerged calmly, saying he had nothing further to teach for now, but handed over a space ring containing the blood needed for the 4th level of Alex's body cultivation, telling him simply to go cultivate, since humanity was counting on his advancement. There was no dramatic farewell, just Alindros returning to his room, though the words themselves settled heavily on Alex as he left to say goodbye to Darion and the others. He found his mother in the garden with Anna, who explained she'd be attending the academy, close to his new villa, and would likely stop by often to visit Elizabeth. When Alex mentioned he planned to attend the academy himself once settled, Anna's eyes widened with obvious delight, a flush of pink rising to her cheeks. Alex and Elizabeth then flew by airship to their new estate, a sprawling property with clean stone pathways, iron gates, and hundreds of saluting guards, deliberately left free of extra buildings per Alex's instructions so there'd be open space to train and plant trees. Elizabeth was clearly moved by it. Inside, the villa was elegant without excess, and Alex claimed a first-floor room with its own training and cultivation chambers, though he no longer needed the latter. By afternoon, 2 loyal maids, Rena and Lena, arrived to keep Elizabeth company while Alex threw himself into training. That night, he began his 4th-level body cultivation breakthrough, absorbing the prepared blood with startling intensity as his veins glowed and his skin took on a metallic sheen. 8 hours later, the process complete, his defense had rocketed to 130 megatons, a number that left him quietly satisfied. He showered, slept, and woke early the next morning, choosing to eat breakfast with his mother out of enjoyment rather than necessity. Dressed in the Aurora Martial Institution uniform, he felt a flicker of nostalgia, having never truly experienced school in his previous life. Rather than bother with a disguise technique, he simply tucked his hair under a cap and added a mask and sunglasses. At the gate, a guard who recognized his card immediately straightened into a salute, and Alex asked him to keep quiet about it. Walking the peaceful grounds, he reflected on how blissfully unaware the students were of how fragile their world truly was, since the Alliance had kept the barrier crisis strictly under wraps. He entered room 101, the first-year elite classroom, silencing the room instantly. Kale Moriarty, the class monitor who'd been admitted through Emperor family privilege rather than the entrance test, demanded to know who he was and started to say Alex's name aloud before Alex silenced him with a raised finger. Kale got the message and backed off. Alex took an empty seat as if nothing had happened. Moments later, Anna walked in, drawing whispers and stares, since top 5 geniuses weren't expected to attend regular classes, and she went straight to sit beside him. Before Kale could react further, a student burst in announcing that senior brother Dimitri was challenging senior brother Jen, and that class had been cancelled, sending the room scrambling out and leaving it nearly empty. Alex stayed put, since he'd genuinely come to attend attend class. When Anna asked if he wanted to go watch, he declined, mentioning instead that he'd heard about a battle-ranking tower on campus where students fought monsters floor by floor using pure technique alone, no cultivation or talent boosts allowed. Anna confirmed it was meant to test raw skill, and Alex, intrigued by the challenge, decided he wanted to try it. Anna smiled and said she'd come watch. While the rest of the school rushed off to watch the top prodigies duel, Alex headed straight for the virtual tower. The teacher guarding it, Morgan Stanley, recognized him instantly once he removed his mask, fussing over why he hadn't been told of Alex's arrival. Alex brushed it off, saying he'd simply been bored and wanted to try the tower. Morgan explained the rules. No fixed number of floors, only pure skill and talent, allowed with physical and mental strength reduced to a mortal baseline, and no cultivation power whatsoever. The current record stood at the 7th floor, held by none other than Elindros Celestis, who'd failed to clear it since even he couldn't defeat a Grandmaster-level monster without his martial power. Learning his own master held the record only sharpened Alex's determination to break it. He asked Morgan to keep the battle private, and Morgan assured him the school already had standing instructions to hide his power from any recordings. Alex and Anna entered neurotransmitter capsules together, with Anna joining only as a protected spectator, unable to affect or be affected by the fight. Materializing in an open field, armed with only the tower's standard sword, Alex quietly tested his gravity manipulation under a mortal physique and found his limit capped at 50 times normal gravity, judging that would be enough to carry him through several floors. The first floor sent 10 muscular grade 0 bulls at him, which he beheaded in a single fluid motion of pure swordsmanship, clearing the floor instantly. The second floor scaled up to 100 mixed grade 0 beasts, tigers, lions, boars, elephants, wolves, and Alex tore through the swarm in 54 seconds, exhilarated by the challenge of relying on nothing but skill. The third floor brought 10 beast warrior level shadow cats that vanished the instant they saw him, and without his mental domain to track them, he took a real hit, adjusting to blind combat, taking 5 minutes to hone his instincts before cutting them all down using his Eternal Sword talent's ability to read enemy movement even at a speed disadvantage. The fourth floor threw 100 mixed beast warriors at him at once, and this time he found himself genuinely overwhelmed, forcing him to activate Annihilation for a 3-fold power boost, then Sword Intent for another 3-fold multiplier on top of that. The added Sword Intent didn't just boost his damage, it sharpened his ability to sense enemies even when they turned invisible, a discovery that left him with new respect for the technique. He cleared the floor, though the fight had clearly taken a toll on his body, prompting him to consider drawing on his other talents going forward. Outside the tower, the duel between the Academy's top 2 prodigies ended in a draw, and as students dispersed, word began to spread that someone was inside the tower whose battle recordings were being kept secret, sparking rumors it might be Alex himself. A crowd gathered at the tower's entrance, pressing Morgan for confirmation, but he refused to say anything and told them to disperse, though they lingered at a distance to see who would emerge. Inside, Alex used his alchemy talent on the 5th floor's monsters, reducing them to molecular structures, then applied 50 times gravity, now amplifiable in either direction, thanks to his talent reaching epic tier, shattering them into particles one after another. Satisfied with how well the combination worked in combat, he cleared the 6th floor as well. Alex pushed on to the 7th floor, facing Grandmaster-level monsters, godlike foes by mortal standards. He tried the same alchemy plus gravity combo that had worked on the previous floor, but this time the beasts vanished and struck back, slamming into him from behind with enough force to send him flying despite his energy shield. Regeneration quickly erased the pain, but the lesson landed hard. These weren't mindless brutes, they were intelligent and coordinated. He adapted, using Ice Lance to force them to scatter and pause just long enough to apply molecular gravity annihilation directly to their particles rather than their whole forms, an approach that exploded 3 of them instantly. He kept cycling through his skills, fire, phoenix, ice, lance, flashes of light, using each as a distraction to buy the split-second openings he needed to erase the rest one by one, until all 10 Grandmaster beasts were gone. He'd broken his master's record, but as an eternal grade talent holder wielding the system, he didn't consider that an achievement worth savoring yet. He pushed straight into the 8th floor, facing 100 Grandmaster-level monsters at once. He unleashed everything simultaneously: fire phoenix, clustered ice lances, blinding light, momentarily overwhelming the horde before wiping out roughly 40 of them in one molecular gravity strike. 60 remained, 20 of them airborne, and closing in with lethal intent, forcing him into a grueling fight fight, where he dodged claws and tail strikes while cycling gravity, regeneration, and annihilation under constant pressure. The survivors adapted, spreading out and coordinating flanking attacks, stretching the fight to 50 brutal minutes before the last one finally fell, leaving Alex floating exhausted and drenched in sweat, his mortal body pushed to its absolute limit. Offered the chance to continue into the 9th floor against martial lord-level monsters, Alex declined, recognizing that tier was simply beyond what his current mortal body limitations could handle, regardless of skill. Instead, he decided his priority now was acquiring new non-elemental talents: telekinesis, illusion, and clairvoyance. Having realized during the fight that illusion alone could have ended most confrontations instantly by making enemies see and hear threats that weren't there, telekinesis would grant him extra copy slots as well as greater simultaneous object control, especially valuable now that his talent capacity had likely grown to X rank alongside Darian's upgrade. He also set his sights on copying Arthur's dragon transformation talent for its raw strength boost. Once he'd secured those four, his plan was to leave the light domain and begin hunting monsters outside, confident his power would let him strike and retreat without being caught. Emerging from the neural capsule with Anna, he found her visibly shaken, having just watched him deploy combinations of talents no single person should possess, further confirmation that he was still hiding the true extent of his power, a secret she silently resolved to carry to her grave, if that was what he wanted. Morgan approached with a strained smile, telling him he'd shattered the record so thoroughly it would likely never be broken again, only for Alex to casually mention he intended to break his own record again soon, leaving Morgan speechless. Putting his disguise back on, Alex walked out past a crowd of students, speculating wildly about his identity and relationship to Anna, ignoring them entirely as he and Anna made their way to the gates. There, he told her he had errands to run and would likely enter deep seclusion afterward, urging her to keep training hard and not fall too far behind. Anna felt a pang at the thought of not seeing him for a long stretch, but nodded resolutely and promised to visit his mother often while he was away. Alex thanked her and flew off without looking back, savoring the return of his true power after the tower's mortal body trial. The experience left him with a clear realization. If his cultivation were ever sealed, he'd become dangerously vulnerable against true experts, despite still being formidable. He needed a physical foundation of raw strength and defense that no seal or suppression could strip away, a backup that didn't depend on his talents or cultivation at all. Alex knocked on Alindros's door to check in, drawing a grumbling remark about him breaking his master's record, then pulled him into a quick hug and left before the confused Alindros could respond. Back on his own, a system notification revealed he'd successfully copied telekinesis at X grade, and thanks to sacrificing 3 slots for it, gained 40 additional external talent slots, since Alindros's own talent had jumped from legendary straight to X grade in successive upgrades. Delighted, Alex mapped out his remaining targets: Darian's illusion, Julius's clairvoyance, Arthur's dragon transformation, and Morgan Stanley's techmaster talent, the last of which was essential to a plan he was already forming. He visited Arthur first, admitting that the tower fight had exposed a real weakness. What would happen if he ever faced overwhelming danger completely alone? Arthur confessed the Alliance had no real solution either, short of comprehending higher laws, something the current crisis gave them no room to pursue safely. When Alex asked whether they'd considered using Adam's portal talent to cultivate in scattered, random locations and flee at the first sign of danger, Arthur explained the fatal flaw. A portal open to what seemed like a safe location could just as easily connect to something far more dangerous, potentially flooding the light domain with monsters instead of protecting anyone. Alex reassured him he had a plan in motion and would share it once ready, leaving Arthur amused and slightly embarrassed at needing comfort from someone so much younger. Over the following hours, Alex tracked down the rest of his target talents, gaining dragon transformation from Arthur, a straightforward 20 times boost to power and defense, unremarkable on its own but with real potential once folded into what he was planning. Clairvoyance from Julius, upgraded through his system to epic tier, letting him see 3 seconds ahead for up to 30 minutes across 10 simultaneous targets. And Techmaster from Morgan Stanley, an SSS-grade ability, letting him analyze an object's molecular structure and generate a blueprint for its evolution. He also picked up Illusion, rounding out his collection, and used his contact with Max Celestis to evolve his light light manipulation talent further. Back home, he told his mother he was entering a long seclusion and encouraged her to travel or pursue interests while he was away. Elizabeth mentioned wanting to start a business company, and Alex enthusiastically approved, reassuring her the funds wouldn't be an issue. Alone in his room, Alex laid out the plan he'd been building. Rather than simply strengthening his defense, he wanted to create an entirely new body cultivation technique that fundamentally transformed the human physical form, since humans were inherently weak compared to other species. Drawing inspiration from body cultivation systems he remembered from web novels in his previous life, techniques that pushed the body toward higher existential tiers through gene evolution, he settled on a direction. Use gravity to force a single cell to absorb energy past its saturation point, collapse it under that pressure, then apply regeneration in a controlled pattern dictated by a Techmaster blueprint to reshape its cellular structure entirely. If it worked, he estimated it could raise his base physical strength fivefold. With the process repeatable, evolve a cell, reanalyze it with Techmaster, evolve it again, until the cell reached a ceiling even his SSS-grade Techmaster couldn't push past, which he guessed would take roughly 5 iterations per cell. The obvious problem was scale. His body held over 35 trillion cells, far too many to evolve individually. He'd need to master the process on a single cell type first, then apply it wholesale to an entire organ built from similar cellular structure. With the plan set, he braced himself for what he already knew would be a brutal undertaking and began. That's all for this video. We'll be back again with another one soon, so drop a like and do subscribe if you enjoyed it and want more of the same.